The manhwa opens with a young man surrounded by knights. Reflecting on his father's words, he remembers, "Live for the clan." He understood that he should desire nothing and remain by his brother's side like a shadow. Exhausted from the battle, he kneels. A knight approaches, mocking him. What a priceless sight, a knight fighting off the continent's strongest commanders on his own. As expected of that man's brother. Very interesting indeed. The knight addresses the young man as Cyan glares at the figure before him, Boris, and silently curses him. Boris smiles at Cyan's failure. Cyan grips his dagger and demands, "Who made you do this? Was it the Emperor?" Boris, sensing Cyan's terrifying power, remarks, "That sickening black fog, just like the rumors said. You are an assassin from Mist. Mist is an organization that is like fog to our Knights of Light. I will report to the higher-ups that I got rid of an impure being affiliated with the heathens." Cyan challenges him, "Sure, go ahead. If you even have a mouth left to do that after this, I guarantee you won't even have a tooth remaining after I'm done with you." Boris warns, "If you intend to use your secret power, you better give up now. There is a 9th-star magic barrier cast here." He thinks to himself, "I need to get out of here somehow and reveal the culprit behind this with my brother." Cyan declares, "A barrier? I'll just tear it to bits." Suddenly, another voice speaks up, "That's enough, Cyan." A man clad in golden armor appears, surprising Cyan, who is lost in thought, recalling his father's words. "Live for the clan," his father always said. "Your brother, Ascal, is by extension the clan." Ascal vert success is Cyan vert success. Seeing his older brother's arrival, Cyan realizes that the culprit behind this was Ascal. As Ascal approaches Cyan's position, Cyan truly gives up. Ascal remarks, "You seem confused that I'm here." They exchange a look in the dire situation. Cyan questions, "What is the meaning of this?" His brother responds, "Cyan, you've carried out your duties well for the clan, for the people, and for me." Hearing that, Cyan truly doesn't want to believe it. Ascal continues, "Therefore, I'm just trying to take the burden off your shoulders." Cyan, puzzled, asks, "Did I do something wrong?" Ascal interrogates back, "Wrong? That ominous fog. You're nothing more than a murderer. I can't even call you human anymore." Hearing such offensive words from his own brother, Cyan remained silent and somber. Ascal yelled, "You fooled us long enough. Can you really say that you don't know your sins?" At that moment, Cyan inwardly questioned himself. "Murderer? My sins?" Now infuriated, Cyan exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about? The succession fight within the Empire, the Demon King's army's raid, the war to unify the continent. I helped you achieve all that because serving you was my life." Cyan slammed his fist into the ground in anger. "But now you're abandoning me? I worked like a dog for 20 years under you. It doesn't matter if my entire body breaks down. I will give everything I have right now if it means I can destroy you." Cyan's body emanated a dark magical aura, carrying his rage. The aura spread, instilling fear in all surrounding soldiers. "He still has that much mana left? That's impossible. That's no human," one soldier murmured. Cyan rebuked them. "How silly. The hero is trying to kill his younger brother because he's afraid. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Ascal's face twisted in anger as he glared at Cyan. Cyan then exerted all his strength to attack his brother. He declared, "Just once is enough. If I can stab his weak point so that he can't regenerate." Cyan swiftly circled behind Ascal and launched a direct attack on his back. But at that moment, a shield was created to protect Ascal, angering Cyan as his attack was thwarted. Boris, standing beside Ascal, was supporting him without hesitation. Ascal immediately pierced Cyan with his holy sword and said, "You poor bastard. I wanted to do you the favor of giving you a painless death since you are my brother, but you have shown your true colors. I knew what you were from the start, a demon. It's a good thing I never trusted you to begin with." Shocked by his brother's words, Ascal showed no mercy as he kicked Cyan off his sword and turned away, leaving Cyan to wait for death. Cyan lay on the cold ground, blood flowing from him. In that moment, he cursed, "Damn it! Is this my end?" What a foolish life I've led. Cyan's eyes gradually closed, but something compelled him. His body seemed to act on its own, charging straight towards Ascal with fury. With blank white eyes, he screamed for Ascal's death. Before the dagger could come close to touching Ascal, the holy sword struck him away. A surge of energy from the holy sword enveloped Cyan's body. But something strange happened. A figure was trying to call him, "Young Master." "Young Master Cyan." Cyan suddenly woke up, his body drenched in sweat. Before him stood a maid, a girl with an annoyed face, saying, "How long do you intend to sleep? Get it together. You need to get ready." Cyan stared at the maid calling herself Emily and asked, "Why are you here?" Something felt off to him. It has been almost 20 years since I last saw her. She looks the same as the last time I saw her. The maid now looked at Cyan as if he were crazy. "What are you talking about? Are you still dreaming?" Cyan looked around and remarked, "This place. I remember it. It's the room I used to live in when I was younger. The furniture arrangement is the same too." He covered his face, realizing, "Wait, am I back to being a child?" Interrupting his thoughts, Emily called, "Young Master Cyan, you're stalling for time because you don't want to go for training, huh? Make up your mind and get going." Cyan didn't understand what Emily said and asked, "Training? What training?" After a while, he began to understand the issue. "Vert Clan Day. I'm certain I'm back in the duchy, in the past. Is this just like the thing where your life flashes before your eyes before death? I remember, 27 years ago, Foundation Year 985, March 1st. It was a year before I entered the academy. Every year, the duchy holds a duel training session. My father, Duke Vert, attends the event, making it a very big deal. My opponent is Krantz Vert. He is the same age as me, my half-brother. His mother, Margaret Erzith, is the Duke's wife. Thanks to that, Krantz received a lot more attention despite the fact that we were both the youngest. I was a bastard son, and after being mocked in this fight, I became a laughing stock to everyone. This duel was the reason my father stopped paying any attention to me too." Cyan whispered to himself, "It's fine. I just need to win." The maid then whispered to him, "Why don't you just surrender instead?" Cyan sighed, "Ha, even a maid is looking down on me." He drew his sword and felt its weight. "It's just a rapier, but it's so heavy. My strength is the same as when I was this age. This sensation? It's definitely not a dream, nor is my life flashing before my eyes. I've never even heard of a magic spell that is capable of creating such strong illusions. Am I really back in the past?" Cyan wondered, standing opposite his half-brother. Krantz sneered, "You didn't run off, huh?" "Indifferent," Cyan pondered. "Then maybe I can change the future." The master of the house, also Cyan's father, signaled for the duel to commence. Krantz rushed forward, mocking, "Where are you looking, you idiot?" With a smug smile, he swung his sword towards Cyan. Observing him, Cyan evaluated, "What is he, a snail?" Utilizing skills honed over time, Cyan gracefully sidestepped the strike, catching his brother off guard. Enraged by the miss, Krantz cursed, "Dodging like a coward, huh?" As his sword missed its mark, Cyan simply flicked his own sword, knocking the blade from Krantz's hand. He then delivered a swift kick to his leg, causing Krantz to fall to the ground in pain. Both the master and mistress of the house were surprised by this turn of events. Looking at his fallen brother with the eyes of a predator, Cyan thought, "Now, if I just put my sword up to his throat, this duel is over." But that's not enough. Remembering how Krantz had always bullied him, Cyan seethed. "I need to really stomp him down so that he can never try to do anything to me again. In this life, I will pave a path on my own." The outcome of the duel was Krantz's defeat. The Duke ordered Cyan to see him, even clearing his schedule. Was my victory in the duel that impressive? Cyan wondered. A high-class knight named Yulkin, directly affiliated with the Duke, escorted him. Walking down the corridor, Cyan encountered Margaret Erzith, the mother of Krantz, and her maid. Cyan silently speculated, "Seems like she was talking about her son." Inquiring about Krantz's condition, Cyan asked, "Is Krantz okay, madam?" Furious, she retorted, You have the audacity to ask such a question after beating your brother like that? How thick-skinned of you. Disdainfully, Cyan replied, That's how duels are. See you. She didn't stop there, insulting both Cyan's mother and him. This is why bastards shouldn't be treated like legitimate children. Like mother, like son. It's all because the mother is some dirty whore. You should be on the streets begging for food. Instead, you dare to put up a fight. You should know to be grateful. With a look as if preparing to kill her, Cyan thought, She has crossed the line. Should I kill her? That thought crossed his mind. Should I just kill her? But reason pulled him back. No, I know better than anyone how to make her suffer. I'm going to torture her slowly, painstakingly slowly, Cyan thought. With a calm demeanor, he questioned the lady again. You know I'm going to the academy along with Krantz, right? What exactly is your point? I'm sure you want your son to graduate with his limbs intact, right? I guess you're not that worried about him, huh, Duchess? Understanding Cyan's implication, the Duchess became enraged. You vulgar piece of shit, how dare you? Just as she raised her hand to strike Cyan, the knight by her side intervened. I apologize, Duchess. The Duke called for him with urgency, so I don't think we can delay any longer. We'll get going now. Fuming but unable to act, the Duchess stormed off. Cyan smiled inwardly. The Duke's orders are absolute. I'm being protected by the guard knight who was given that order, a knight who won't submit even to the Duke's wife. How nice and reliable. Arriving at the master's chamber, they knocked, and the master allowed them in, saying, Come in. Facing his father, Cyan greeted him. Cyan, the youngest child of the House of Vert, greets you, father. He thought, It's been almost 15 years since we met one-on-one. The master turned to Cyan and gestured for him to sit down. Duke Willius Vert, the great feudal lord of Velias, a western feud of the Ushif Empire, was known to the world by a different name, Guardian of the Continent. The hero who stopped the invasion of demons for a long time with the help of his remarkable magic power and worldly wisdom. This man shouldered a responsibility no one compelled on him until his very death in battle against the invasion of the Demon King's army. All he wanted was peace across the entirety of the continent. But my memories of him are different, Cyan reflected. He saw his father as a man who utilized his free will to decide on living his whole life serving others. A stupid man. With a serious expression, his father asked, Your eyes precisely followed the sword and dodged it. Cyan had to pay attention to what his father was saying. He continued, The moment Krantz ran at you, you looked straight at the path of the swinging sword and turned your body to dodge it. When did you learn how to wield a sword? Cyan evaluated. As always, he's sharp, and answered his father's question. I wouldn't say I learned it. I practiced every night on my own. His father remarked, From what I know, you've never had any interest in swordsmanship. Why did you hide such excellent skills? Cyan replied, I didn't really want to catch others' attention. His father persisted. Despite that, you really went all out at taking down Krantz. But wasn't what you did after that unnecessary? His intention behind that question seemed probing. Is he trying to get a feel of what I'm capable of? Cyan thought. I wanted to prove myself, Cyan explained. Prove what? That I'm better than Krantz, even though we share the same blood, which is also what I concluded as the meaning of the duel. What you said made your father laugh, and he praised you. Excellent. A clear and concise answer that shows off your level-headedness. I didn't know you were so talented. I'm delighted you'll become a great, reliable support for Ascal one day. When the name Ascal was mentioned, Cyan froze, recalling images from before his regression. He thought, why would I become his helper? It's the same as always. He is still obsessed with Ascal. His father continued, It's not exactly a trophy, but I want to reward you for this duel. If you want something, you can tell me. Cyan thought, Then I'll destroy everything that Ascal will try to do. He smirked with implied meaning and replied, What I want. Immediately after that, the scene shifted to Cyan's maid, who was frantically confirming, You said you want to enter the battlefront? Yeah, that's right. Nothing certain yet, though, Cyan responded. This is driving me crazy. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? she exclaimed. At this point, she imagined a scene of a horde of monstrous beasts and said, "It's swarming with wicked and terrifying demonic beasts all over the place." Velias, the western feud of the Ushif Empire, is the only place in the entire continent called a battlefront. Even in that, the Limia Valley, which can be called the front line, is a ferocious battlefield where battles with demons have been going on for hundreds of years. Because of that, my father, who stubbornly opposed it from the start, gave me a condition: to become worthy of going to Limia Valley within 1 month. I don't know on what basis he will decide my worth yet. I just have to raise my physical strength as much as possible in the time I've been given. I'm still weaker than my peers. At least I'm lucky enough to have the same combat sense as I had before regressing, and the little amount of magic I sense from within me. If I train this body to its full capability, I can definitely make good use of it. Cyan resolved, "Great, I'm going to start training right from today." Suddenly, at this moment, the door to the room burst open, and a voice called out, "Cyan." A woman with an angry face appeared, staring straight at him. Cyan recognized her as Alice. She rushed forward, grabbing Cyan by the collar and shaking him, scolding, "Are you crazy? I heard you asked Father to send you to the battlefront." He tried to calm her down, stuttering, "Hey Alice, let me go first. It looks like defeating Krantz got to your head." "This won't do," Alice demanded. "Come with me to the rooftop now." On the castle wall, Cyan faced Alice. "Now we start when we draw our swords," she said seriously. "I'll let you go to the battlefront if you can endure my attacks for 3 minutes, Alice stated firmly. Cyan asked in return, "Do you really have to go this far, Alice?" Alice replied, "I'm not hearing any of that. Just answer one question. Are you after the family's title?" Cyan thought, "That's why she's doing this. I'm not the slightest bit interested in that." Drawing his sword, he said, "I'm not." "So you are, huh? Draw your sword," Alice demanded. Cyan pleaded, "It hasn't even been half a day since my duel with Krantz. I'm tired. This is exhausting. The whole day has been chaotic." Not allowing Cyan much time to think, Alice immediately attacked. But Cyan, not as weak as his sister thought, met her strike. "No way," he blocked that. "He's a 10-year-old, though. Are you really trying to go all out against your brother who's 7 years younger?" After the collision, they separated. Alice, surprised, thought, "A rapier has a very light blade, yet he cleanly parried my long sword's attack. God, was he just lucky this time? You got better intuition than I thought." "Huh, my dear Cyan." Cyan said, "I'm screwed." Alice resumed her rapid and aggressive attacks against Cyan. As one of Alice's strikes came down from above, Cyan tried to defend himself. At that moment, he executed a technique to twist his sword, redirecting the attack towards Alice. Alice was very surprised, but it didn't stop her. Quickly, she knocked aside Cyan's sword and stepped back. Cyan also stepped back, thinking, "That could have been really bad. Had I not twisted my sword midway through, I would have killed her." Miss Swordsmanship skill, Thick Fog, mostly consists of skills meant to kill immediately. It's hard to fight without killing because my strength is lacking. How much is remaining of the 3 minutes? I'm compensating for my weak strength by imbuing the sword with my mana, but I'm almost at my limit. In anger, Alice began to chant a spell to enhance her sword's power. "Earth, wind, come to me and act as my sword." Cyan was surprised and afraid. 6-star magic? Alice's entire sword was now enveloped in mana from multiple elements. Cyan thought fearfully, "Is she trying to kill me? It's over. I can just tell by the look in her eyes." Alice now seems to have lost her will to a child's domination, repeating in her mind, "I can't lose." Cyan, fearful and thinking, "I'll fall out of the castle even if I were to block that," just had to trust that this would work. After carefully considering, Cyan rushed towards Alice. Before Cyan, Alice was gathering mana into her sword, causing it to soar high into the sky. Cyan prayed in his mind, "Please, please come out, Yulkin." Just as Alice's dangerously large sword was about to touch Cyan, the knight of the family appeared, demanding that everything stop. He deflected Alice's attack with his sword and lifted Cyan with his other hand. The force of the collision lit up the night sky. With a serious expression, he warned, "Miss Alice, you're being too harsh against a much younger opponent." Cyan sighed in relief. I was wondering when he was going to appear. Alice, now sobered up, immediately hugged Cyan and apologized. "Sorry, Cyan. I must have lost my mind for a second there. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I was too obsessed with that." Cyan thought cheerfully, "This is very like her. She always tries so hard with everything." He added, "My sister was the elite of the elites, who got an S in all subjects in the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered, whether they were talented in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of that, her beauty was astounding, so people called her God's child. From a young age, she was trained in swordsmanship. She was mentioned as being the future guardian of the continent, along with the oldest son, Ascal. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed." "I missed you, Alice. I'll protect you this time," Cyan thought. Alice turned to him and said, "Ah, now that I think about it, weren't you the Duke's guardian knight?" "But the Duke just left for the war." He responded, "I'm carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while. Although I couldn't tell you because I was supposed to carry that out in secret." Cyan thought, "I felt his presence ever since I left the Duke's office. Would he not have shown himself if I continued to not notice him? But why did Father tell Yulkin to do this secretly?" Sensing her baby brother's feelings, Alice smiled happily. "He's still like a little kid." The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, she had come back just for a bit to see Father before her graduation. At this time, Cyan was struggling to push beyond his limits. "I'm trying for the 10th, but I'm unable to. I felt that I needed to become stronger, so I've been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 is my limit. I've only been hitting a wall for the past 2 weeks. I was pretty confident in my strength. I want to go back. I need a solution." Emily entered and said, "Young master, a package arrived from Miss Alice." Cyan confirmed with joy, but Emily, with a disgusted and pinched face, said, "What's this? It smells so disgusting." Cyan thought, "It's Hellhound's blood that I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in Lemia Valley, but I guess the rumors that it's in the black market were true. The blood of demonic beasts is considered poisonous because of its sickening smell as well as the feeling of burning upon consumption, but it actually permanently increases the mana and strength of the person who consumes it. Most people think that this is just a false rumor, but I know that it's true from my past life experience." "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" Emily asked. "Yeah, don't worry, Emily. I'm the only person who was able to adapt to your cooking skills," Cyan replied with a smile. "I can still remember the first time. Was it mushroom soup?" Cyan reminisced, a smirk playing on his lips. "My heart stopped for a moment after a single bite of that thing. Compared to that soup, this is nothing." After finishing the Hellhound's blood, he slammed the container down on the table and shouted loudly, "It's good." Then he called Emily. "Yes," she responded. "I'm going to go for a walk now. Let's see if that worked," Cyan announced. Walking through the forest, he thought, "It's been a while since I came here. I've been waiting for this day for the last 2 weeks, the moment when Yulkin is not here for his regular reports. He keeps following me around. It's annoying. I came to this place often when I wanted to be alone." He recalled, then one day, Ascal received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lamendel. It said that an ancient temple is hidden somewhere in these mountains. I didn't really fully believe it, but there was really a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. Of course, the divine revelation has yet to come. Looks like it's around here, so only I know about this right now. Pressing his hand down on the ground, Cyan used mana to transmit underneath. The surrounding area collapsed, and he laughed joyfully, thinking, "Ascal, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm doing right now." Looking down, he saw a staircase descending into the ground, with a light at the end of it. "Seems like it's about here," he noted. With determination, Cyan decided, "Let's go." "It's different from the last time I was here," Cyan muttered, taking in his surroundings. The place was an ancient temple that had once served the god of light, Lamendel, until all history on this land was erased due to the god-demon war that happened 300 years ago. Who could have ever imagined this place existed in the mountains just behind the castle? Cyan could see it now, the owner of this temple. In the year 999 before Foundation, on August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving out the Demon King's army from Velius. The Demon King's army was far stronger than the humans, but the humans found ancient relics called the gods' weaponry, allowing them to take the win. One of those relics, Duran Orc, was a holy sword blessed by the god of light, Lamendel. This sword was deemed the main cause of humanity's victory against the demons. Cyan would meet his pitiful death in the future due to this sword, which would be possessed by Ascal Vert. Perhaps Duran Orc had something to do with his regression. Reaching out, Cyan touched the holy sword, feeling nothing. As expected, nothing's happening. That ruined my mood. Holy sword, my ass. Let's just take care of business and then leave. Walking past the light, he noticed a shadow that felt rather otherworldly. Found it. At first glance, one might think it was the sword's shadow, but that was impossible. Where there was light, there must be darkness too. It was a pathway that led to another room hidden by the altar of light. From the darkness, a staircase appeared, leading down to a mysterious wooden door. Cyan began to open the door and stepped inside. In front of him was a bloody red sword. "It's nice to see you, my sword." Demonic sword Kiram. Holding it, his face showed joy as the magical power emanating from it caused the surroundings to change. "Good morning, Kiram. Are you still not awake yet?" A gruesome voice emerged from the sword. "Kikiki. Child, don't you have any fear? Don't you know what it means to have awoken me?" Cyan, with a blank face, responded, "I don't know. It means that this sword is now mine." The darkness grew larger and said, waking up a sleeping demonic sword, "It's too late to regret it now, child. Your body is now mine." The darkness swooped towards Cyan, but as it got closer, he only needed one hand to grab it. The darkness transformed into a woman. Cyan said with a crazed smile and eyes, "You weren't this rash before." The woman, now trying to escape, asked, "What are you? How can you touch me?" "I told you this sword is mine," Cyan replied. "Fuck off," she spat, attempting to attack Cyan with her claws. He easily dodged her assault. She leapt back, looking at him in disbelief. "Who are you? Are you the successor? Why do I feel Error's aura from you?" "Right. I am the successor of Error. Your master's back." "Bow down," Cyan declared. The demonic sword Kiram, now furious, retorted, "You're just a kid. I can't accept this." Kiram launched into an aggressive attack at a very fast pace. While in combat, Cyan silently thought, "I guess words won't do." The demonic sword's final goal is to take over the body of the user. I have no choice but to go a bit easy. Stepping back and smiling contentedly, he said, "Demonic sword control." Suddenly, Kiram's entire body lost control and collapsed. "I'll say this just once," Cyan warned. "Why don't you just accept me as your owner while I'm still being nice?" While being restrained, Kiram wondered, how can he use that? "Eek, you arrogant little." Cyan continued, "Demonic sword control." Kiram's head was then forcefully pushed down to the ground. Cyan repeatedly said, "Demonic sword control. Demonic sword control. How about now?" "I'll accept, human," Kiram conceded, immediately changing her way of addressing Cyan and calling him master. At this moment, Cyan thought, "Now that I've done what I wanted to do here, shall I get back? I've been gone for too long." Exiting the basement with Kiram, he heard her say, "Ah, it's been so long since I breathed fresh air. It's so refreshing." Hey, master, what's your name?" "Cyan Vert," he replied. "Cyan, I've never heard of that name before. Eru really chose a kid like you?" "Yeah, in my past life," Cyan confirmed. Kiram asked, "Past life? What the hell are you talking about?" "I died once before," Cyan explained. "What the hell?" Kiram exclaimed, looking at the holy sword. "He's still sleeping, huh?" "He'll have to wait 20 more years for his owner," Cyan explained. "You talk like you know the future," Kiram remarked. With a serious look in his eyes, Cyan firmly held the sword and chopped off the handle of the holy sword. This surprised and frightened Kiram, who asked, "What are you going to do with that?" "Who knows?" Cyan replied, holding the broken sword in his hand and smiling deviously. "Maybe it'll make things a bit more interesting in the future." The day finally come in the afternoon. A carriage left the ancestral mansion. Cyan, now wearing armor, thought to himself, "I can't believe the day has already come. Time sure flies by so fast." A soldier approached and greeted him. "Greetings to the Duke," the soldier said. Then the Duke asked Cyan, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you still determined to go to the battlefront? If you want to back out now, I won't stop you." Cyan respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, sir. My heart already lies at the battlefront." The Duke ordered his knight, Yulkin, to proceed. "Yes, sir," Yulkin replied, producing a magic scroll. From the scroll, a magic circle illuminated the area, summoning a large beast with a fiery body. It stared at Cyan with bloodthirsty eyes. "A hellhound, a low-ranked demonic beast from the Lemia Valley, huh?" Cyan observed. The knights and father must have had a hard time preparing this test. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought, "They'll sweep in if it gets dangerous." The Duke, watching, said, "You must be responsible for your every action. So prove how strong your resolve is by passing this trial and showing it to us." "A trial? Huh?" Cyan thought. He recalled a conversation with Yulkin about a duel. "There's only 3 days left until the deadline of my promise with father. I can't just keep swinging my sword in the air now, can I? I want to get a sense of a real fight too. Help me out, yeah?" "For a duel, someone your age like young Master Krantz would be," Yulkin started, but Cyan interrupted. "I'm not sure why, but he runs away every time he sees me." "What a hassle," Yulkin thought to himself. Aloud he said, "If you insist, okay. Instead, I will only fight you with my sword sheath. I'll only focus on defense, so attack me all you want." "Thanks, Yulkin. Ah, I have another favor to ask. Whatever happens from this point on, don't tell father about it." "This is an order," Cyan instructed. Yulkin was curious about what Cyan mentioned, but at that moment, Cyan rushed to attack. Yulkin could only use the sword sheath to defend. That was heavy. "I can't believe this is the sword of a 10-year-old, he thought. "He's quick." Cyan's swordsmanship speed and strength amazed Yulkin. Just a second of distraction, and Cyan disappeared, leaving Yulkin astonished. Right after that, Cyan attacked him from behind. Although Yulkin only stood still to defend against the strikes, it was quite astonishing. "Phew," Cyan thought, as I thought, "I can't win against you yet." "Good job, Yulkin." "Thanks for helping me," Cyan said. Yulkin, surprised, responded, "Great job, young master." In his heart, he thought, "I can't believe the weak young Master Cyan has grown so much. If the hunch I had back then was right, by now the young master can overcome any trial that comes at him." Returning to the present, Cyan faced a large monster for training. A second later, he disappeared from his current position, his body swiftly rushing towards the monster. Here it comes. Cyan's figure passed by the monster, leaving it with a powerful strike. "With my current strength, fighting a monster is still too much. I've got to end this battle as quickly as possible. I'm going to kill it off with this attack." After thinking it through, Cyan immediately channeled his power into his right hand holding the sword. His body leaped high into the air. Then he thrust the sword like a spear through the monster's head. The entire scene unfolded in awe before everyone's eyes. Cyan's father beamed with delight. Cyan looked at the monster and thought, "It feels like a waste. This much blood could fill a few bottles. If I did something like that here, they'd think I'm crazy. Should I carry something like a cup with me, at least?" His father applauded, saying, "Impressive, Cyan. Then I'll see you at the battlefront." Cyan stood there and thanked his father. Kiram spoke up, "Master, do I look like a kitchen knife to you?" Cyan asked back, "No, of course, you're a demonic sword. Why do you say that?" Kiram replied, "Then use me, damn it. I need blood to gain strength. Please, just let me have one gulp." Cyan reassured, "Don't you worry, because soon I'm going to use you to my heart's content. Look forward to it. That's when you should have woken me up." The scene transitions to a battlefield where a group of ogres is attacking. People shout, "It's an ogre! Ogre in the northwest. Set up a line of defense and take it out right away. Leave none alive. Start the restraint of salvation." The entire army is filled with fervor. On the battlefield, magic is cast, its light forcing the ogres to shield their eyes. Smaller magic circles begin to appear underneath them, from which threads shoot out, binding the ogres' bodies. The command is given for the attack. The entire army begins to attack the ogres, whose dazzled bodies await death. Some ogres try to escape, but a warrior charges in, and an ogre's head falls off, landing right where Cyan is sitting on his horse, observing. His maid, Emily, stands behind, frightened. She cries out, "Young master, why did you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you scared?" Cyan looks at the battle and thinks to himself, "To think I'd be back here. I feel nostalgic. It's just like hell, as usual." Cyan's father approaches and asks him, "How does it feel to be on the front lines, Cyan?" Cyan responds, "I'm a bit nervous." His father says, "As you can see, you will never know when you'll die in this place, so don't ever let your guard down." Cyan confidently smiles and replies, "Okay, I will keep that in mind, father." In the front lines, there are usually 3 to 4 battles a day, and every battle has its own detailed response manual. With the capable advanced knights as the core, they take care of all the monsters that try to cross the front lines. When this battle has ended, the tent assigned to Cyan is in the rearmost area, where it's the safest. With the guards here being so disciplined, Cyan thinks, "I won't even have a chance to feed Kiram. Do I really have to wait till dinner time?" Cyan asks, "What are you doing, Emily?" She responds, "Didn't the Duke tell us that we won't know when and where we would die?" Cyan wonders, "Unbelievable. Then why don't you pack up and return?" Emily exclaims, "Do you think I can when you can't even do anything without me? With the monsters all over the place, if I were to turn tail, who would take care of you, young master? Move, it's almost time to eat." Cyan inquires, "What about the cape that I requested?" but receives no response. He angrily thinks, "Should I just chase her away? Is this how she treats her master?" At this moment, a doll resembling Cyan is placed on the bed. Cyan assesses, "This should be enough, right?" Emily now asks, "Are you planning to go out to exercise even in this place?" Cyan replies, "Yeah. Did I wake you up? You sure are diligent. The Duke would be proud of you if he were to find out." Throwing on a cloak, Cyan adds, "Anyway, I'll get going, so please take care of things as usual. I'm asleep right now. Got it?" "Okay," Emily responds. At this moment, Cyan is moving at a very fast speed. Because this is the front line, night guard duties are usually strengthened, so if I don't move now, moving around freely will be difficult. Cyan executes his skill, Thick Fog third move, Fog's Descent. If I remember correctly, there should be tons of monsters in this place. It's the perfect place to use Kiram. Isn't that right, Kiram? Kiram replies, This strong scent of blood, master. I don't think I can hold back. Quickly, let me cut something down." At this moment, a pack of hellhounds is charging towards Cyan to attack. Cyan confirms, "All right, Kiram, we'll do as you please." With the skill Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm, Cyan moves through the hellhound pack, leaving them with deadly slashes. After a while, at the corpse of a hellhound, Cyan inserts a sharp tube into its blood vessel. Blood flows through the tube into a wooden cup. Cyan lifts it up and drinks it heartily, joyfully commenting, "Kuru, this is the stuff." Kiram expresses, "It's my first time feeling so refreshed after waking up." Cyan evaluates, "Good work. Keep training like this." Kiram asks, "How long do you think it will take for us to get stronger by killing these mutts?" Cyan replies, "Don't worry. The night is young, and there are plenty of monsters. Before them now is a herd of beasts waiting for them." Kiram excitedly expresses, "I'm getting excited." The scene shifts to a group of horse-drawn carriages, in one of which sits a young lady with white hair. The person in the carriage says, "I still think the front line is too dangerous. Why don't we turn back?" The young lady replies, "I told you not to treat me like a child. I'm the royal princess of the empire. How many times must I tell you that I'm bound to my duty to assist father in his tours? I really will get mad if you mention this again. Understood, princess. Oh, that reminds me. There's news saying that the youngest son of the Vert family is on the front lines. He should be around the same age as you. That Duke Vert brought his youngest son. The Duke wasn't really going to bring him. The kid volunteered himself. You guys are about the same age, so you should try to get along. Humph, like I care about such a trivial thing. Forget it. I'm going to get some sleep. Understood, princess. What's his name? Oh, it's Cyan. I'm pretty sure he's called Cyanvert. Cyan? Cyanvert. Huh? Now on the battlefield, the Vert family is battling with the monsters. A bird-shaped monster is struck and terminated as the battle gradually concludes. The Lord calls out to everyone, check if anyone's been injured. The soldiers respond, everyone is okay. The Lord, satisfied, commends, good work. Let's hurry back. His attention is caught by someone. Meanwhile, Cyan has just finished off another monster, his sword sheathed. Cyan's father inquires, how are you adjusting to life on the front lines? Cyan respectfully replies, I'm learning something new every day, father. Surprised, his father asks, is that so? I thought you'd want to hurry back. You've endured for quite some time. I'm very proud of you. He then leaves, leaving Cyan pondering over his unexpected praise. He says, I have something to talk to you about tomorrow, so come to my tent early in the morning. Cyan responds, yes, father, and thinks to himself, I've never seen father be so kind before. Now, at the monster territory during the night, sounds of movement and intense attacks echo everywhere. A large monster is attacking something underground. Cyan manages to move to avoid the attack, observing, a deathworm? They should usually only appear deeper into the valley. Kiram suggests, Master, you seem to be struggling. Why don't you let me take over instead? Cyan confirms, let you take over? You think I'm unaware of your schemes. Kiram assures, it's not like that. I swear I'll use it for a bit, and then allow you to take over. Do you see that? It immediately regenerates any shallow injuries. It won't be of any use to keep attacking it. Cyan agrees with her thought and thinks, she's right. This will just continue on forever at this rate. It's already been a month since I've come to the front lines. I've drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but I feel that still wasn't enough. The deathworm appears before him, ready to devour him. Cyan makes a decision. I guess I have no choice. I'll play along with whatever you're planning for now, Kiram. Kiram happily acknowledges, all right, let's go wild. The fusion process begins. Thick fog 9th form. Demonic sword manifestation. Soon, Cyan's body is enveloped in blood chi. In a moment, the entire body of the deathworm is cut into pieces by sharp swords. Cyan asserts, I'll rip your thick skin to pieces. The image of Cyan merges with the demonic sword and the crimson moon. A skill is executed, Fog Sword. 8 fluttering petals. The technique slashes through the body of the deathworm. Cyan successfully kills it, cutting the monster's body into several pieces. Elsewhere on the battlefield, someone examines the monster's bloodstains and remarks, it hasn't been long since it was killed. Yulkin, holding a torch, comments from behind, the mana seems quite imposing. Could it have been a demon that did this? Cyan's father states, we cannot overlook this if a demon was involved. He then orders, inspect the area and burn this corpse immediately. The soldiers comply, looking at the sword traces on the monster's body. He silently wonders, these sword traces look familiar. Is it just déjà vu? Yulkin seems to have noticed something and notifies, Your Grace, I think you need to see this. In front of them lies the corpse of the deathworm. Yes, it's a deathworm. Who could have slain a deathworm like this? Could it have been that organization? Demonic sword manifestation? It lets Kiram take over my body so that she can use her true powers. But she can completely take over me if I let my guard down. Now, at Cyan's location, he lies on the bed exhausted. Which is why me using her to take down just one monster is actually insane. Cyan groans, my entire body is sore. It's a good thing I drank all that demonic beast blood. Had it been a month ago, my body would have broken down. Kiram evaluates the situation. I get it now. It's just your outer appearance that's of a kid. You don't act or talk like one. The level at which you handle me is too proficient for a first-timer. You know the entire geography of the Lemia Valley too. Your sword techniques are that of mists, and it's as if you've trained it for 30 years at least. Plus, you said you've already died once. No, I'm certain now. You're a regressor, right? Cyan replies with a nonchalant, foolish expression. Doesn't it imply that if I say that I already died before? I thought I made it obvious enough. Kiram feels heavy with silence. She angrily retorts, how is it obvious when you haven't explained anything? Cyan casually replies, I'm too lazy for that. Kiram continues, anyway, killing someone like you must have been hard. If I were to guess, you were killed by the owner of Duran Dark. There are two possibilities. You were either killed in a duel or betrayed, and I feel it was definitely the latter. Cyan inquired, why do you think that? Kiram responded, you look at the holy sword like you stepped in shit. I'd be an idiot if I couldn't tell from that. So your goal must be revenge. Either way, just keep this in mind. If I catch you faltering or losing, I'm going to swallow you up. Cyan immediately punched Kiram, sending her flying with a disdainful expression. He said, know your place. I'm not an idiot. Kiram spun in silence. Cyan smiled, thinking to himself, she hasn't changed at all. She's the same as she was in my previous life. At this moment, Cyan left his camp, observing the atmosphere around him. He thought, what's happening? It seems a bit chaotic today. Emily approached. Young master, you're up? Cyan asked, yeah. Emily, did something happen? Emily replied with a worried expression, yes. Apparently a high-level monster's corpse was found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan realized the issue. Is she talking about the Deathworm? He wondered. Emily continued. It's been so long since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan, fearing being discovered as the one who killed the Deathworm, hastily asked, anything else? Emily was flustered. Cyan tried to inquire further. Was there any talk of anything else, like sightings of a suspicious person or something about me? The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Yulkin. He approached from behind and said, young Master Cyan, the Duke wants to see you right away. Cyan felt uneasy, silently evaluating. This is a pain. I couldn't take care of the corpses of the monsters because the soldiers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. My plan was to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy. Shit. Now at his father's camp, Cyan bowed respectfully to him. I, the youngest son of the Verts, greet my father. He secretly thought, father would notice that it was me. Cyan's father responded with a serious tone and requested him to sit down. Cyan thought, if he asks me about yesterday's incident, what kind of excuse can I even make? At this point, Cyan's father asks, I'll be direct. What were you doing last night? Cyan responds anxiously, I went to bed early as I was tired. Upon receiving the answer, Cyan's father thinks, went to bed early, but those sword traces reminded me of Cyan's sword techniques. Was I overthinking it? Cyan pretends not to know and asks, why do you ask? His father doesn't respond, thinking, it's hard to believe that a child this young could have slain a Deathworm. Cyan notices he's not answering and asks further, Father, is something bothering you? His father says, I'm sure you've heard about what happened near the camps last night. We'll have to look into it more, but it seems like the doing of a secret assassin organization, Mist. Cyan feigns ignorance about it. His father continues, it's an organization that has existed since ancient times. We do not know their goals, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the excuse of purification. They're infamous for leaving behind a black fog wherever they are. But one day, they disappeared. They were last seen 300 years ago, but the corpse of the Deathworm from last night was shrouded in black fog. Black fog is the trace left behind by Eru, the god of darkness, the very god worshipped by the Mist and the source of their power. If my assumptions are correct, it was Mist that slayed the Deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Cyan then internally marvels, that's amazing. He was able to precisely pinpoint who the culprit was despite the organization having been last seen 3 centuries ago. His father advises, We can't guess the reason for their sudden appearance, but you should be careful nonetheless. I'll notify the Empire about this and investigate further. Cyan obediently responds, yes, father. Cyan also lightly thinks, I guess this means he's going to believe me. His father thinks, it makes no sense for Cyan to be involved with such an organization when he's this young. Then he says, that's enough for this conversation. Were you told who's visiting today? Cyan replies, I did hear that His Majesty will be visiting, but was that supposed to be today? His father smiles and says, yes, I wanted to ask you for a favor regarding that. Cyan curiously and anxiously asks again, but at this moment, a soldier's voice interrupts, announcing, here comes His Majesty the Emperor. Cyan's father is now outside, kneeling down, saying, I, the Lord of Velias, greet the Honorable Emperor. His Majesty the King appears on horseback, calling him Villiers. At this moment, the king dismounts and approaches Villiers, helping him up and saying, we're old friends. Don't be so polite. Though he has the king's permission, Villiers still feels some apprehension. Your Majesty, he says. The king's gaze now turns towards Cyan's position. Oh, is it that child? Cyan bows and replies, I greet the Honorable Emperor, His Majesty. I'm Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The king compliments, for a boy this young to be residing in such a rough environment, your children are definitely different from the ordinary ones. Cyan, feeling comfortable, thinks, I was wondering what the favor was going to be, but he just wanted me to appeal as his son. I was always cooped up in the mansion in my past life when the Emperor visited. Emily, nearby, exclaims, look over there, Emily. It's the Emperor. I'm so deeply touched by father's trust. At this moment, the king calls a servant and says, splendid. I wanted to introduce someone as well. From the drawn carriage, a beautiful woman appears. She introduces herself, I'm the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus. Cyan looks at the princess and thinks, Erin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. After some greetings, Cyan and his father are now in the camp where his father tells him, you'll need to escort the princess for the day. Cyan wonders about the significance of the task he's been given. His father reassures him, no need to be so surprised. You just need to keep her company. You're the same age as her. You'll see her once you enter the academy too. Cyan recalls seeing her at the academy in his past life. I saw her a few times between classes, he thinks. Then his father says, there's no harm in becoming acquainted with someone of the royal family. It won't be long, but I just want you to get along. Cyan silently evaluates, I don't really want to do it, but I understand father's intentions. He probably wishes that we develop a friendship like he has with the Emperor. But he's picked the wrong person for it. She cannot become my friend, although I can't say that since that's a future only I know of. It's annoying, but I'll have to just be obedient for now. At this point, images of the battlefield appear. Erin asks, why is that river so red? Cyan explains, you mean the Blood River. It's a stream that runs through the entirety of the Limia Valley. There isn't any complex reason as to why the water is red. The demonic beasts, old or injured and unable to fairly compete for survival with others, instinctively leap into the Blood River. Their corpses and bodily fluids dissolve into the river, turning it red from mana-induced decomposition. Erin, alarmed, asks, so that's all demonic beasts' bodily fluids and corpses? Cyan replies, yes, they also drink and wash in it. It's very disgusting. Don't go in it. Erin grimaces and asks further, gross? What's at the end of the river? Cyan responds, the demon realm. Erin questions, the demon realm? Where the demons live? Cyan, with a mischievous smile, answers, yes. If you keep following this river, you'll even meet the Demon King. He silently thinks that no sane person would do that, finding it amusing to tease her. At this moment, the sky signals with a flare. Erin curiously asks, what's that light? Cyan explains, that's the 3rd sentry post in the west. A yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. Erin, somewhat fearful, questions, there are demonic beasts here? Cyan's father orders, protect His Majesty. Guardian Knight Division troops will come with me to the 3rd sentry post in the west. The king, with a cheerful face, says, "Don't be like that, Villiers. Your Majesty, you think I'm here to go on a hike? I've been starting to get really bored anyway." Though hesitant, Villiers reluctantly complies. "All right, Your Majesty." The king proclaims, "We will join in the demonic beast raid. Focus on killing the demonic beasts until the raid is over." All the soldiers respond in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Cyan's father turns to him and says, "You join too, Cyan." Cyan quickly responds, "Yes, father." The princess incredulously asks, "You can fight the demonic beasts?" Cyan answers, "Yes, although I'm still just supporting from the back. You should get to the shelter." Aaron hastily demands, "Take me with you." Upon receiving the request, Cyan wonders, what the hell is this kid saying? The attendant beside her tries to stop her, but Aaron insists, "You said you're the same age as me, then I can come too." Cyan warns, "People die here. It's not a playground." Aaron persists, "I don't care. I'm going, and no one can stop me." Cyan, frustrated with Aaron's stubbornness, angrily calls his knight, Yulkin. Yulkin, with a terrifying demeanor, says from behind, "Yes, young master. I, Yulkin, will substitute the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety in the camps." "Let's go, Your Highness." Aaron, somewhat scared but still defiant, exclaims, "Impudent! How dare you treat me, a princess, in such a manner?" Cyan, with a menacing look, leans close to Aaron's face and says, "Dozens of knights might die because of your stubbornness. A split-second decision can decide your fate of either dying or surviving in a war. Can you take responsibility for all those lives?" Hearing this, Aaron felt so scared that she almost burst into tears. Cyan walked away, leaving her behind with the knights and saying, "Go back if you're going to cry like a child, Your Highness." At this moment, Aaron could only stand and watch Cyan leave in silence. At the center of the battlefield, a monster resembling a giant snail was devouring the small soldiers. The soldiers teed each other on, "Do not fall back. Halt." Villiers appeared, brandishing his sword and shouting, "Get back into formation. Protect His Majesty and slay all the monsters. Do not spare even a single one of them." Upon hearing his command, all the soldiers charged into battle with unwavering determination. Dion Severus, the emperor of the Ushif Empire, had 2 wives. Diana Quazel was his first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nepellus is his second wife and is considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former Empress Diana gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current Empress Cassandra gave birth to the 3rd prince and 4th prince. However, Aaron Severus, the 5th princess, was a bastardized daughter born to a peasant mistress. People treated her as something like a scarecrow of a princess for her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as a part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her, and she was kicked out of the royal family and the empire. Rumors spread that she died alone from a disease on an island, leading people to call her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. After recounting the story, Kiram asked, "Isn't that what your father always told you in your past life?" Cyan, who was currently in a state of battle with monsters, replied, "It's different. That's what royal politics are like." At this moment, a giant snail was attacked by powerful lightning strikes, its body thoroughly cooked. Other giant snails suffered a similar fate. Cyan stood nearby, observing and evaluating. The Emperor Shur is skilled with his holy lightning skill. The king is slaughtering all the giant snails within his reach. Cyan stated, "Emperor Dion is known publicly for being an 8th star in magic rank. Had he not become an emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. I'm sure an intermediate rank demonic beast is no problem for him. I guess you could say that being an emperor is his hobby." After a period of fighting within the camp, the king and Cyan's father were sitting, enjoying wine. The king said, "It's been a while since I shared a drink with you, Villiers. Although I do feel quite lonesome that it's only me drinking." Villiers replied, I'm sorry. I do not allow myself to drink on the front lines. At this point, the king changed the subject, saying, Anyway, I was reminded when you asked me about the current atmosphere in the empire. There has been a recent spike in assassinations of nobles. It's causing a lot of anxiety, Villiers remarked. Are there any patterns to these assassinations? The king replied, Yes. All of the assassinated nobles were corrupt officials. Plus, black fog was present at all the murder scenes. Hearing that detail, Villiers pondered thoughtfully. The king asked, Do you have an idea? Villiers responded, I did find traces of them here yesterday. It seems like the black fog followers have been on the move again. The king replied, It makes sense, but you'll need to look into it more. I do appreciate that you're taking care of the garbage, but I can't just sit by and watch as the people grow more anxious. There's something else that concerns me. Villiers inquired, What is it? The king replied, Some damn noble is blabbering that this is the fifth princess's fault. Villiers asked again to confirm, You mean there are people trying to tie Princess Erin to those incidents? The king clarified further, I've been suppressing them by shrugging it off as nonsense, but it seems like there is a group that wants to use her. Let me ask you for a favor as a friend and not as an emperor. If I end up dying before you, please take care of that child. Accepting the request from the king, Villiers responded with a serious face, I, Villiers, will carry out your majesty's orders to completion. Upon receiving Villiers' assurance, the king was pleased and thanked him. At the campsite, it was raining heavily. In Cyan's tent, Emily was feeling frustrated and asked, That's all? Cyan replied, What more did you expect? Emily said firmly, She's the princess. You just ended the escort there. You're never going to get married at this rate. Criticized by Emily, Cyan felt it was a bit much, thinking, I wasn't going on a date. Then Cyan left the tent, telling Emily, Anyway, I'll trust you to take care of things while I'm gone. Emily expressed some concern, asking, Are you going training again? It's raining so hard. Cyan reassured her, Don't worry about it. Don't stay up waiting for me either. But as he was about to leave, a girl in a cloak stood outside in the rain, waiting at Cyan's camp gate. Cyan was puzzled by the person in front of him. Emily, fearful, asked, Who are you? At this point, the stranger took off her hood, revealing herself as Princess Erin, and asked, Cyan, where were you going to go? Erin approached him and asked, Sorry, can we talk if you're not busy? Quickly changing her demeanor, she welcomed Erin warmly. Outside Cyan's camp, there were not only soldiers from Cyan's clan, but also royal soldiers. Erin asked Cyan, How long have you been here? Cyan replied, About a month. He curiously asked her, Why did you come to see me? Erin felt something slightly ominous behind her and said, Can you excuse us for a bit? Cyan turned to Emily and said, Emily, go outside for a bit. Before leaving, Emily turned back and said, All right, have a good time together. With everything quiet now, Cyan thought to himself, A good time with a 10-year-old? No, I'm 40 in this situation. Erin hesitantly said, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I feel like I didn't act as a princess should. Cyan responded politely, You don't need to worry about that. I apologize for being rude. Erin smiled and said, No, I would have said the same thing if I were you. Her smile faded, and her face took on a slightly saddened expression as she continued, You're acknowledged by a lot of people, unlike me, and you're a lot more mature. Seeing Erin's change in demeanor, Cyan thought, So that's the kind of personality she has. Erin then expressed her desire, Right, you're entering the academy too, right? Let's be. Cyan understood what she was suggesting and cut her off before she could finish. His face turned serious with a hint of intimidation as he firmly declined, I'm sorry, but I don't believe I can be of any help to you. This made Erin feel fearful for a moment. Cyan clarified his stance, If you're here to make friends, please leave. Erin tried to persuade Cyan, I just wanted us to be on good terms. You're harsh. Do you also think that I'm just a shell of a princess? Not receiving a response to her difficult question, Erin continued, I understand. I guess there's no benefit in being friends with me. Sorry for wasting your time. She then decided to leave, saying, I guess I was short-sighted. I thought maybe we could at least talk. But you're completely different from Sir Ascal, Aaron said. Hearing the name of his betrayed brother, Cyan became visibly unsettled, thinking, what did she just say? In that moment, he lost control and gripped Aaron's hand tightly to stop her from leaving. In pain, Aaron asked, what's with you? Cyan responded with a cold tone, Ascal? How do you know my brother? Fearfully, Aaron replied, I got to know him when I was touring the Royal Academy last year. He advised me not to care about what others think and that I should just fulfill my role as a princess. Hearing this, Cyan understood the issue at hand. He thought to himself, advised her, huh? I know that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. It all began as soon as she met him. The plan to bring down Princess Aaron. Cyan was furious, but still worriedly warned Aaron, let me warn you. But his words were cut short as their camp was suddenly shaken. Emily rushed in from outside, saying, young master, you have to run. At that moment, a giant log came crashing down onto Cyan's camp from above, so fast that no one could perceive its approach. The entire camp was smashed. Emily, luckily outside the attack range, escaped death. What appeared before them now was a huge monster holding a tree branch. People began to shout to each other, damn it, that's the young master's tent. Hurry, check if the young master is okay. Emily sat crouched on the ground, engulfed in fear, calling for her master. By now, the shock had reached Villiers' camp. The king and Villiers were worried, unsure of what was happening. A soldier entered to report. The king's face darkened as he asked, what did you just say? The soldier reported in detail. Advanced-rank demonic beasts ambushed the rear camps of the border regions. I believe the princess was there when it happened. The king urgently ordered, everyone in the imperial army, to the rear camps immediately. We need to secure the safety of the princess. The soldier acknowledged the order and replied, yes, your majesty. The king pondered. She was in the rear camps? Whom was she going to see? The scene shifted to the area under attack by the monsters. Two ogres appeared. Cyan, lucky after the attack, was now hiding and assessing the situation. Deathworms and ogres too? They should only reside in the deeper regions of the valley. For them to be here in the rear camps, something must have changed. Is it because of me? He wondered. Emily cried, young master, I thought you were really dead. I'll never leave your sight again. Returning to the time of the attack, when the camp was attacked from above, Cyan managed to hold Aaron and dodge to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. He silently evaluated, back in my day, I even killed the Demon King, as if I died as some mere troll. Aaron worriedly asked, do you think the knights in the camps are okay? Emily replied, don't worry, your highness. The knights are really strong. Aaron hugged her face and cried, this wouldn't have happened if I didn't come here. The knights that came with me are... The knights behind her reassured her, we're okay, your highness. It's given that we would protect you as the knights of the empire. The remaining knight also smiled confidently and said, he's right, your highness. We'll protect you with our lives. Suddenly, Cyan's expression turned serious as he warned the knights, move. The knights didn't understand his meaning and were unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. In the next moment, the troll's large hand grasped one knight's body, and with a single grip, the knight was killed. Cyan stepped forward to protect Aaron and instructed her to step back. Seeing Cyan's appearance, the troll seemed to recognize something. Cyan immediately realized, I knew it. It's me that it wants. Upon identifying its target, the troll threw the knight's body aside. Cyan urgently told everyone, I'll distract the troll, so get away with the princess. Emily agreed without hesitation, not worrying about Cyan. She carried Aaron and said, what are you doing, Mr. Knight? Let's go. Cyan thought angrily. She was really eager to leave, huh? The troll raised both hands to attack Cyan, who prepared to counter. In the next moment, his sword cut through the troll's arm. After the attack, Cyan wondered, why are the advanced-ranked demonic beasts all attracted to me? I feel like they're smelling something on me. Kiram chuckled maliciously and said, you drank the blood of countless demonic beasts to become strong. That's why you reek of them. It'd be weird if they didn't come for you. Cyan asked urgently, you knew about this? Why are you telling me now? Kiram smirked and replied, Did you forget? What I want is your body. Before she could react, Cyan squeezed her from Kiram's body, and Kiram's sword appeared. Kiram complained, What are you doing? Please treat me better. Cyan demanded, Shut up. I don't care how many monsters come at me. After saying that, he rushed towards the troll. The troll threw a punch at him, but he dodged and approached its head, cutting it off. The troll's heavy body fell to the ground. Cyan said, Now that no one's watching, let's go sip on some advanced rank demonic beast blood. In front of him was a crowd of large monsters. Kiram excitedly said, Oh, it's going to be a feast. But then he noticed something and said, Wait, is that a large dragon with a purple body? A large dragon with a purple body appeared. Cyan exclaimed, A devil dragon. Its roar echoed around them. Kiram confirmed, No, it's still a baby. I guess it also smelled you. Cyan smiled maliciously, thinking, It doesn't matter why the dragon is here. Demonic sword manifest. Cyan and Kiram's bodies merged. What matters is that I catch that thing. With a confident and intimidating face, he declared, You have to catch that dragon. No, you have to eat it. On another side of the camp, a monster was attacked by several golden lightning bolts. The king asked, Is this the last one, Vilyrth? Vilyrth replied, Yes, it seems so. The king asked, What about the princess and your son? Vilyrth replied, I can't find their traces past the tent. I'm sorry. The king said, It's fine. I'm sure you're worried about your son too. Vilyrth, trusting in Cyan, responded, There's no need to worry about him. What matters right now is the princess. The king thought, That's cold. Is he really your son? Vilyrth affirmed, A Vert should know to watch out for himself. At that moment, someone came to report, Your Majesty, we found Her Highness. The king asked, Are you sure? Immediately after, Aaron rushed in, calling, Father! The king inquired about her condition. Are you hurt anywhere? Aaron, worried, said, Hurry, we need to save him. The king asked, Save who? Aaron explained, Sigh. Because of me, he's... The king asked her to calm down and said, Tell me what's going on. Vilyrth stepped forward and asked, Are you Cyan's maid, are you not? Yes, I am, your grace, Emily replied. With a terrifyingly dark face, Vilyrth said, Tell me, has something happened to Cyan? Emily, frightened, thought, I'm scared. I've never seen the Duke look so scary before. Trembling, she stuttered, The young master acted as bait to give us time to run away. Hearing this, Vilyrth's eyes sharpened as he looked at Emily. The royal soldier next to them immediately said, I remember where he was last. If you just give me an order, I will go with others to save the young master. The king urged, What are you waiting for, Vilyrth? Hurry. But contrary to everyone's thoughts, Vilyrth remained silent for a moment, and then said, We are not doing that. People were puzzled by his decision. The king asked again, Vilyrth, are you serious? Vilyrth calmly said, We must take care of this situation first. If these camps fall, the demonic beasts will invade the empire. We must reconstruct the place right away. That is the only way to prevent more deaths. Emily, terrified but still speaking up, said, Then what about the young master? Vilyrth said coldly, He's done his duty by helping the princess evacuate. That is what it's like to be a Vert. Hearing these words, the princess wondered, Why? Just why? No, because of me again. Suddenly, a cry from above interrupted the conversation. Aaron heard and wondered, this cry, that sound, a dragon. A dragon flew above them. Shortly after, she discovered the image of Cyan clinging to the dragon's leg. Cyan, with a foolish expression and tears streaming down his face, was trying to cling to the dragon's leg. Dragons, creatures closest to the Creator, were revered as rare and noble beings. Inferior beings like humans dared not easily approach them. After tangling with a dragon in the previous scene, Cyan found himself clinging to its leg. However, judging by Cyan's expression, he wasn't comfortable. In his heart, he thought, It's an honor to come across such a high and mighty creature, but why did it have to fly over the very people that can't be seen by? The dragon flew over the camp, right above Aaron's head. Worriedly, she called out Cyan's name. The king exclaimed, "Unbelievable, a dragon! Though, Villiers, why is your son on top of the dragon? What are you doing? Aren't you going to save him?" Villiers, with a worried expression, remained silent, contemplating what was happening to Cyan. Cyan, now atop the dragon, struggled to hold on and not fall off. He silently cursed, "Damn it all. I just wanted to drink its blood. I didn't expect this to happen." The scene shifted back shortly. With the appearance of the dragon, Cyan was excited and merged with Kiram to defeat it. "You have to catch that dragon." "No, you have to eat it," he declared. But facing Cyan were a horde of monsters attacking him. He expressed, "Screw off, you mongrels. I don't have any time to waste." Immediately, Cyan used his skill, Fog Sword rushing Fog Storm. Within seconds, his figure moved among hundreds of large monsters, cutting them into pieces. Then, he landed facing the dragon. Cyan remarked, "He's definitely not a fully grown dragon." The size speaks for itself. As Cyan identified his presence, the dragon immediately shot out a large energy beam from its mouth. Facing it, Cyan remarked, "Oh, tiled. That's real bright." As the powerful energy approached Cyan, he swiftly dodged, then quickly moved closer to the dragon's head. Kiram evaluated, "Ammon's action now. You're being rude." Cyan felt annoyed by the complaint. He then struck twice at the dragon's head. Kiram said, "You dare spit in my face on our first meeting? Well, you can take my sword to the face then." Cyan's strikes hit the dragon's face, leaving it wounded. The dragon roared in pain, creating a burst of air pressure that pushed Cyan far away. However, this only excited Cyan more as he saw his opponent worthy. He grinned excitedly. As the dragon's horn attacked, Cyan simply dodged aside. Then, he used his skill, Swordless Eighth Fluttering Petals. Cyan's body fluttered through the dragon's body, leaving it with many fatal strikes. The dragon fell from the sky to the ground, surrounded by swirling dust. Cyan, standing before the dragon, remarked, "Phew, I guess I can't take on a dragon just yet. My shoulders are sore. Well, time to wrap this up." The dragon stood up, its sharp eyes fixed on Cyan. Its body surged, creating a powerful gust of wind that made it difficult for Cyan to stand. Cyan prepared to attack, thinking, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Suddenly, something surprised Cyan. The massive dragon now seemed to be fleeing, its tail tucked, running away. It seemed quite sensitive to being struck by Cyan. Cyan panicked. "That lizard. He's running away. I can't let you go. Stop right there." Without hesitation, Cyan soared into the sky, chasing after the dragon. And that's why we see the current scene. Cyan still tightly clutching the dragon's leg, thinking to himself, "I guess I used up all of my luck coming across this dragon." After that, Cyan made his decision. "Well then, how will I take care of this situation?" At this moment, Kiram appeared and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing anything?" Cyan responded irritably, "What do you mean? Can't you see all those people below us?" Kiram, angered, retorted, "So what if you unsheathed me? You've got to do something at least." Cyan replied, "You want me to use the demonic sword with all those people watching? I'll be burned at the stake immediately if they see that." Kiram complained, "Then what? Are you just going to stay on this dragon?" Cyan, feeling annoyed, replied, "I'm thinking right now." Meanwhile, on the ground, Villiers was concentrating on casting some kind of spell, with golden swords surrounding the magic circle. Cyan recognized the spell and thought, "That's advanced 8-star magic. He's going to use the secret sword of the heavens." Knowing that his son would get swept up into it too when the time came, Villiers cast the spell. Dozens of swords flew, attacking towards the dragon. Cyan cried out, "You're really living up to your title as the continent's guardian father." As the swords attacked, the dragon showed no fear, maneuvering and dodging all the swords flying towards it. Cyan expressed in joy, "Oh, that's right. Good dragon. Keep avoiding it like before." Finishing the sentence, a sword attacked from behind, the dragon's blind spot, aiming straight towards Cyan. This made Cyan worried, and he expressed, I don't think you'll dodge this one. Then the sword grazed the dragon's leg, causing Cyan to lose his grip and fall freely downwards. Damn it. I can't believe I missed the opportunity for such a special meal, Cyan lamented. Kiram angrily exclaimed, What are you doing? Fly. Are you going to kiss the ground? Cyan disagreed, saying, No, if I use a mist, still I'll be burned at the stake. Kiram shouted, Are you just going to let yourself die then? Cyan resigned to fate, saying, I don't know, till, to maybe I'll even stop thinking. Suddenly, Cyan had an idea. He joyfully exclaimed, Wait, I think there's a way. Kiram speculated, Master, you're not going to fall in there, are you? In that shit-infested water, Cyan replied with resignation, What other choice do I have? Then, Cyan fell down into the river below, known to be created from the blood of monsters. But that didn't matter because, after all, Cyan managed to save his life. In a distant place, someone sensed that something was happening. A devil dragon flying around here? What a rare sight, another demon behind him said. It's a young one. Seems like it got lost and got itself into trouble, the young demon boy responded. There must be some strong demonic beasts over there, the red-haired demon replied. No, it's humans who live across that border. The young demon boy speculated, Humans? No, there's no way a dragon lost to something like a human. Then, he grew quiet. The demon next to him didn't understand his thoughts and asked, Is something bothering you? The young demon boy replied, I can feel a very strange energy from over there. Something strange, but also familiar. The red-haired demon suggested, If you're that concerned, you can go check it out. However, please refrain from killing everything you see just because you're bored. The young demon boy irritably said, All right, I won't cause any trouble. After saying that, he immediately created and flew towards Cyan's direction. At this point, at the position of the river of monsters, columns of bubbles of air rose from that position. Cyan emerged from below. He tried to crawl onto the nearby ground. Once ashore, he gasped for breath. Cyan grumpily complained about his life. Fuck my life. Cyan turned to the side and asked Kiram, You alive? Kiram, wet and angry, said, Don't even talk to me. I am trying to decide how I should kill you right now. Cyan reassured Kiram, We'll clean up once we go back. Don't be so mad. Kiram, clearly concerned, asked, Oh, so you're planning to go back? Get it together. This is the demon realm. Cyan tried to ease his worries, saying, Don't worry, there's no way we'd come across a higher demon here. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, I knew it. I knew something fun would be waiting for me here. The familiar voice sent a shock through them. I remember this voice, Cyan muttered, feeling its deep imprint in his memory. The young demon boy from earlier now stood in front of Cyan, his face fierce as he demanded, Are you a human? Cyan, taken aback by the sudden confrontation. The demon king Valkyrion, Cyan stated, recognizing the formidable figure before him. In the past, all who witnessed him agreed. Standing before me now is the embodiment of evil. Cyan, reacting swiftly, cursed under his breath. Damn it, Valkyrion. Why now? Valkyrion, with chilling patience, repeated his question. I asked if you're human. Aren't you going to answer me? In the next moment, Valkyrion's eyes changed, and he appeared behind Cyan with deadly intent. Do you want to fight me, kid? He asked in a deadly tone. Cyan, startled, swung his dagger behind him, but Valkyrion vanished and reappeared once more. Cyan seemed to reach his limit when a strand of Valkyrion's hair was cut off. Suddenly, Valkyrion's demeanor shifted dramatically. He chuckled and remarked, I did hear you're a kind with infinite potential. You dared to cut my hair. It might be true. Kiram then appeared, interrupting. Seems like the wrong time. But who is that? Cyan replied mentally to Kiram, the Demon King. Kiram, shocked, repeated, The Demon King? How the hell are you going to defeat him in the state you're in? It's impossible, Cyan responded. I can only try to run away. At this point, Cyan trembled, wondering, but could I survive against Valkyrion? Fortunately, Valkyrion had no intention of harming Cyan. He reassured him, "Hey, relax. What am I going to do against a little kid like you? You can calm down. Look, I'm really not going to do anything to you. We can talk with me lying down if you're so scared. Even if I'm an asshole, I won't fight kids." Cyan found this strange and wondered aloud. What? Why is he suddenly lying down? Valkyrion chuckled and asked again, "Are you human?" Cyan confirmed that he was. Valkyrion continued, "How did you get here?" Cyan replied, "Through the current of the water." Valkyrion mused, "So it's your first time in the demon realm. Your aura is a bit strange, you know? Who are you?" Cyan nervously denied any familiarity, sweating as he replied, "Just a normal human." Valkyrion smirked mischievously. "A normal human, but it feels like you know me." Cyan's mind raced. "We've never met before," he insisted. Valkyrion remained relaxed on the ground, saying, "I guess that's true. I've never seen a human before either. When could you have seen me?" Cyan pondered silently. Why is he so relaxed? Is he really the same Demon King I know? Valkyrion responded, "I felt a strange energy while making my rounds." Cyan wondered aloud. "Making your rounds?" Valkyrion confirmed, "Yes, as the Demon King. It's my duty to watch over the lands I rule." Suddenly, Valkyrion stopped and asked Cyan again, "Kid, what did I just say?" Cyan answered, "That it's given for you to watch over the lands you rule as the Demon King." Valkyrion chuckled. "Aren't you shocked? I'm the Demon King. I knew it. You do know me from somewhere. What kind of kid in the world would react like you did? Has your mom never threatened you by saying that the Demon King will take you away if you're not a good boy?" Cyan doubted himself, questioning, "There's no way he's the same Demon King. If things go like in my past life, the demon's invasion should start soon. But this guy doesn't seem like someone who would do that. If this is his true self, then what triggered him to change?" Cyan gathered his courage and asked, "If you're really the Demon King, what is it that you wish to accomplish?" Valkyrion laughed in response, asking the Demon King such a question. "You're quite bold." "Nothing much. I just want my people to live good lives and eat well. Though if anyone dares to get in the way, I will kill them all. That is my duty as the Demon King." At this point, Cyan started to feel fearful. He thought, "It was just for a moment, but I definitely felt it. The true monstrosity of Valkyrion that I knew in my past life. It's repressed right now, but some incident must have removed the chains on that side of him. I need to prevent that incident from happening." Cyan gathered his resolve and said, "Demon King, do you want to make a deal? Something will happen to you soon, something that threatens the people you rule over." Valkyrion, with an angry expression, asked, "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Cyan replied seriously, "I don't know exactly what the incident is, but I am certain that it will trigger a great war between humans and demons." Valkyrion, intrigued yet skeptical, asked, "You mean I'm going to want to take your lands?" Cyan responded calmly, "That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that you won't start a war, no matter what happens." Valkyrion considered this for a moment, then said with a hint of amusement, You're making no sense. All right, let's say that I don't start a war. What are you going to give me in return?" Cyan met Valkyrion's gaze firmly and replied, "I'll help you, no matter what happens. I'll do my best to support you." Valkyrion leaned in close, his expression serious. You know something." Then he smiled and asked, "Your name?" Cyan answered firmly, "Cyan Vert." Valkyrion nodded. "All right, Cyan Vert. I promise you, as the owner of the demon realm, that I will not invade your land no matter what happens." With that, Valkyrion's wings appeared, and he flew into the sky. Looking down at Cyan, he added, "But you better take responsibility for your own promise too. A deal is a deal after all." With Valkyrion gone, after some time, soldiers from the clan appeared, searching for Cyan. The inspection team found him conveniently lying there, and he was able to return safely. This earned him the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. They returned to an abbey on the borders of Velius, currently used as a military hospital. When Cyan woke up, he found Aaron beside him. Although he missed the moment before, Aaron said something to Cyan and asked again to confirm. In Cyan's mind, he thought, I thought things were resolved smoothly. Aaron's face flushed, and she hesitantly said, Will you? She seemed to intend to say something like, Will you marry me? But suddenly stopped and instead said, Will you be mine? Cyan's face looked bewildered because he didn't understand her meaning. He silently thought, What the hell is she saying? Cyan suddenly interjected, Nah. Aaron realized how confusing her words were, and with a sad expression, she started shedding tears. Ah, of course. I'm an incompetent princess. In this difficult situation, Cyan thought to himself, she's really getting on my nerves. I knew she was incompetent, but her attitude makes her even worse. It's obvious what's going to happen, but I can't stop thinking about how this piece of work is somehow involved in her tragic end. Cyan had made up his mind by now and spoke up, You're right. You can't bring any benefit to me or anyone else for that matter in your current state. You have no influence or even basic etiquette. It would actually be detrimental for me to be close to you. His words were cutting for a vulnerable princess. Then he added, However, I'll watch you from afar until you develop into someone better. This statement truly touched Aaron, and she asked, What do you mean? Watch me? Cyan tried to appear indifferent and replied, Yes, don't be disappointed. Aaron's emotions were stirred, but she tried to remain composed. No, I get what you mean. I just have to improve enough so that you'll acknowledge me. She pointed at Cyan and smiled, saying, Just wait and see. I don't know when, but I'm going to become so powerful you won't be able to ignore me. Cyan, seeing Aaron's confidence, felt puzzled but responded, I'm looking forward to it. However, he thought to himself, she cheered up real fast. She's just a kid. Before leaving, Aaron turned back with flushed cheeks. Ah, one more thing, she said. Thanks for being alive, really. Cyan, dumbfounded, surely couldn't understand her at this point. The scene shifts to another location, the outskirts of the rear camp, deep within the forest. A cloaked man moves through the snow until he reaches a tree stump. He looks around cautiously to ensure no one is watching. Once satisfied, he takes out a brightly colored cube. Holding the cube, he smiles joyfully and mutters, Not much left now. Suddenly, a voice startles him. So it was you, Reynold Crimson. As soon as the voice speaks, his body freezes. He cannot move. My body won't move. It's as if some invisible chains are tying me down. The person behind him is Cyan. Cyan smirked faintly. A small dimension box. I guess its commercialization has yet to happen. An artifact imbued with a dimensional realm and enough mana to allow infinite storage. He stepped closer to the man, who remained stiff and unable to move, showing signs of anger. It was the masterpiece of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, wasn't it? Cyan inquired calmly. I've been keeping an eye on it for a whole year because I felt someone in the Empire was smuggling them. With a deft motion, Cyan took the cubic block from the man's hand. So that's how you've been doing it. I'll be taking this. The man, powerless, could do nothing as Cyan continued. Cyan read out the man's personal information. Reynold Crimson, a 7-star mage knight from the Garum Kingdom. The man was astonished to hear his own details. Meanwhile, Cyan removed his hood, revealing his identity. The man was shocked to realize it was Cyan Vert standing before him and wondered why Cyan was here. Cyan emptied the contents of the cubic block, revealing body parts of monsters. I assume you extracted the blood of demonic beast corpses and smuggled them over in supply carriages allowed across the border. There's a spy helping you in the supply department, too. Upon hearing the accusations, the man immediately denied everything. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. Cyan remained calm. You don't need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. The man recalled supplying hellhound blood to Alice, suspecting her betrayal. Regardless, he couldn't let Cyan leave. Meanwhile, Cyan examined the monster parts and remarked, Aside from freshness, this thing's too big to eat. The man attempted to use magic and wondered how Cyan had managed to capture him. Gradually regaining control, he smiled crazily and broke free from Cyan's control. With a triumphant declaration, the man cast a spell called Breath Fire. directing magical flames towards Cyan with the intent to end his life. "The consequence of letting your guard down is death, kid," he sneered. Cyan realized the attack at the last moment, unable to evade in time. The magical flames engulfed him, and he thought, "Shit, I thought I was dead." The rumors about his opponent were true. The flames from the magic spread around. With calm composure, the man spoke, "Ha, I lost the precious dimension box. I never expected this kind of thing to happen in the midst of transport." But suddenly, his hand was severed. Before he could comprehend it, his hand had detached from his body, and he cried out in pain. Surrounding him was a haze of blood, and he wondered, What's this black fog?" At that moment, the protagonist reappeared, causing him to panic. He thought the protagonist had died. Immediately, the protagonist rushed forward and gripped his neck tightly, pressing him against a tree. The protagonist, now furious, emitted a menacing aura and began interrogating him. "Tell me about the smuggling route and the spy, or suffer a death so tragic that even Satan would pray for you," the protagonist said with a terrifying face. The scene then shifted to a bustling area where people were trading goods fervently. This place was Veliaz's western border trading post. At this moment, two men greeted each other and brought out their goods for inspection, 2 boxes this time. "We'll be able to take a bit more this time. I wonder how much is in this box," one of them said as they opened the next crate. However, what they found inside terrified them both. The smuggler's monstrous body parts, dealt with by the protagonist. His head was still in the box, surrounded by blood. The protagonist stood above, observing. Kiram then asked the protagonist, "Are you not going to do anything about those guys?" The protagonist replied, "Yeah, I assume the warning was enough. Garam Kingdom's 7-star mage knight, Reynold Crimson. He's been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the Ushif Empire's back. The items he smuggled were taken to the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association." The Garam Kingdom's Mage Association, the protagonist continued, is a place where all mages insanely obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They aspire to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they're making useful artifacts like the Dimension Box, but in the future, they'll do all kinds of insane stuff with the demonic beast blood. "I need to put a stop to it now." The protagonist left, and Kiram teased him. "Are you changing class from assassin to problem solver?" Annoyed, the protagonist requested Kiram to shut up. Kiram suggested, "I thought you were going to live for yourself. Isn't this a really selfless thing to do?" The protagonist replied firmly, "I just don't want any more people using the demonic beast blood." The scene shifted to a residence in the Ushif Empire. Ascal, the protagonist's older brother, stood by the window, reading some letters. In the letter's content, there was a mention of Cyan. Ascal wondered aloud. Cyan went to the front lines with father? An attendant on the bed, upon hearing the name Cyan, asked curiously, "Cyanvert? Ah, that half-brother of yours." Ascal responded with irritation, "Yes, he's been getting on my nerves. I'll have to go see him." At Cyan's camp, Emily finished packing their belongings neatly and expressed joy. "Finally, we're out of the front lines. I'm so excited. I bet the academy will be incomparable to this gloomy place." Cyan, however, lamented, "Yes, it's the beginning of hell for me." He explained that the academy wasn't what Emily expected. It was a place filled with politics, envy, jealousy, and prioritized networking over education. Still excited, Emily shared, "I heard there are lots of handsome instructors. I'm so excited." Cyan, curious, asked why she was so enthusiastic. Emily continued cheerfully, "Is romance finally coming into my life?" Cyan wondered, "Is she really coming to the academy for me?" After some time traveling from the battlefield back home, Cyan stepped down from the horse carriage and admired the surroundings. Suddenly, he encountered his half-brother again, but strangely, Krantz looked terrified upon seeing Cyan. As Cyan attempted a normal greeting, Krantz ran off in fear, leaving Cyan puzzled. Kiram then asked, "Who was that?" Cyan replied, "Krantz, my half-brother. Don't mind him." Kiram laughed and speculated, "I feel like you're the opposite of your family members." Cyan denied, Not really. I'm not that far off from Alice. In his mind, he thought, the real opposite is someone else. As Cyan entered the family hall, he was surprised to find the servants lined up respectfully, welcoming him back. Cyan wondered why they were suddenly polite, thinking, they never even glanced at me before. But now they're being all polite, as if father or that bastard is here. Much had changed over the past year. I guess it's the reward for my hard work, Cyan mused. As Cyan approached the door to his room, he felt a sinister aura emanating from within. Silently acknowledging, I recognize this aura. The aura that makes me shudder. Cyan opened the door and affirmed to himself, yes, beyond this door is that bastard. Behind the door stood the detestable face of Ascal, grinning disgustingly. It's been a while, Cyan, Ascal greeted casually. Cyan was shocked to encounter his brother in his own room. Reminding himself to stay calm, seeing Cyan's troubled expression, Ascal immediately asked, do you not remember me? I guess that would make sense. The last time I saw you was before I went into the academy. At that moment, Cyan didn't hear anything Ascal said. His face resembled that of a demon, his mind consumed by unrest. He had only one thought. As it is, I can't calm down. Right now, I'm going to kill. As soon as Cyan drew his demonic sword, Kiram appeared, attempting to restrain him. She stood beside him like a shadow, saying, get it together. If you don't want to die, there's no fun in killing him right now. Cyan was infuriated, but he managed to restrain himself. He bowed before Ascal and said, I greet my older brother. Ascal asked again, so, you do remember me? Cyan replied, how could I forget my own older brother's face? Ascal then patted Cyan's head and said, that makes me happy. Though this angered him, Cyan forced himself to remain calm. Ascal smiled and remarked, I was worried that you would have forgotten me. I'm glad you haven't. I heard that your swordsmanship has improved. You'll soon be able to help me on the battlefield. Cyan, with a serious expression, tried to control his response. Yes, I too. I'm looking forward to that very much. This made Ascal slightly doubtful of Cyan's expression. Then Ascal said, I'm glad I came here just to see you today. In Cyan's mind, he thought, he's the kind of guy to not even spare a glance at those he deems useless. Knowing that he's here for a reason is helping me calm down. Weirdly enough. Cyan then forced a strange smile and said, I missed you too. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Emily struggled with 2 suitcases, looking displeased. She complained, he doesn't even have any baggage. Couldn't he have helped me? As she reached the door to her room, she dropped the suitcases and expressed, I'm wiped. Then angrily, she opened the door and scolded, young master, how could you? However, upon seeing Ascal's presence, she fell silent and stunned. Ascal appeared friendly and smiled, saying, I heard you were close to Cyan. If you are comfortable with him, feel free to do your work. Don't mind me. After that, Ascal left. Cyan and Emily bowed to bid him farewell. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and said, oh yes, young master. I was so nervous. Then she displayed an angry expression towards Cyan's direction and said, young master, you should have told me in advance if the first young master was here. Feeling uncomfortable, Cyan spoke to Emily sharply, Emily, can you leave me alone for a bit? Emily, unaware of his mood, was about to say more but stopped when she met Cyan's intimidating gaze. He repeated, don't make me repeat myself. Emily found it difficult to comprehend. It was the first time she had seen Cyan in such an angry state. Cyan, feeling overwhelmed, rushed to the bathroom, vomiting out everything. His mood seemed somewhat better afterwards. Cyan then asked Kiram, why did you stop me? Kiram replied, shouldn't you be thanking me? Cyan retorted, it was a good chance for you to take over my body as well. With a wicked smile, Kiram replied, don't be mistaken. I just want your rage to grow. That way, you'll be more delicious. Understanding Kiram's intent, Cyan laughed and responded, all right, now that's like you. The scene shifted to Ascal's location. He summoned his servant, who promptly reported, I've tracked down the second young lady as you ordered. Ascal inquired, and where is she? The servant responded, she's in the north, In the territory of the White Elves, Farina. Ascal remarked. Farina. They're known for abhorring outsiders. She sure is skilled with others. Let me know if it looks like she's going to come back. The servant acknowledged the order, saying, Yes, young master. Then the servant curiously asked, Did something good happen? Ascal questioned, Why do you think that? The servant observed, You seem much brighter than usual. Was the meeting with your younger brother amusing? Ascal laughed and replied, Amusing, I guess you could put it that way. However, his demeanor quickly turned more ominous as he added, But you're wrong. I'm in a terrible mood right now. The servant immediately apologized. Ascal recalled Cyan's expression when they met, reflecting on those eyes as if he was looking at his lifelong nemesis. Is it my misunderstanding? He gets on my nerves. I'll have to keep an eye on him for now, Ascal thought. The servant replied, I'll assign someone to do that. As twilight fell, Ascal sat contemplating Cyan's inscrutable expression. He wondered, Cyan Vert, what are you hiding? The scene shifts to a carriage waiting outside the mansion, with Emily standing nearby. With a displeased expression, Emily addressed Cyan. I'm really disappointed in you, young master. Cyan tried to explain, It's not my fault. I can only take a night escort to the academy. However, Emily grew even angrier, reproaching, Then you should have at least let me know beforehand. After a heated argument, it was time for Cyan to leave. He waved goodbye to Emily before departing, saying, Anyway, be good, Emily. Emily seemed indifferent but replied, You be good, young master. With a mischievous expression, Cyan chuckled and signaled for the carriage to depart. Huh? You're really just leaving? Emily asked one last time, her eyes welling up with tears. She urged, Don't feel down even if you get bullied. As the carriage departed, Emily stood behind, gesturing for Cyan to take care of himself. Cyan felt a bit embarrassed but acknowledged, That's very like her to say. He reminisced about a childhood memory when he was sick. Outside, it was raining heavily when he was 8, and he was so feverish that he kept losing consciousness. No one was there to take care of him. The person who carried him on her back and sprinted to the nearest doctor back then was Emily. Emily ran through the streets, knocking on doors for assistance. Luckily, a kind old man opened the door for them. Lying on the sickbed, Cyan remembered Emily's attentive care, thinking, If it weren't for her, I probably would have been found dead somewhere in the mansion. Returning to the present, although they appeared to dislike each other outwardly, their relationship was akin to family. With a rare smile on his face, Cyan teased from the carriage, Emily, act right, or you're going to end up dead by my hand. Emily was delighted to hear his playful greeting and pretended not to hear. To Cyan, Emily was more important than a mere servant. After the farewell, Cyan sat quietly in the carriage, his gaze turned pensive. He assessed, Anyway, 6 whole intermediate class nights just to escort one person? This puzzled Cyan. He sighed, then smiled with hidden meaning, remarking, Seems like shit's going to go down before I even get to the academy. After some time on the road, the sun had set, and the carriage slowed down. 2 knights seemed to signal each other about a plan. Cyan, calmly lying in the carriage, seemed to grasp everything. A knight approached and suggested, Young master, I think we should camp here for tonight. Cyan inquired, Yeah? Where are we? The knight informed him they were in the central city of Saffron and added, We'll probably arrive in the city in the morning tomorrow. Cyan agreed and instructed, All right, let me know when you're done setting up. The knight acknowledged the order, Yes, young master. Cyan observed the surroundings and realized the knight had lied. He thought, There isn't a forest like this near Saffron. It's not somewhere nice and shady either. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Cyan confirmed to himself, It's obvious what they're trying to do. Right after that, a knight spoke to Cyan, Young master, you may come out now. Cyan stepped out from the carriage. He knew everything but tried to feign ignorance and remarked, The air is really refreshing. At this point, all the knights surrounded Cyan. Seeing a stranger among them, Cyan asked for their identity. The man in a brown cloak seemed to grow anxious, and the other knights shared the same sentiment, remaining silent. Suddenly, one of them smirked. Cyan noticed with a menacing gaze and asked again, I asked a question. The knight with a smirk on his face and sword in hand replied, "You don't need to know. You're going to die soon anyway." Other knights began to express regret. "It's a shame that it's come to this," one said. Another added, "There are no personal feelings, though. I'll be nice enough to make it as painless as possible. You just need to stand there with your eyes closed." Then the sinister-faced knight lunged towards Cyan, bidding farewell. However, Cyan faced him calmly, and in an instant, the man's body lay in pieces, his head severed by Cyan. After dispatching one knight, Cyan, now with a chilling tone and bloodlust emanating, brandished his sword and demanded, "I asked, who the fuck is behind this?" The remaining knights, paralyzed by fear, couldn't move, their faces filled with terror. Unfazed, Cyan continued, "Why are you all not moving? Did you not expect this to happen?" The man in the brown cloak, horrified, couldn't believe what he witnessed. Then one knight, summoning courage, charged at Cyan in a desperate attempt to survive, but seconds later his head was separated from his body. Cyan unleashed a barrage of strikes, each cut aimed directly at the remaining knights, slicing through their bodies. They cried out in agony until their lives ended. One of them, too terrified, attempted to flee but couldn't escape Cyan's swift demise. The man in the brown cloak froze in terror, tears streaming down his face, questioning, "This is really an 11-year-old? He reasoned, there was a reason he came alive after fighting a dragon. Cyan retrieved his sword, fixing his menacing gaze on the man. As Cyan approached, the man fell to the ground, trembling and attempting to retreat. With a threatening gaze, Cyan demanded the man to confess everything. Overwhelmed with fear, the man immediately revealed, Mrs. Margaret was behind this. Hearing the answer, Cyan found everything too easy. He seemed somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, the man continued sobbing and trembling. The horse carriage departed with the man at the reins and Cyan sitting inside. The man elaborated further. "From what I heard, young Master Krantz asked Mrs. Margaret for a favor. We were all assuming that this mission was because of that." Cyan was surprised by the revelation, thinking, it was Krantz. All he could do when he saw me was book it. I'll teach him a good lesson when I see him again. Then the man, trembling, asked, "What's going to happen to me now? Are you going to kill me?" Cyan replied, "You don't look that sad about it." The man expressed, "We were the ones that tried to kill you first. I have no right to resent you if you kill me." Cyan disregarded it and instructed, "Just drive. There's a difference between being useless and having no value in being alive." He added, "You're good at driving the carriage." The man was surprised and thanked Cyan. As they approached a majestic city, Cyan announced, "We're here. Central City, Saffron." The scene shifts to a room where a vase lies shattered on the floor, and a startled woman's voice is heard questioning, "What the hell do you mean?" Her butler, seeing the woman's hands tremble as she seeks confirmation, says, "One is missing, and the other 6 were found dead." The butler confirms, adding, "Young Master Cyan left Saffron 10 days ago." Having heard everything, the woman is deeply shocked and exclaims, "You said it wouldn't be a problem. How did that happen?" The butler bows apologetically and replies, "We've underestimated the young master." Enraged, the woman rebukes him. "How can you fail at getting rid of some little child?" The butler, with a worried expression, attempts to suggest, "I think there must be someone behind the scenes that we don't know of. If you give me one more chance, I'll send someone to the academy too." The woman cuts him off angrily and anxiously states, "Enough. If we do that, then sign. If he puts even a hand on Krantz." Remembering Cyan's terrifying face and his past threats, she adds, "Don't you want your son to graduate in one piece?" Just recalling it makes the woman fearful of the consequences if she takes any further action. She then turns away and orders the butler, "It's fine. Don't do anything." The butler bows in obedience, and the woman continues, "And no one must know about this." The butler acknowledges the request and follows the woman's instructions. As the butler leaves, his actions catch the attention of Ascal. The scene shifts to Cyan, who lounges comfortably on a horse-drawn carriage, thinking, "It has been 10 days since we left Saffron. Brian has been acting as my subordinate all this time. I assume they know that I'm still alive. At this rate, I'll safely arrive at the Royal Academy, so I'll have to think about what to do with Brian. Interrupting Cyan's rest, Brian opens the carriage window and announces their arrival. Cyan half opens his eyes, confirming the information. As they reach the academy, Cyan reminisces, brings back the old days. I can't really call them good memories, but this academy changed me in many ways. Cyan stands before the academy's reception desk, presenting his family crest and introducing himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The staff, upon hearing Cyan's family name, express surprise. The woman attempts to regain composure and welcomes Cyan with a smile. Yes, of course. You're registered. She then instructs Cyan, you just need to go to the assigned dormitory and wait. The woman at the reception desk continues, you'll need to attend the entrance ceremony and the elemental test in 2 days. Cyan is surprised to learn he's been assigned a private room and wonders if he's misunderstanding something. The woman remains silent, handing Cyan a tray with his belongings, including a key to his designated room and a letter. Cyan, still incredulous, tries to confirm with the woman, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Cyan and Brian move to their assigned room. Brian, overwhelmed, drops all the luggage abruptly with a shocked expression, staring wide-eyed and speechless. As Cyan enters the room, he observes the luxurious surroundings and quietly evaluates, the Royal Hall? No one in my family has ever been assigned to the Royal Hall. Someone has to be behind this. Cyan turns to Brian to confirm the information and asks, is that all the luggage there was? Brian, still in shock, responds firmly, yes, that's all you had. Cyan then reaches into his coat, intending to retrieve something, and says, since I made it to the academy and all the luggage is here, your role is done? Brian, terrified by Cyan's words, breaks into a cold sweat and begs Cyan for mercy. However, Cyan surprises him by tossing a bag of gold coins. Brian, bewildered, tries to understand the situation. Cyan turns away towards the window, waving his hand and says, for all your work, it should be enough to help you start a new life wherever you go. You might end up dead, so don't go back to Velius. Although I won't stop you. Hearing this, Brian's expression becomes solemn, and he stands frozen for a moment. Then, suddenly, Brian kneels on one knee and declares, I, Brian Kendrick, an official knight of Velias, would like permission to serve you my entire life. Cyan, with a puzzled, naive expression, asks, you're a knight? I thought you were a coachman. Brian responds hesitantly, yes, although I'm the lowest of the low, so I was on stuff like coachman duty. Brian then adds, my father always used to tell me that if I meet someone I can trust and serve all my life, I should ask to serve him without hesitation. Hearing Cyan's unsatisfied tone, Brian doesn't fully grasp what Cyan is referring to. Cyan, now emanating a formidable aura, looks at Brian and asks, how do you know that I won't stab you in the back in the future? Despite being fearful, Brian firmly replies, even if you were to, it doesn't matter. Upon receiving Brian's steadfast answer, Cyan pats him on the shoulder, acknowledging his loyalty, and says, don't ever think about betraying me. Cyan then leaves, stating, I don't want to go to the entrance ceremony. Let's just go to the elemental test. Brian responds, yes, young master, and watches Cyan leave, still puzzled by everything. Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy Dean's office, Kundal Quazel evaluated the student intake for the year. It seems like we have quite a few talented students at the elemental test this year, he mused. Based on the results of the previous assessment, notable individuals include Princess Erin Severus with a 2-star mana control ability, B-rank physical ability, and 52% purity in the light attribute. Seth Chaharkin follows with a 3-star mana control ability, A-ranked physical ability, and 71% purity in the sand attribute. The Royal Academy Dean stroked his beard, holding the evaluation report. These children are surprising enough. However, when it came to this Cyan character, the Dean was puzzled by Cyan's stats, a mana control ability of only 1 star, S-ranked physical abilities, and a dark attribute with a purity level of 92%. The woman in front of him, named Sarika Nigrathi, an academy instructor, expressed, Even Alicevert, who was titled God's child, had only 88% in the water element by the time she graduated. The dean evaluated. Interesting. Even the child who was praised for possessing top-notch talents could not match up to her younger brother. Nigrathi agreed, expressing concern. The Cyan character's attribute is darkness. His talents might rot, considering his element. The dean asked, "Were you aware that Cyanvert was assigned to the Royal Hall?" Sarika Nigrathi replied, "Yes, I heard from the other instructors." The Academy dean explained further, "It was the Emperor's orders." This surprised Nigrathi greatly. The dean added, "Apparently, Cyan saved the young princess from the monsters on the front lines. He's even considering marrying the two. The fifth princess, who was considered a failure, marrying into the Verts, who have never failed to raise extremely talented individuals. What kind of consequences do you think that would have?" Nigrathi speculated. The conflicts over the succession will be heightened, and the Empire might split up over the issue, perhaps leading to a civil war. The Academy dean reminded her, "Don't overthink it. All we can do is watch anyway. It's for us to witness whether that child will become the Empire's hero or bring forth its downfall." Meanwhile, after the examination, Cyan moved along the corridor, thinking about his test results, particularly his attribute purity score of darkness, which was a very high 92%. This led him to speculate, "I think I was in the 80s in my past life. Is it from drinking all that demonic beast blood?" Suddenly, he encountered Krantz in the hallway. While Cyan greeted Krantz normally, Krantz visibly retreated in fear. Cyan privately reflected, "Yeah, I'm sure it's really shocking to see someone you thought was dead." Alongside Krantz was another tall figure who didn't seem friendly at all. This person asked Krantz, "Is this the kid you treat like your slave?" Krantz, now fearful of the question from his companion, stuttered in response, Yeah, this is Cyan." The young man, with a mocking smile, looked at Cyan and insulted him. "I heard you don't even know who your mom is." Cyan looked at this young man and recognized him as Popper Pineron, the son of Gam Kingdom's Marquis Pineron. He was someone who bullied Cyan as much as Krantz did in his past life. Cyan's eyes quickly changed as he thought about those memories. With a wicked smile, Cyan declared, "How lucky of me to meet him now." Popper, still oblivious to the looming threat, urged Krantz, "Move. Someone like him needs a good beating." Krantz, afraid, responded, Popper, wait." Popper, unaware of the danger before him, commented on Cyan, What's with his eyes?" Krantz tried to avoid a confrontation with Cyan and suggested, "Hey, why don't we just go to the cafeteria?" But things took a turn for the worse. Cyan suddenly rushed forward, kicking Popper straight into the wall, causing it to crack behind him. Krantz, with a shocked expression, called out the name of his friend, Popper. After receiving Cyan's kick, Popper now lay unconscious on the floor. Cyan then turned to Krantz, his brother, and said, "Why don't we have a chat, Krantz?" Krantz, terrified, could only stammer apologies. Cyan, with a terrifying expression, approached Krantz, placing a hand on his shoulder, causing Krantz to sweat and nearly cry. Cyan leaned in close to Krantz's ear and whispered, "I don't care what you do behind my back because I'm lenient, but if I ever see you again, you will be graduating in a wheelchair." Krantz, petrified by the threat, was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. After Cyan left, Krantz collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed by the fear Cyan instilled in him. Cyan, with a sinister smile, thought to himself, "I think my life here is going to be fun." Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy's library, Sarika, an academy instructor, was moving through the shelves, contemplating, Cyan, a hero or a downfall? I'll have to keep a close eye on him. She then moved towards the spot where the book she wanted was supposed to be, only to find it missing. She wondered about the disappearance of the book when suddenly Cyan appeared behind her and asked, "Are you looking for this?" Startled by Cyan's presence, Sarika tried to remain calm and forced a smile, saying, "How did a student get in here? Students aren't allowed in here." In her mind, Sarika was alarmed. I couldn't detect his presence. She then tried to pretend she didn't know Cyan and asked, "You're Mr. Cyan, am I correct? Can you give that to me? I really need it for my research." Cyan responded with a friendly face. This? Of course. Cyan handed Sarika something resembling a letter instead of the book she was looking for. Sarika was about to thank Cyan when suddenly a sharp weapon attacked Cyan from Sarika's direction, catching him off guard. Fortunately, what was cut off was the book, not Cyan's body. Cyan now said, "Is that not what you were looking for, Instructor Sarika?" Cyan changed his tone and said again, "No, the assassin organization's Hall Master of Mist, Sarika Nigrathi?" Now revealed, her true self with a cold gaze. Sarika held the letter hidden within the book and asked Cyan, "What the hell? How do you know that?" Cyan then recounted, "In my past life, I thought Instructor Sarika's first impression was very ordinary. She was very friendly. She inquired about the situation at the academy and was very interested, often conversing with me. She expects growth from someone who's being bullied by his own brother." It sounded like a joke. At that moment, Sarika said to Cyan, "I'm actually very interested in you." This caught Cyan by surprise. Sarika acknowledged Cyan's abilities and said, "It's rare to see someone with 84% in the dark element." Cyan, with a self-conscious face, responded, "But I was told that it's not a special element." Sarika continued to encourage and uplift Cyan, stating, "That's because humanity doesn't know much about it. I actually think that your growth potential is infinite." In Cyan's mind, a thought emerged. I was swept up in confusion. Maybe this person can help me. However, at the current moment, Cyan realized it was my misunderstanding. I was being deceived. I must not fall for that innocent-looking face. Being an instructor here is her cover job. She's actually an assassin. She's the hall master of the assassin organization, Mist, and she's hiding out in the academy where all the royals and nobles of the continent come to learn. Sarika, now composed, suggested, "I'll hear you out in my lab. Come with me." Sarika's demeanor surprised Cyan, revealing a foolish expression. In Cyan's mind, he thought, she didn't really react as dramatically as I had expected. At this point, both of them were in Sarika's lab, surrounded by numerous peculiar items. Cyan looked around and assessed, this place hasn't changed. Cyan, now composed, casually sipped his tea, then smiled brightly and said, "You put poison in the tea." In Cyan's mind, he evaluated, I knew things were going too smoothly. Sarika responded with a cheerful smile, saying, "It's not a very severe poison. Don't worry, it'll only melt your organs." Cyan confidently thought, "But this won't work on me. I'm someone who has consumed countless demonic beasts' blood and Emily's food." Cyan then changed his demeanor, revealing a serious expression fitting the current situation, and said, "Maybe use something a bit stronger next time." Sarika, no longer attempting friendliness, said, "Then shall we talk?" She asked Cyan, "How do you know who I am? Plus, you knew that I received my orders in that specific unpopular book in the library. You were aware of the exact location too. Are you perhaps trying to tell me that you're also a part of Mist?" Cyan calmly responded with a question, "What more proof do you need?" Hearing this, Sarika became somewhat uncomfortable and exclaimed, "Huh, you got a big head because of your elemental test, huh?" Cyan didn't answer Sarika's question but recounted to her, before setting off to Chatran, "I was asked by everyone if just one escort knight will do, and a coachman at that." Cyan continued his line of questioning, because nobles have been murdered left and right recently. Then, Cyan asked Sarika, "When did the Purification project begin?" Sarika feigned ignorance and asked back, "The Purification project?" With hostility emanating from her, she confirmed, "I'm not sure what you're talking about." Cyan, also displaying strength, admitted his own hostility and replied, "I'm referring to the assassinations, of course." Sarika, now with a threatening tone, said, "You might regret what you just said." Unfazed, Cyan confronted Sarika, "Are you threatening a student right now?" Sarika didn't stop the conversation. She flipped the table they were sitting at to obstruct Cyan's view. With a serious expression, Cyan prepared to defend himself and asked, "So that's how you're going to respond?" Then he punched directly into the table, breaking it in half. Sarika, with the skills of an assassin, appeared on the ceiling with 2 daggers in hand, ready to attack Cyan. Cyan, Recognizing the presence of Cica as an assassin herself, calmly stated, "I thought I proved my identity enough." Cica showed no intention of stopping. She swiftly lunged towards Sign, threatening, "Even if you're really a part of Mist, there can't be a member I don't know about since I am a hall master." Then followed two light fast strikes. Cyan managed to evade the attacks just in time. Cica persevered, speaking with an excited smile, "I won't let you go." Cyan, now wearing a displeased expression, drew the Kirim blade and said, "I guess I have no choice then." He then launched a direct attack towards Cica with just one hand, pushing her back. In surprise at his strength, changing his grip on Kirim, he rushed at Cica with a serious expression, stating, "If you can't believe me, then I'll show you." This was followed by a series of attacks from various angles, making it difficult for her to defend herself. Eventually, she called for a halt to the fight, astonished and questioning the object Cyan held. She wondered, "That dagger? Is it the demonic sword Kirim that only the one chosen by Eru can wield?" Cyan, holding Kirim, spoke coldly, "Do you believe me now? I assume Mist is looking for the successor right now." Cica, bewildered, questioned, "How do you know that?" Cyan confirmed with a cold expression, "The very person you've been searching for is right here." He then requested, "Cica, bring me to Eru." The scene shifts to a street somewhere in Lewin. The entire area was enveloped in darkness with a sliver of moonlight shining down. Cica led Cyan using magic to open a door. As the door opened, a gloomy mist emerged from deep within the room. Cica then said to Cyan, "You're not even surprised that there is a mist base in a place like this? Here, this is the path to the altar you wanted to go to. You are on your own from here onwards." Then Cica left, leaving Cyan alone to proceed into the darkness. Cyan observed his surroundings and assessed, "This is a unique realm made with the power of the god of fog. Because of that, it's much bigger than it looks from the outside." Cyan also noticed the presence of ambushers, thinking, "Anyway, 2 at 4 o'clock, 3 at 11 o'clock. Shortly after, daggers were suddenly thrown towards Cyan, but he anticipated them and easily blocked them all. However, these attacks were just distractions. Two masked assassins approached Cyan from behind. Cyan calmly thought, "I predicted this, but this kind of welcome ceremony is a bit much, isn't it?" As the two assassins attacked, Cyan calmly dodged and stepped back. The speed of their attacks was so fast that their figures seemed like flashes of red light. They also threw a barrage of concealed weapons at Cyan, but he remained calm and blocked them all. At the same time, Cyan countered by throwing the daggers back at the assassins, nearly striking one in the face. Nevertheless, the assassin's skills were not to be underestimated. Despite the close range, the assassin managed to deflect all the thrown daggers. Cyan observed the situation and thought, "He deflected my dagger in that short moment." He admired their exceptional assassination techniques. Not giving Cyan any respite, all the assassins targeted him for an attack. Their secret technique, expansion, was activated, followed by the Deathworm formation. Cyan was put in a difficult position as he was attacked from all 4 directions simultaneously. However, this did not seem to trouble Cyan much. He had grasped their assassination techniques, and in the next moment, Cyan used his own secret technique, expansion. His entire body emitted a red aura surrounding his form. The assassins were astonished when they saw this, realizing it was their own secret technique. They were even more shocked that this technique was being executed by a child. As the 4 assassins closed in on Cyan, he quickly executed the skill, Bloodthirst Wave, causing the red aura to surge in a wave, covering the surrounding area. Cyan explained, "Bloodthirst Wave is a secret technique exclusive to assassins that allows you to manifest bloodthirst into a physical form to attack others." As the assassins were hit by the technique, the red aura enveloped their bodies, squeezing them and making it impossible for them to breathe. After a while, all the assassins who were hit by the technique fell unconscious. Cyan observed the situation and confirmed that they wouldn't be able to get up for a while. However, things were not over yet. Cyan's attention turned to the final assassin, who had been standing and observing without taking any action until now. Cyan watched this assassin and silently assessed, Though this one is still standing, is he a higher-up? To avoid being caught off guard, Cyan proactively activated the skill Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. At that moment, power was focused into the demon sword Kirim. But before Cyan could use the skill, the assassin began to move quickly towards him, attacking swiftly. Cyan tried to block the assassin's attack and was surprised by his strength. Cyan's mind quickly assessed, he managed to stop my technique midway through. Who is he? Right after, the assassin's mask fell, and the assassin expressed surprise, saying, "You've adapted my main skill." The assassin then told Cyan, "I can't hold back any longer, Cyanvert." However, when the mask was removed, the assassin facing Cyan was none other than Cica. Cyan was stunned and surprised by the situation when he realized it was Hall Master Cica. At that moment, Cica gave a deranged smile and blushed red as she obsessively demanded, "Show me your true powers, Cyanvert." Immediately, Cyan used the skill Thick Fog 8th Form Assault. As the name suggests, the skill created 8 slashes in 1 second, attacking Cica directly. This forced Cica to be pushed back, and the skill inadvertently cut the hair tie binding Cica's hair, revealing her smooth and beautiful hair. Cica, with a look of delight, remarked, "You're proficient with the thick fog and the fog sword too. You're making me even more interested." She then demanded, "Show me your true potential, Cyan." However, before she could finish her sentence, Cyan had already run away. Observing the current situation, Cica immediately activated the skill called Zeal for Combat. Meanwhile, Cyan was hurrying away from Cica's reach, his mind filled with worry as he assessed, "That is what drives Cica. A hall master who's drunk with such desire will want to fight until one of us dies." Only those who have experienced this would know the fear on Cyan's face as he started to show apprehension. Meanwhile, Cica, using the skill to move through walls, quickly approached with a terrifying, lustful gaze like a demon hunting its prey. Her face blushing in a mad smile, she spoke in a terrifying voice, "Come back here, Cyanvert, isn't this what you wanted too?" Then Cica used the skill Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm, creating slashes that blocked all of Cyan's escape routes. Cyan tried to defend himself but was pushed back, thinking, "I'm not as perverted as you though." At this moment, Cica said to Cyan, "This is a realm created by Eru. The outside won't detect your energy at all, so you don't need to worry about that." Upon hearing that, Cyan decided, "All right, I can use all the techniques I want in a place like this. I could probably end up killing her, but oh well." The next second, Cyan's entire body changed. A red aura surrounded him, and his eyes turned red, indicating that he had merged with Kirim. Suddenly, Cyan exhibited strange behavior. His whole body suddenly froze, and then he fell face-first onto the ground, unconscious, to Cica's surprise. She didn't understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, Kirim's voice echoed, "I knew it. You can rest." Then a dark energy gathered and formed Kirim's body. Cica, still uncertain about the identity of the woman before her, was taken aback. Kirim spoke with a threatening tone, "I didn't want to intervene. You know me, right?" Cica recognized her and knelt down to show respect, saying, "Yes, demonic sword Kirim." Kirim, now visibly angry, questioned Cica, "So what's the situation? You're supposed to worship Eru, yet you're attacking my master." Cica attempted to explain, "I was just verifying if he truly is who he claims to be, whether he really is the successor or not." Kirim was not satisfied with Cica's response and unleashed a fearsome power, stating, "You could have just called for your god instead. Then, can I take this as a direct challenge against me?" Cica did not respond directly but offered an awkward smile and reminded Kirim, "I think we should focus on the successor first." Kirim was puzzled, but when she looked down, she saw Cyan lying in a pool of blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "What? Why are you dying?" Cica explained, "You manifested into your whole form, but that is a very inefficient way of doing it. It eats away at the owner's life force." Hearing this, Kirim became furious and, without mercy, grabbed Cyan by the collar and lifted him up, chastising him. "Hey, This is nothing. What was the point of drinking all that beast blood then? Sarika intervened, saying, But I, Hall Master Sarika Nigrathi of Mist, do not reject any fights. Plus, if you're the opponent, I can't turn it down. Kiram was disturbed by Sarika's fighting enthusiasm and thought to herself, what the hell's wrong with her? I'm scared. At this moment, Cyan began to regain consciousness and demanded Kiram release him. After Kiram let him go, she asked how Cyan was feeling. Cyan, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, questioned Kiram, Why did you suddenly manifest? Kiram responded with a mischievous smile, Just stay behind me. I have to teach that wench a lesson. Sarika, delighted, prepared for battle and said, It'd be an honor, Kiram. Kiram, feeling disrespected, responded, Don't be crying and begging for my forgiveness later then. Sarika, unfazed, provoked her further, I'd love it if you could push me to that point. Suddenly, a whispering voice in Sarika's ear said, That's enough. Sarika recognized it was Era's voice. At that moment, a blue space portal opened in the air, drawing Kiram and Cyan's attention. From the portal came a voice commanding, Sarika, send the successor to the altar. Sarika respectfully obeyed and replied, Yes, Eru. Cyan watched the scene with a sense of relief and quietly affirmed, Finally, I get to meet Eru, the god of darkness. Inside Cyan's mind, memories from the past resurface. People say the god of black fog is evil. They say the god of black fog kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it was an act done out of consideration. He says in response, It is what they desired. Others do not decide for you what is right or wrong. If you can just protect your own ethics by dying, then that is enough. Cyan evaluates that anyone would say this logic is insane, but he wants to tell them that this god is just trying to protect the weak. He's an idiot, Cyan thinks. Returning to the present, Cyan and Kiram, with Era's permission, are advancing through the azure spatial door. Ahead of them is an endless staircase leading upward. At the end is a golden throne with a man sitting atop it, waiting for them. As they approach, the man, dressed in the familiar cloak of assassins with a hood over his head, asks Cyan, Do you know who I am? Cyan, with a calm face, faces the man and replies, Of course, the god of black fog, Eru. Eru asks Cyan for confirmation, Was your name Cyanvert? I've never seen you before. What evidence do you have to claim yourself as my successor? Cyan looks at Eru and responds, I'm sure you've already sensed the power of the fog within me. Cyan's answer is clear evidence, making Eru refrain from further questioning. He begins to explain to Cyan that there are two ways to become the successor. One is if he gives them the mist stone himself, and the other is when the mist stone finds the qualified one by itself. Eru then points to Cyan and says, I do not know you, so I assume the latter applies to this situation. Eru also admits that it is true that the mist stone, which should be at the altar, suddenly disappeared last year. On top of that, it's surprising that you were able to awaken Kiram. Even I was unable to track her down. You're handling her pretty well. At this moment, Kiram, in the form of a little demon, expresses a displeased face, thinking, Who's handling whom? Eru continues to express, and those eyes, the light in them surpasses your age. I see you're an outsider from a timeline that I am not a part of. In Cyan's mind, he wonders about what Eru has referred to, noting that he's not part of Cyan. He then tells Eru, I thought you were involved in me being here. Eru responds, If you wanted an all-powerful and all-knowing god, you're in the wrong place. I'm not powerful. It's been long since my rights as a god have been taken away from me. Cyan hears Eru's answer and silently admits that he's correct. I shouldn't have expected anything from Eru, Cyan thinks, then appears contemplative and expresses, That's quite convenient for me. Cyan wonders, What are you talking about? Eru, with an excited face, replies, A perfect successor came here on his own. There is less work for me to do now. I didn't even have to do anything. Cyan acknowledges that and expresses, You're as lazy as ever. The relaxed conversation between the two makes Kiram somewhat confused and worried. Eru then adds, Anyway, you brought something rather annoying with you. Were you not satisfied with the demonic sword? You're attempting to take the power of the holy sword too. Upon hearing this, Cyan smirks mischievously and replies, I'm not trying to do anything as of now. With a devilish smile, he takes out the broken piece of the holy sword's blade and says to Eru, I just thought that if the world doesn't know of this thing's existence, it might become useless. Seeing what Cyan is holding, Eru seems excited and says, You possess quite the evil hobby. Well, I won't inquire any further. It is none of my business. But I will follow the rules. Eru then approaches Cyan, his entire body emitting a dense and intimidating aura. Coldly, he interrogates Cyan, I shall ask you as your absolute master. Dear successor who has inherited my powers, what do you seek with this power? Facing the terrifying aura and Eru's question, Cyan falls into a state of concentration. In his mind, he recalls his brother and thinks, I was asked the same question in my past life. My answer back then was, I will live for my brother. Cyan chuckles at his own foolishness and remarks, What an idiotic response. Contemplating, he wonders why his response in his past life didn't bother them. Did he not want something more? Era's words make him remember as Era reminds him, Remember this. There is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Cyan thought that Eru already knew of his pathetic end. He resolved that it had to be different this time. Slowly, Cyan approached Eru and replied to his question, I don't have grand plans like a great cause or some divine faith. I'm going to use your power purely for self-serving purposes, just for me. Surprised by Cyan's answer, Eru remarked, What is right and wrong is for you to decide. Are you confident that you will not regret this? You'd best answer carefully. Depending on your response, I might kill you on the spot. Maintaining his composure, Cyan responded, I don't care what kind of consequences my actions might have. I'm not going to follow anyone's orders. That is the path I am going to take. Through Cyan's response, Eru speculated, You seem to have some kind of plan. Will you tell me about it? Cyan immediately replied, Nope. Eru then said to him, It doesn't matter as long as you will purify my name. Well, I won't ask any more questions. You're quite boring. Suddenly, Kiram rushed forward using her demon-like body to attack Eru. Eru simply dodged and said, Then I shall now converse with my daughter. Kiram, feeling exposed, grew angry and charged at Eru. However, Era held her back and said, You've changed quite a bit. Do you like your owner that much? You're so obedient. Confused and angered, Kiram asked, What the hell are you talking about? With an adorable expression, Era replied, I'm very happy to see you like this. This only made Kiram more uncomfortable, and she shouted, Get away from me. Stop. I'm trying to be nice to you since I don't have anything to give to your owner. Ugh, crazy bastard. Owner, do something? Cyan, witnessing this, dryly remarked, Wow, what a wholesome father-daughter relationship. Kiram then grew even more uncomfortable with Cyan's comment. At that moment, Era's beak-like mouth almost touched Kiram. Suddenly, magical circles appeared, leaving Kiram bewildered. The energy from the magic circles helped her return to her original form, further confusing her. Cyan, witnessing this, wondered, It's not using up my mana either. Did Eru use his own power to do that? Angered, Kiram grabbed Eru by the collar and demanded, What have you done to me? Unperturbed, Eru replied, Nothing much. I just gave you some of my life force. He then asked her, Why? Do you not want it? Implying that Kiram would need a physical body to serve Cyan's desires. Hearing this, Kiram flew into a rage, screaming at her father and accusing him of being foolish for thinking about such indecent matters. Cyan, standing by, observed the interaction between the two and concluded that Eru and Kiram were indeed like father and daughter. The next day, in the student dormitory, Cyan was in a state of confusion. Brian, concerned, asked him, Young master, what is going on? Cyan responded calmly with a smile, I don't know either. Just let it be. Brian, feeling uneasy, disagreed. He whispered to Cyan, But young master, I don't think this is something I can just let be. In front of them were Kiram and Cica, looking at each other with affectionate eyes, though their way of affection seemed different from others. Kiram was visibly annoyed by Sarika's presence, but still tried to put on a smile and said, "Oh my, an instructor coming to see your students so early in the morning? Don't you think that others will start talking about how special your relationship is?" Sarika, not one to back down, retorted, "Of course, it's all to guide him onto the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship." Kiram glared angrily at Sarika, her eyes like threatening bullets. "Shouldn't a hall master be a bit more careful?" Sarika replied sharply, "What does it matter to you what I do? Mind your own business." The scene of the two women conversing resembled a mythical battle of wits. Their story continued as Kiram declared, "Owner only needs me. You need to stay away from him." Sarika, equally defiant, asserted, "He's my disciple." Cyan, standing amidst their conversation, wore a troubled expression. Unsure of how to resolve the situation, he stood up and announced, "I'm going on a walk." Brian, fearful, pleaded with Cyan, "Young master, don't leave me with them." As the verbal duel between the two women continued, Brian sweated nervously, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Outside the city, sunlight illuminated the towering buildings. People bustled about, engaging in commerce and conversation. Cyan chose a high vantage point for himself, sitting alone, admiring the city's beauty and feeling a sense of contentment. Suddenly, the smell of blood wafted in from a distance. With Cyan's keen senses, he detected it in some alley where a student was being surrounded and attacked by others. He was kicked to the ground, crashing into a nearby barrel. The blow was so strong that he coughed up blood, clutching his aching body. 3 other students stood by, laughing and taunting. One suggested, "Hey, let's try that." Another eagerly agreed, "Damn, you're so right. Let's do it right now." Immediately, he conjured an energy sphere, advancing towards the bullied student. He then forcibly opened the student's mouth and said, "I brought you a little snack. Your friend made it just for you. You're going to eat it, right?" As he spoke, he attempted to launch the energy sphere towards the bullied student, grinning with sadistic pleasure. The bullied student, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, trying to escape. Suddenly, a commanding voice demanded that the bully stop his cruel actions. It was Erin. She sternly questioned the violent student, "Doing something so cruel to a fellow student. Aren't you embarrassed to call yourself a noble?" The violent student, interrupted and angered, retorted, "I happen to be Barrett Louis Smill, the oldest son of the Garum Kingdom's Duke Louis Smill household." He then asked for her identity. Erin, standing tall with crossed arms, introduced herself proudly, "I'm the princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus." When Barrett learned she was a princess, he showed no hesitation and instead greeted her with a condescending tone. "Ah, I was wondering who you were, but you're just the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire." He then stood up, leaning in towards Erin with a disdainful expression, and expressed, "It's an honor to meet you." Erin, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "I don't feel like shaking your hand." She then demanded, "Barrett, you better explain this situation." Barrett smirked and responded, "I think you're misunderstanding something." He then gestured towards a student and suggested, "Should we ask her?" Advancing menacingly, he grabbed the student and pulled them forward to face her, asking with a threatening demeanor, "Are we bullying you right now?" The student replied nervously, "No, they weren't bullying me." Upon hearing the answer, Erin encouraged the student, "You don't need to hide it. Just look at you." The student, avoiding Erin's gaze, said, "It's fine. Please, just leave. We're just playing around." Barrett, pleased with the response, taunted Erin, "You heard that, right? I'm starting to be displeased." Erin, aware of the situation, firmly stated, "Whatever. I'm going to take her with me." Disrespecting Erin, Barrett immediately grabbed her arm tightly and threatened, "You didn't understand?" Puzzled, Erin questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Barrett growled, "Didn't you hear Leximus asking you to leave?" Erin threatened Barrett, "If you don't let go of me right now, I swear on my name that." Barrett, sneering contemptuously, interrupted, "Ha! You're nothing more than a weak little." Before he could finish, Cyan appeared suddenly, kicking Barrett and causing him to fall to the ground. Erin, seeing Cyan, brightened as she was rescued from the difficult situation. However, Cyan's attention shifted to the woman with pink hair in front, realizing she was Leximus. Leximus, witnessing the scene, worried about the situation escalating because of her. Meanwhile, Cyan wondered if this was the Leximus he knew from the past. Memories flooded back as he recalled their past encounters on a rooftop. Cyan and Leximus engaged in fierce combat for unknown reasons. Despite being a woman, Leximus's swordsmanship was formidable, attacking Cyan aggressively. Cyan defended and retreated, maintaining distance and assessing the situation. He remembered and revealed continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. He knew she was originally from the Ushif Empire, but for some reason, after graduating from the academy, she entered the Count Klein household in Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. The battle between them continued with blue and red sword slashes cutting through the air. Leximus executed a sword strike from below, slicing the ground vertically. Cyan attempted to evade by leaping high but was surprised when Leximus immediately leapt above him, swinging her sword in an arc from above. It seemed Leximus struck Cyan, but to her surprise, it was just his cloak. Unexpectedly, Cyan appeared above Leximus, catching her off guard. Before she could react, Cyan dove down, stabbing Kiram's blade straight into Leximus's back, successfully pinning her to the ground. The sword pierced through her from behind, scattering debris around, and Leximus's sword slipped from her hand. She coughed up blood and lay motionless on the ground. Cyan revealed that he was ordered by the Empire to kill her. His mission was to assassinate her. However, upon infiltrating the castle, he ended up engaging in an official duel with her. There wasn't any particular reason for it. She was someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He didn't want to stealthily assassinate someone who had been hailed as the continent's best swordsman. Returning to the present, Cyan still felt conflicted when encountering the person he had once attempted to assassinate. Leximus, at this point, remained a naive girl visibly intimidated by Cyan. Other students rushed towards Barrett, calling out to him and expressing concern about the current situation. Barrett, with an annoyed tone, rebuked the nosy bystanders attempting to stand up and grumbled, "Why are there so many nosy bastards today?" He then confronted Cyan with a sharp look and asked, "Are you Cyanvert? I have heard about you. You came back from the front lines, huh? Did you want to join our little game?" Cyan, considering Barrett's proposition as merely a ridiculous game, voiced his opinion that the misuse of mana marble could lead to the destruction of mana within the body. Then Cyan glanced at Barrett's group and said, "A game where you force-feed someone a mana marble," and declared, "I'll join." Immediately after, Cyan unleashed a shadowy version of the Renan, a purple monosphere appearing in his hand. Moments later, Cyan's Renan transformed into a large ball, growing large and engulfing the area above them, leaving Barrett horrified and speechless. Cyan's gaze then turned menacing as he questioned Barrett, "What are you doing?" He continued to demand that Barrett open his mouth to begin their game. The events following this moment were unknown, but the scene shifts to the Academy's infirmary. Leximus sat on the bed, her wounds bandaged. Erin and Cyan were also present. Erin reassured Leximus, "Your external injuries are mostly healed, but you need to be on bed rest for your internal injuries to heal. So rest up for today." Leximus expressed gratitude for their help, saying, "Thank you so much. I don't know how I can repay you for this." Erin, excitedly with her nose in the air, proudly remarked, "Ha! You saw how those bastards ran away when our Cyan scared them. We just did what we should have, so don't worry about it." Cyan stood nearby, feeling puzzled by Erin's words. His expression turned slightly somber as he evaluated Leximus's injuries, noting fractures as well as a slight concussion. "It's shocking that she managed to endure that. I guess the continent's best swordsman would be different." Suddenly, Leximus hesitantly asked, "Do you perhaps know me? I feel like you've been looking at me." Cyan, puzzled by her question, responded coldly, "I thought I knew you, but I don't. Sorry if it was unpleasant." Leximus, embarrassed, lowered her head and said, "It's nothing." Their conversation left Leximus puzzled. but she brushed it off and asked, "Where's your dorm? What if those bastards come to bully you again to retaliate or something?" Leximus, with a saddened expression, replied, "Commoner Hall." Upon hearing this, Aaron confirmed, "Commoner Hall? You're a peasant?" Leximus admitted, "Yes, I was enrolled especially thanks to Instructor Velton. He promised me financial support during my school career, but he suddenly got fired." Cyan confirmed the situation, saying, "So, in other words, no one's here to support you." Leximus acknowledged that Cyan was right. Cyan continued, "You might have to leave the academy then." Aaron, feeling sorry, exclaimed, "Oh no, you poor thing." Cyan then suggested, "Why don't you just take her as your person, princess? Learn swordsmanship from her while you're at it too." Hearing Cyan speak all this time, Aaron naively pointed to Leximus and asked Cyan with confusion, "What are you talking about?" "Leximus is a boy." Cyan, puzzled, corrected Aaron, saying, "She's a girl." Aaron, upon hearing the answer, stood frozen, as she didn't realize Leximus was a woman. Leximus, now flustered, explained, "I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness. It's just having short hair and boy clothes are more comfortable, so a lot of people mistake me for a boy." Aaron apologized, "No, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize." Even Cyan knew. In her heart, Aaron told herself, "I guess I failed as a woman." Leximus, flustered, denied, "No, no, I should be the one apologizing." Aaron then returned to the main topic and asked Leximus, "Anyway, what do you think?" "I think Cyan's idea is pretty good. You won't be bullied by bad people if you come under me." Leximus wondered why Aaron would help her. Aaron laughed awkwardly and responded, "Well, I don't really like being alone." However, the real reason Aaron believed was she couldn't just do nothing either since she is the princess. Leximus immediately thanked Aaron, expressing, "I'll make sure to become someone you can be proud of." "Thank you so much." Aaron then turned to Cyan and said, "You don't need to thank me." It was all Cyan. However, Cyan was no longer there, having left without them noticing. Outside the medical building, Cyan stepped out and thought to himself, "I did enough. I'm sure Princess Aaron will take care of the rest." But I see the reason Leximus abandoned the Ushif Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Louis Mill, the continent's best swordsman who never lost her mana. She's going to be difficult for even me to defeat. Anyway, my interest right now is elsewhere. Cyan held a joyful mission order in his hand and expressed, "The order that I received from Hall Master Cica this morning. It's my first purification mission as a mist." Cyan now holds a task card given by Cica. The card displays characters not in the common language, the specific meaning of which is unknown. Cyan silently evaluates while holding the task card. "It's my first mission, and it's this difficult?" He recalls Cica's trust in him and grumbles about the difficulty of the task. Walking down the hallway, Cyan expresses his thoughts, "As if I'm worried that things are going to just get even harder if she's already bossing me around like this." Suddenly, Cyan's attention is drawn to something. Each step of the hallway is being destroyed by someone. Dust and debris scatter everywhere. Cyan instinctively reacts by covering his face from the dust, silently worrying. What could it be? A demonic beast got into the academy? However, it's not a demon as Cyan predicted, but a huge man with eyes red as a fierce beast. He stares directly at Cyan and speaks to confirm, "You're Cyan Vert." Cyan is startled by the sudden appearance of the tall man and, knowing his identity, asks in astonishment, "How do you know me?" The tall man confirms with a smug smile, "Of course. Magic rank 1 star. Physique rank S, the Vert's youngest son, Cyan Vert." He then maintains his proud smile and introduces himself, "My name is Set Shaharkin. I'm a newbie just like you." Seeing Set also being a new student like him, Cyan falls into suspicion. In his mind, thousands of question marks appear as he silently thinks, "You're telling me this big man is 11 years old? How was there a guy like that in my past life?" Not making Cyan wait, Set immediately flexes his muscles confidently and lets Cyan know, "I've already heard lots about you. You beat up demonic beasts and even survived the dragon attack." Then he grins happily and adds, "Plus, you received rank S for your physique." Even I didn't get an S. Set then suggests to Cyan, let's fight now. Facing Set, Cyan recalls memories of him and silently evaluates. I remember now that mark on his chest. It symbolizes Spania. So the rumor that the Prince of the Sand got into the academy was true after all. Spania is a country in the middle of the desert, situated east of the continent. Because of the powerful military led by the first prince, who was a genius in both magic and combat, even the Ushif Empire had difficulty when they tried to conquer the nation. Spania, a powerful nation with a formidable military, fell to ruins because of the sudden death of its sole successor. The cause of death was ruled as sickness. He had focused too much on growing his muscles and neglected his health. Cyan reflects, to think I'd come across him here. Meanwhile, Set maintains a fierce expression, demanding Cyan to decide right now. Cyan continues pondering, I didn't meet him like this in my past life. This is annoying, but if my memory serves me right, he's... Cyan then raises his head and asks, right now? Set confirms, yes, you and I, right now. Let's decide who's the best. I won't accept a no. I'm sure you want to do this too. In response to Set's threats, Cyan shows no fear and retorts, no. Set, surprised at being rebuffed, exclaims, how come? Cyan immediately points in Set's direction and admonishes him, unpermitted duels are not allowed in the academy. We have to put in an official request in the administration office. Upon hearing this, Set quickly changes his attitude and yields, asking, where is the administration office? Cyan then points to his right and says, the third floor of the main building. Set, happy with the direction, promptly runs towards the main hall, reminding Cyan, I'll be fast. Wait for me. Watching Set's large figure running off, Cyan cynically thinks to himself, another rumor about his brain being made of muscles was true after all. He's going in the opposite direction. I don't know if you can actually request for duels, but I assume I won't see him for a while. I'll focus on the Purification project for now. Meanwhile, in the city, specifically at the slave market, a man with a scar over his eye and carrying a sword approaches another man from behind, addressing him as Sir Zickerman. He informs Zickerman, whose full name is Zickerman Albus, that the preparations are complete. Zickerman turns to his subordinate, staring intently at him, and through clenched teeth urges him to stop wasting time and deliver to the customers, one of whom is among the 3 wealthiest people on the continent. Despite his public image as a philanthropist, Zickerman runs a slave market and even sells crossbreeds. Zickerman then commands his men, declaring, today will be the appearance of my life's masterpiece. Take special care of it. His men acknowledge his order with a prompt, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Cyan observed the situation from nearby, thinking to himself, target checked. I'll be able to get this done quicker than I expected. Suddenly, Kiram interrupted, sensing a very complex energy. Puzzled, Cyan asked, what? What do you mean? Though Kiram didn't know what it was, she indicated, your target, he's hiding something strange. At that moment, near the cages, Zickerman stood laughing maliciously to himself, saying, you finally calmed down. Sleep well, my money back. Suddenly, a red mist appeared nearby, catching his attention. He turned back, questioning, smoke? However, in the next moment, a red light flashed, passing through him and the others. Immediately, one of his men was killed without any reaction. Overwhelmed by fear, Zickerman instinctively fell to the ground. His remaining guard, panicked, shouted, who is it? Zickerman, trembling in fear, ordered his guard, what are you doing? Catch him. Do your pay's worth. The guard, though frightened, tried to remain calm, urging the unknown assailant not to hide anymore and to reveal themselves. Cyan followed the man's order, unsheathing the Kiram sword and swiftly advancing toward the man. Just before the man could react, Cyan attacked, causing him to drop his sword. Moving at incredible speed, Cyan made 2 cuts behind the man's knees, causing him to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Cyan appeared behind the man, grabbed him by the hair, and pressed the sword to his neck. The man, shocked and defenseless, attempted to understand what was happening, but Cyan swiftly ended his life by cutting his throat with the sword. Witnessing this, Zickerman Albus was horrified, sweating and staring at Cyan. He angrily demanded, "Where have all the others gone?" Cyan calmly replied, "You'll find out soon. I'll send you to them." He then gestured to the slain guards, commenting, "You sure employed a whole ton of people. Wasn't worth it, really." Trembling with fear at such threats, Zickerman involuntarily recoiled. He tried to ascertain what Cyan wanted. "What do you want? Money? I have all the money in the world." Cyan said nothing, immediately drawing his sword and severing the arm of the man who was begging for mercy. The man cried out in pain as Cyan slowly approached him, still clutching his bleeding stump. Cyan then began reciting the sentence for him. Zickerman Albus, guilty of all kinds of inhumane experiments and crossbreeding with different races, and even managing the illegal slave market, which is banned by law. Cyan's eyes now filled with anger as he questioned, "Your death is deserved. No giving you 1 minute to repent." Cyan continued, "After that, all your pain will vanish." Zickerman, enraged by Cyan's judgment, clenched his teeth to suppress the pain and argued, "That just means you're going to kill me." Cyan, observing him writhing in agony, muttered, "Yeah, I didn't even think you were going to be remorseful." Then he declared, "1 minute's up. You can just die painfully." Zickerman, terrified, begged for his life. But as he uttered his plea, numerous sword strikes from Cyan's 8th assassination technique, Wild Strike, relentlessly attacked him, causing him to scream in agony, ending his life. After finishing him off, Cyan confirmed, "That's it for Purification." He then decided to look around before leaving, heading towards a prison room and asking Kiram, "Over here?" Kiram confirmed, "Yeah, I can feel a combination of 2 different energies." Cyan swiftly cut through the iron bars of the prison room and looked inside, seeing an immobile girl. He exclaimed in surprise, "A girl? Judging by her lack of movement, isn't she dead already?" However, his demeanor quickly changed back to normal as he asked Kiram, "It's just a human, nothing special." But Kiram disagreed, pointing out, "No, look at what she's holding." Kiram confirmed it was a dragon egg. Cyan took the egg and meanwhile, in the academy in his dorm, he carefully placed the dragon egg on a cushion, noting its light purple hue and radiant glow. Brian, seeing the dragon egg before him, couldn't believe it and asked Cyan, "Where did you get this?" Cyan sighed, replying, "I just picked it up off the street on the way here." Brian, even more shocked by his answer, exclaimed, "Who picks something like this off the street?" Cyan, with an unchanged expression, said, "I'm serious. I was just on a walk and found it," as he looked at the dragon egg again. Brian wondered, "A dragon egg?" Cyan thought, he was going to sell something this dangerous. Was he going to deliver it to someone? Still in panic, Brian worried, "What if it hatches?" Cyan remained calm, reassuring him, "It won't happen, don't worry." He explained that separated dragon eggs might not hatch even with continuous elemental mana infusion, as they were just fancy rocks. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed through the room. Brian's ominous prophecy had come true. The dragon egg began to crack open. Cyan and Brian stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Moments later, a purple light burst from within the egg, signaling the imminent birth of a dragon hatchling. Cyan could only watch in awe, praying silently as the light intensified and the egg cracked even faster. Finally, the entire shell broke open, revealing an adorable baby dragon. Brian, overwhelmed, grabbed his head and exclaimed, "It hatched, young master. What do we do?" Cyan remained speechless, simply staring at the surreal scene unfolding before him. He looked at the cute baby dragon sitting in front of him, its body emitting a terrifying aura, and thought to himself, "This thing is neither a dragon nor a human." So that woman was nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and a human. This is going to be a much bigger pain in the ass than I expected. At this moment, Cyan could only look at the baby dragon without saying a word. Seeing Cyan staring intently at the baby dragon caught its attention. Immediately after, the baby dragon's eyes sparkled, its mouth slowly opened, and it began to speak for the first time since being born, calling Cyan, Papa. She quickly jumped onto Cyan's lap and affectionately hugged him. Cyan, shocked to hear the baby dragon referring to him as Papa, silently thought, does she think I'm her parent? Kiram couldn't ignore this special scene either. She appeared beside them, witnessing it, and couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at Cyan and chuckled, Papa, congratulations on becoming an 11-year-old dad. Cyan, feeling annoyed and unable to do anything, silently cursed, this is all your fault, Kiram. Recalling past events, Cyan remembered when Kiram brought the dragon egg to him. He asked her, you want me to take this? I believe it'd be bad if the wrong person got a hold of something like this. Cyan agreed, you're right, but it won't hatch, right? Kiram speculated, no, I've never seen a dragon hatch when it's lost its mother. This is basically a dangerous stone. Back to the present, Kiram was still teasing Cyan. Haha, I never thought I'd see something like this happen. After being teased for a while, Cyan, feeling irritated, emanated a frightening dark aura around him and angrily said, didn't you say this could never happen? Kiram attempted to justify herself. That's why I said that. I never thought I'd see this happen. Anyway, a hybrid like her, just her presence alone might pose a threat, Cyan thought to himself. At this moment, the baby dragon was peacefully sleeping in Cyan's arms. However, he didn't share the sentiment of peace. He was deeply concerned about sharing space with such a dangerous creature and silently thought, she's right. This is really bad. The baby dragon, still oblivious to everything, continued to sleep soundly. Cyan contemplated and concluded, it's no normal mix between a human and a beast. It's a freaking dragon and a human mix. The world we live in is too dangerous for a being like that. If the Academy were to find out about this, the principal might harm her to eliminate outside threats. Dragons are very strict about bloodline matters, too. If they were to find out that this child exists, they would try to eliminate every single creature who knows about her existence. Cyan pondered for a while and looked back at the sleeping baby dragon, wondering, do I really need to risk that kind of danger? If she's fated to live a life of pain anyway, wouldn't it be better to just? At this point, his arms slowly moved as if about to do something. Kiram, standing beside him, confirmed, so that's what you're going to do? She also agreed, well, I guess it would be for the better. Cyan's arm gradually reached towards the baby dragon while she was still sleeping peacefully, unaware of anything. Though Kiram didn't say it aloud, she silently thought, yeah, if her fate is to live in misery. Cyan, similarly not wanting to end the life of a baby, silently thought, it'd be better to send her off now. Suddenly, at this moment, the baby dragon slowly opened her eyes. As her gaze met Cyan's, she softly called him, Papa. Meanwhile, Cyan's hand was almost grabbing her neck. However, the baby's next action stunned him. As soon as she woke up, the first thing she did was call him Papa and quickly cuddle into Cyan's arms. She didn't hesitate to say, I like you. In that moment, Cyan felt a strange warmth emanating from the baby dragon. He wondered, what is this emotion? Though not knowing what it was, that warmth melted the icy heart filled only with hatred within Cyan. He then gently lifted the baby dragon up and looked at her adorable face. The baby dragon smiled brightly back at Cyan. Cyan then made a decision and announced to Kiram, I think it'll work out somehow. Let's just raise her, Kiram. Kiram, standing next to him, saw Cyan's happy smile and was speechless, wondering to herself, is he going to make her his servant or something? The scene shifts to Vert Castle, where Lady Krantz's mother was pacing back and forth in the room, constantly thinking, what do I do? What should I do? Her face was filled with panic. Cyan, that bastard. It'll be bad for Krantz if I don't do something about him. Suddenly, Ascal appeared right behind her and called out, Mother. Upon hearing that, she startled. Ascal, with a handsome face, gently placed his hand on the lady's shoulder and asked, please talk to me if you're struggling with anything. You seem anxious. Hearing this, the lady blushed and thanked Ascal. Then, fearing that information might be leaked, she quickly left. Before leaving, she turned back and said, but I'm okay. I'm not struggling with anything. I have to get going now. Ascal also waved goodbye to the lady in a friendly manner. However, the moment the door closed, his true expression revealed itself. He ordered a servant behind him to report everything. The servant reported, 6 of our knights were found dead in the mountains by Velius. We're assuming that the remaining one got into Lewin with the youngest son. The one behind it was Ms. Margaret, as you expected. Hearing this, Ascal's eyes became terrifying and he asked, anything more? The servant continued, the last thing I heard was that the youngest son was put into the royal hall. The informant has been unreachable after that. I already knew all this, Ascal said. Suddenly, his voice became menacing. So you weren't able to find out anything about my brother? The servant, terrified, thought, he's disappointed. He never keeps subordinates who disappoint him. I can't give up my position after all the hard work. Then he hastily exclaimed, I'll go there myself. Please believe me, I won't disappoint you. Ascal then placed his hand on the servant's shoulder and said, I know how much of a hard worker you are. All right, please be fast. Then he left, ordering further. My brother is definitely hiding something. Find out what it is. The servant remained in the same position and replied, Yes, sir. Returning to the academy, Cica was hurrying down the hallway. Suddenly, she arrived at Cyan's room and opened the door, witnessing a strange scene. Cyan and Kiram were holding a baby dragon and feeding it milk. Cyan, noticing Cica's presence, felt awkward and asked, There aren't any classes today. What brings you here? Seeing this scene, Cica, puzzled, asked, Why is there a baby here? Meanwhile, the baby dragon, behaving like a normal child, chirped excitedly. Upon hearing Cica's question, Cyan sighed and replied, It's a long story. Just tell me why you're here. Cica adjusted her glasses, appearing serious, and said, Well, I can hear about this later. There is a more urgent issue at hand. You've caused quite the trouble. Hearing this, Cyan appeared worried, not knowing what it was about. Cica then produced a sparring approval form, a duel request. What were you thinking? Staying on the down low was the least you could do. Cica then angrily scolded Cyan, Are you insane? Have you gone crazy for attention? Even the principal is going to be there. Cyan, now noticing the duel request, realized, he really found a way to do this. So he did find the office for it. Kiram, still holding the baby dragon, curiously asked, What's the big deal? It's just a couple of 11-year-olds fighting. Cyan, silently fearful, thought, that 11-year-old is no ordinary 11-year-old. Then he asked Cica, So when's the duel? Cica replied, In 2 hours. When the time for the duel arrived, Cyan was now in the arena, accompanied by Set's madness. Set kept laughing joyfully at the prospect of battling Cyan. Cyan, feeling uncomfortable, thought, This is way earlier than I thought. Set, with a wicked smile, turned to Cyan and said, I've been waiting for this moment, Cyan Vert. I'm sure you feel the same way. Cyan, upon hearing this, just made a dismissive sound with a confident expression. Set slowly drew his sword and said, I wanted a duel of combat, but apparently, the only options here are swordsmanship and magic. He then politely asked Cyan, Are you going to use magic? Cyan didn't make it difficult for him and replied, If you're not going to use it, I won't either. Set, seeing everything had been settled, enthusiastically said, Good, I like you. Immediately after his words, he disappeared. Not literally, but due to his incredible speed. He closed in on Cyan in an instant, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. Set prepared to strike from behind Cyan with his sword, confidently declaring, Then let's see how good you are. In such a dangerous situation, Cyan remained calm and thought, He's pretty fast despite his body size. His sword has a lot of weight in it too. Without hesitation, he prepared to face Set's attack. Cyan drew his own sword to block Set's attack, realizing, But this kind of wavy attack is very easy to deflect. At the same time, as Cyan blocked Set's strike, he did so effortlessly, not directly resisting but using the momentum of Set's sword to deflect it without exerting much force. Set, finding his strike blocked, became perplexed. Cyan then skillfully employed counter techniques while remarking, For an opponent like him, what you need isn't strength but acuity and preciseness. After Set's continuous attacks proved futile against Cyan's skill, he began to angrily shout, "That won't work." Set then put all his strength into his next strike, but Cyan blocked it. Set, frustrated, gritted his teeth, silently assessing. He's trying to twist away my attack using the force of his downward strike. Even then, he's using just a rapier. As their blades clashed, Set quickly moved around Cyan, rushing at him from behind and aiming a low blow. Faced with this dangerous attack, Cyan remained composed. Suddenly, Cyan sheathed his sword, anticipating Set's intention to change his attack strategy. Realizing that instead of using his sword, Set was going to kick, the surprise was on Set as Cyan had already deduced this. Cyan quickly lowered himself to evade the kick, then shifted his body weight, using both hands to catch Set's leg. Taking advantage of Set's single-legged stance and the momentum of his kick, Cyan used his own right leg to forcefully kick Set's remaining leg from behind, successfully lifting Set into the air. Cyan then threw Set's body forward in an arc motion. As Set found himself about to kiss the arena floor, he panicked, only managing to think, does he have eyes on the back of his head or something? In the moment when he was about to kiss the ground, Seth suddenly braced his hands against the floor. However, the force of the slam was so strong that the ground cracked from the impact of Seth's hands. He managed to avoid a close call with the ground, sweating profusely. Then, using his hands as a pivot, he spun and kicked, trying to break free from Cyan's grip. Cyan let go of his leg, smiling in amusement and thinking to himself, he managed to counterattack in that short time. He's quite nimble for someone his size. The students watching the match were astounded. One student exclaimed in disbelief, "What was that just now? Is he even human?" Seth sat up panting heavily and then unexpectedly let out a mocking chuckle, followed by a hearty laugh. Despite being overpowered by Cyan, he was incredibly exhilarated. I lose in swordsmanship, Cyan vert. But as a battle enthusiast, he was not ready to admit defeat so easily. He stood up, flexing his muscles, and his magical energy surged with an impressive aura. Now I have to win no matter what it takes. I'm going to give everything I have into this fight. Cyan slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at Seth with a faint smile. Bring it on, my friend. Cyan seemed indifferent, thinking to himself, what a tiring dude. Seth stomped his right foot on the arena floor to gain momentum, shattering the ground beneath him. He loudly reminded, "You give it your all too, then." He unleashed his magical power, causing his sleeves to tear apart. The arena floor around him cracked and shattered severely due to the force of his magical energy. He looked at Cyan with eyes shining brightly, laughing maniacally. His magical power raging around him, he shouted, "Cyan vert." The principal, watching from above, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Are they going to fight with magic now? What a bunch of bold children. They aren't using both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Miss Sarika, sitting next to him, commented, "Seems like Cyan won the sword fight." The principal nodded in agreement. Indeed he did. He thought to himself, Seth Chaharkin's physique rank was A, Cyan Virtus. It's quite an obvious result when you consider just the ranks. However, being fit is only the basic requirement to be able to manifest higher dimensions of spells. Seth is a 3-star Mona rank. That's the highest out of all the enrolled students. What will you do now, Cyan? Sarika, sitting beside the principal, was exuding an ominous aura. As an assassin, she hated being noticed by many people and seemed very displeased that Cyan had joined the fight. She cursed silently in her mind, "Cyan, you're just begging for people to pay attention to you, huh?" Back to the match, a giant sand hand emerged from the arena floor, reinforced with debris to increase its hardness and damage. This was one of Seth's skills, Death Fist. The sand hand was directly controlled by him. Seth stood still, throwing a punch towards Cyan, his body bulging with muscles. Cyan remained motionless, watching Seth move without reacting, just pondering, we're fighting with magic now. The sand fist controlled by Seth slammed into the spot where Cyan was standing, shattering the arena floor and creating a large hole. However, Cyan easily leapt aside, dodging the punch effortlessly. As soon as Cyan's feet touched the ground, Seth launched his next attack to prevent Cyan from evading. Controlling the sand fist, he shouted, "I won't let you escape this one." Despite his words, even after several more punches, Cyan dodged them all easily. Frustrated, Seth concentrated his magical power into his left hand and unleashed his skill, Desert Tooth. This skill caused sand columns to erupt from the arena floor. Cyan, while running, suddenly faced a sand column blocking his way. More sand columns appeared around him, forming a trap. Cyan was quite surprised by this. His expression turned serious as he lowered his stance and looked at Seth, thinking Seth's mana rank was assessed as 3-star. The sand columns aimed at Cyan and struck directly, causing a huge explosion. Sand and debris flew everywhere, severely damaging the arena floor. Although Seth thought this move would trap Cyan, Cyan easily dodged it despite being surrounded. Standing aside, Cyan recalled the technique Seth had used and concluded, but considering this attack, he should be able to use even 4-star magic. The instructors who were maintaining the barrier might be having a hard time. Seth was panting heavily from exhaustion, his mana depleting. Despite repeatedly attacking, he continued to provoke Cyan. "How long do you intend to run around and avoid my attacks like a little rat?" Cyan responded nonchalantly, "Then should I have just taken the attacks head-on?" Seth, angry and gritting his teeth, shouted, "A warrior wouldn't have dodged them, you little kid." Cyan, even more confused, replied, "You're a kid too." Being rebuffed, Seth felt incredibly humiliated and furious. He concentrated his mana into his right arm, streams of mana swirling around it like a storm. Once enough mana was gathered, he unleashed his ultimate move, Sandstorm, aimed directly at Cyan, and shouted, "Shut up, Cyan." The headmaster, observing, was slightly surprised by Seth's mana level and chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Miss Sarika was shocked, exclaiming, "Wait, I thought Seth's mana rank was 3-star. That's a 4-star spell." Seth launched a powerful punch, releasing a massive sand vortex towards Cyan. The vortex grew larger as it advanced. Seth, enraged, screamed, "You won't be able to dodge this one." Cyan didn't bother to run or dodge. He stood still, grinned, and said, "All right then, I'll take this one head-on." While Cyan was fighting outside, inside the dormitory, Nanny Brian was preparing milk for the dragon princess. He carefully checked the temperature, thinking, "The temperature's perfect. Nice. I'm glad I have experience taking care of a baby. It was kind of annoying when I had to take care of my younger siblings, but I didn't expect it to come in handy like this." After checking the milk, he gently called, "Princess, it's time to eat." But he was immediately shocked. "No way. You already grew up that much?" The dragon baby that hatched the other day had already grown significantly, able to stand and walk. Her hair had also grown longer. She stood there looking bewildered. Back to the match, the spectators couldn't see anything because Seth's sandstorm had obscured the entire arena. Moreover, the storm's destructive power was immense, causing cracks to appear on the barrier's surface. The instructors maintaining the barrier were struggling, as Cyan predicted. Everyone was shouting, "The protective barrier is on the verge of breaking down. Reinforce it." An instructor, pouring all his mana into strengthening the barrier, couldn't help but exclaim, How are just 2 students this strong? What's the dean doing? Can't he see how serious this is?" Miss Sarika, anxious, jumped up and said, "Dean, we need to stop the duel right now." Contrary to everyone's tense reactions, the headmaster calmly replied, "Hold on, wait a bit." With his keen eye as a high-ranking mage, he immediately sensed something happening. Within the sandstorm at that moment, Cyan was using his shadow magic skill called Secret Technique, Expansion Void Sphere. He created a sphere of dark mana in his palm. Miss Sarika began to recognize the technique Cyan was using. She was both surprised and astonished, and in her mind, she didn't want Cyan to reveal this move to the outside world. Cyan's void sphere gradually grew larger, absorbing all of Seth's sandstorm. The dark energy it emitted was incredibly intense, like a black hole devouring everything. As the sandstorm weakened, The headmaster stroked his beard in amusement. Cyan surprises me again and again in this fight. Haha. However, Cica felt differently. She wondered inwardly, why would you use that here? The void sphere continued to grow until it had absorbed the entire sandstorm. Finally, Cyan retracted the sphere into his hand. Seth stood to the side, panting heavily and looking bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Where did my sandstorm go? The students watching were equally astonished. The spell suddenly disappeared. Was that black sphere also magic? I've never heard of magic like that. Who is he really? Cyan stood there nonchalantly, dark magic still swirling around him. He casually asked Seth, "Do you want to keep fighting?" Seth was utterly confused. How could he neutralize my skill so easily? How did he do that? Suddenly, Seth collapsed to his knees and admitted, "No, I lost. I can't believe it. I lost in both swordsmanship and magic. I'm depressed." Seeing Seth so disheartened, Cyan felt a bit guilty. I kind of feel bad. Did I beat him too one-sidedly? Suddenly, Seth punched the floor and shouted, "Good. Very good. I was tired of fighting weaklings anyway. I'm motivated to train more in the coming days. I don't know when it will be, but let's fight again." He then extended his hand and smiled at Cyan. "You'll accept the challenge then too, right?" Cyan looked Seth straight in the eyes and responded decisively, "No need. Thanks." Returning to the dormitory, Cyan had to carry the little dragon who had grown surprisingly fast. I knew that a dragon's growth spurt is faster than humans, but she looks like she's about 6 years old now. The little dragon now had her hair neatly tied up and was dressed in well-fitting clothes. Seeing Cyan return, she ran happily and called out, "Welcome back, Papa." Cyan was still in a daze, thinking, even a dragon-human hybrid grows this fast. She might look my age soon. Brian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "She keeps growing so fast." Cyan nodded in agreement. It's going to get harder to raise her in secret with how fast she's growing. The demonic sword Kiram was sound asleep, oblivious to everything. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the door. It was Cica. She stood leaning against the door, adjusting her glasses, and said, "Eventually, you won't be able to hide her anymore. I can help hide the demonic sword, but I can't help you hide a draconic human, especially if you go wild like you did today. What the hell were you thinking?" She frowned, her face tense, teeth grinding in frustration. Kiram, still half asleep, murmured, I feel like someone's talking about me." Cica, noticing how quickly the little dragon had grown, was equally astonished. "She's growing scarily fast. I didn't see her for just a bit, and she's already this big. It's up to you how you deal with something you picked up during a mission, but something like this is going to be hard to handle." Cyan replied, "Brian is in charge of taking care of her. There's a barrier set up in the dorm too, so Kiram and this kid's presences should be concealed." Brian, puzzled, asked, "I have to take care of a child?" Cica handed Cyan a dark red letter and said, "Well, that's as long as you don't create trouble." Cyan glanced at the letter, a hint of disappointment on his face. "This is rather disappointing for a reward for winning the duel." Cica stepped outside and warned, "You be careful for a while. Nothing good will come out of getting too much attention." Brian curiously asked, "Young master, what is that?" Cyan sighed, "A warning letter." Brian was confused. "A warning letter?" Cyan nodded. "Yeah, it's telling us we're going to be kicked out for misbehaving." Brian was shocked and yelled out, "What? Are we going to be kicked out?" Seeing Brian's reaction, the baby dragon also worriedly chimed in, "What do we do, Papa? Are we going to be living off the streets?" Seeing the adorable face of the baby dragon, Cyan couldn't help but be amazed. "Where did you learn to say that kind of thing? Do you even know what that means?" "Hold on, she's growing way too fast." He then proceeded to pat the baby dragon's head reassuringly, saying, "Not yet. You don't need to worry about anything." Brian was extremely worried, asking, "Are you sure it'll be all right if we go back to Velius?" Cyan quickly reassured him, "Don't worry about it. I'm going to issue a complaint." Cyan noticed a detail in the expulsion notice. "The dean sent this to me himself. It wasn't from the administration office. That must mean that the dean wishes to talk to me. Remembering the previous encounter with the headmaster in their past life, Cyan recalled when the headmaster had asked, "You want to enter the Knights of Light? Have you finally decided to live for the sake of your brother?" Cyan, being young and naive at the time, had nodded without hesitation, but the headmaster seemed to know more and gave advice to Cyan, implying it wasn't a fitting path for him. Cyan's eyes became tense, mixed with a hint of anger. The headmaster chuckled, "Haha, I guess you're aware of that too. Then let me give you some advice. Nothing good will come out of taking this path. Whether you face trials or bear a cruel fate, you won't benefit from anything. That's what it's like to live as someone's doll. No matter the result, you're just going to end up blaming your brother." Cyan was astonished that the headmaster could make such an accurate observation right from the start, showing the headmaster's keen insight. This was something Cyan had heard during their meeting in the past life. "I wonder what he's going to tell me this time," Cyan thought. While lost in thought, Brian spoke up again. Young master, shouldn't we give this child a name?" "A name?" "Yeah, we can't keep calling her Kid," Cyan replied without much thought and immediately suggested the name Nana. Brian felt uneasy that Cyan had come up with the name so quickly without considering it. Suddenly, the baby dragon spoke up with excitement. She felt very happy at the moment. "Good. Nana. It's still Nana spelled backwards. I want to be Nana Vert like Dad's name," she exclaimed happily, running around Cyan. Cyan, however, didn't understand how the little one knew his full name. Brian felt worried for Nana's future. It's over for her. She's going to be bullied by the other kids. The scene shifted to the Royal Academy Dean's office. The headmaster, Kundal Quazel, was currently working on documents while contemplating Cyan Vert. I knew that he had a lot of potential, but to absorb a 4-star spell using a 1-star black sphere? He's scarily talented, but it didn't seem like it took him that much effort. "I want to know your limits, Cyan Vert. Now, let's learn a little about the identity of the headmaster." The headmaster's name is Kundal Quazel. He's taught the current emperor, Dion Severus, and is also the father of the last empress, Diana Quazel. Quazel, one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, has been focusing solely on the education of students at the academy after the death of Diana Quazel. Outside the hallway, Cyan approached the headmaster's office, pondering, "There is one thing I want to know about him. I had always thought that he was a pacifist, but in this life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession fight." As Cyan walked, he suddenly felt a magical disturbance in the hallway. Cyan lightly tapped, and a boundary immediately appeared, created by powerful magic. Moreover, the energy composition was very pure and solid. Cyan smiled with interest. His personality hasn't changed, though. It seems he knew that I was coming and still put up a 9-star area restriction barrier. All right, if this is a test, I'll take it. The principal in the room at that moment also felt the fluctuation of the barrier, guessing that Cyan had arrived. He was eager to see how Cyan would overcome it. "Now, what will you do?" "Only a great mage can destroy such a barrier," he thought. It would take at least half an hour for Cyan to get through. But suddenly, Cyan appeared from the window right behind the principal's desk. Somehow, he had jumped straight through and into the room, bypassing the barrier entirely. Cyan landed in a superhero pose, looking incredibly cool. He then turned around, wide-eyed, and said to the principal, "Dean Kundal, I'm Cyan Vert, an incoming student. I came to express my disagreement with the complaint." The principal was still in shock. He ignored the barrier and came through the window. "I lost this one," he thought. The principal slowly asked, "Your disagreement?" Cyan nodded and replied, "Yes. It said that the letter came from you, but after seeing that barrier outside, I became certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my talent, wasn't it?" The principal stopped pretending and answered, "Right? It was rather aggressive, but you successfully proved your talents. But I will not take back the warning. You can try to persuade me otherwise." Cyan felt quite indignant but couldn't do anything about it. He said, "Then can I ask you one thing?" The dean said, "Yes, go on." Cyan asked, "Do you want the expansion of the empire, or do you want honor for your family?" The principal was quite surprised by Cyan's question. After a brief moment of thought, the principal replied, That's quite a bold question. Neither is my concern. Cian continued, is that so? Then, after the death of Emperor Dion, if the third or fourth prince were to try and take the throne instead of the first prince, you won't take sides. The principal's anger was palpable, his magic power surging and showing signs of bursting out. He replied in a growling voice, "You're not just bold. You're too arrogant to say those things." Cian, unafraid, thought to himself, I was a doll for Ascal. I don't think you're any different from my past self. In his past life, during the throne succession fight, Kundal had a large influence in making the first prince, Lunel Severus, the emperor. Lunel was a cruel and vicious man. He killed all of his siblings. When Kundal was against this, Lunel framed Kundal as a traitor of the empire and sentenced him to death. Kundal had worked to brighten the future of someone else, but ended up being betrayed by this very person. The principal could no longer contain his anger. He stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Nonsense! You think the peace of the last century will fall so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you are nothing more than a fool." Cian calmly continued, "The mother of the first prince and second princess died from an illness, and the third and fourth princes are fair matches for the first prince too. The Nepellus household, that Empress Cassandra comes from, is very well known for being greedy for power. That household will do anything to keep their position of power. In my opinion, the empire's peace is already on a thin line. And the day that peace falls, this academy will be over for." The principal was extremely astonished, his eyes widening in horror. Is this really the thought process of an 11-year-old? He knows every detail of the current political climate. The principal then lowered his voice and asked, "What are you telling me this for?" Cian leisurely replied, "I want to make a deal with you. I will help you for the peace of your family and the academy too. In return, withdraw the warning letter you gave me." Suddenly, a voice laughed, accompanied by a beam of light shining down from the ceiling, leaving Cian bewildered. "What power do you have to help me?" At this moment, the principal had drawn a 69-ring magic circle with a finger. It was so large it covered the entire ceiling. "Let your arrogance crush you." The principal flicked his finger down, casting the spelled chains of judgment. Immediately, numerous magic chains from the circle surged out and bound Cian's limbs and body. Moreover, the pressure from these chains was immense, forcing Cian to crouch down. Despite this, Cian was not panicked but instead smiled excitedly, thinking to himself, "Do you want to fight, Dean? No matter what you do, you won't be able to escape my chain tower, a 9-star spell." Stroking his beard leisurely, he added sarcastically, "I must have overestimated your skills." Cian didn't bother to argue. He just smiled slightly. "Then let me prove myself." At these words, the principal was taken aback by the magic Cian used. The void sphere technique enveloped Cian's body in a dark mist as if he had disappeared into the night. The chains gradually became shrouded in smoke as the black mist seeped through their gaps, slowly engulfing them. The black sphere gradually increased in size, enveloping the chains completely. Even the principal had to step back, covering his face in astonishment, thinking, "This is absurd. The void sphere is only about 1 star, and yet it has absorbed my spell?" Soon, the golden chain shook violently and began to crack. When the sphere reached its maximum size, the first chain snapped and fell to the ground. Principal Kundal couldn't take his eyes off the scene. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, his eyes filled with fear. Just how talented is this boy, he thought. In an instant, the chains completely shattered. The dark sphere gradually disappeared into the air. Cian, looking composed, casually dusted off his clothes and asked the principal, "Do you think I'm useful now?" Despite maintaining his arrogance, the principal no longer wanted to continue punishing or testing him. Lowering his head, he glared at Cian and cautiously asked, "Yes, I'll take back the warning. Is that really all you want?" Cian smiled leisurely and replied, "Yes, I just want to have a peaceful student life." The principal was quite surprised by his answer and asked again, "Is that really all?" Cian firmly responded, "Yes, that's all." He recalled the catastrophic end of the academy in his previous life and thought, I just don't want to see the academy collapse again. That afternoon, the blazing sun covered the entire street. Brian received an order from Cyan to buy a bunch of stuff for children. On his way back to the academy dormitory with a pile of snacks, he cheerfully muttered, "Is it because I have a kid at home that I ended up buying all kinds of sweets?" He was immersed in happiness, like a true babysitter, walking and laughing joyfully. Thinking about Nana enjoying the food made him suddenly feel even better. However, a sudden bad feeling made him stop and look ahead. Brian realized he was alone on this road. The surroundings were deserted, even though it was still a busy time of day. Feeling uneasy, he thought, the streets are strangely quiet. Am I making a big deal out of nothing? Turning at an alley corner, he nervously glanced into the dark and cold alley, which gave him an overwhelming sense of uneasiness. He felt something vague around him. Looking straight into the alley's darkness, he muttered, "Come on out." From within the alley's shadows, someone slowly approached. Brian was stunned, eyes wide, staring at the emerging figure. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he exclaimed, "You are?" Brian's bag of snacks fell to the ground with a thud. He disappeared from the street, leaving only the scattered food behind. After this, the scene shifts to Cyan. Reflecting on his agreement with the dean, he thought, "I agreed to attend my lessons. This is my last class of the day. I'm so damn bored." He couldn't sit up straight, lying on the desk and sleeping to the point of drooling. Frustrated, he groaned, "I'm so damn bored." He decided to sneak out of the classroom. As he quietly closed the door, he muttered, "Learning something I already did 30 years ago is basically torture." He resolutely turned away, thinking, "I don't have any mission either. I'll just go train." However, Cyan's plan to sneak to the headquarters of the Mist Guild was shattered at that moment. Erin unexpectedly intervened. She stood behind him, her eyes bright as she asked, "Where are you going, Cyan?" She stepped closer with a prickly attitude, continuing to question, "The lessons aren't over yet." Cyan, startled, glanced behind him and turned to look at Erin, who was fuming. He quickly made up an excuse, "To the bathroom, Your Highness." But the princess wasn't fooled and bluntly judged, "Lies. That's not the way to the bathroom. Are you sure you're going to the bathroom?" Lexus hurriedly intervened upon seeing the princess being too strict. "Miss Erin, you need to behave better as a princess." But Erin ignored him and continued questioning Cyan, "Are you sure you're going to the bathroom?" Not knowing how to respond, Cyan diverted the topic to Lexus. "Did you permit Lexus to call you by your name?" The girl was startled and confused, but the princess calmly replied, "What, are you changing the topic right now?" "Yes, I allowed her to do that in private." Immediately afterward, she pressed closer to him and asked irritably, "So why do you still call me Your Highness? Aren't we friends?" Cyan turned away, flustered, and replied, "I'm just a civilian, and Your Highness is a princess. How could I just call you by name?" Erin began to criticize Cyan. "You're too serious." He lazily retorted, "I'll take that as a compliment." At that moment, someone came down from upstairs. Erin was startled upon hearing her name called. She turned her head and was instantly stunned. Cyan noticed the princess trembling, sweat dripping from her forehead. Curious, he looked as well and saw two senior students of the academy leisurely walking towards them. These two seemed to know her, and they sneered at her. "Long time no see, Erin," they mocked. Erin looked at each of them and uttered, "Pavian and Nerovian." The princess with silver hair respectfully bowed and lifted her dress. "It's been a while." Pavian stepped forward, disdainfully looking at her and clicking his tongue mockingly. "Are you hanging around peasants now?" Nerovian chimed in with a smirk. "Are you going around with servants now that you're all grown up? Birds of a feather flock together." "Huh?" Erin simply bowed her head, unable to utter a word. Beside her, Lexus also bowed hastily upon recognizing the two in front of him. Cyan realized who they were as well. They were the third and fourth princes, sons of the current queen. Cyan furrowed his brow, thinking, "They're of the Nepellus family. They're very clear about not liking her." At this point, the two arrogant princes finally noticed Cyan. Pavian exclaimed in surprise, "That's..." and Nerovian stammered in confusion upon recognizing Cyan. Cyan introduced himself straightforwardly. Nice to meet you. I'm Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The two princes ignored Aaron completely, stepping past her to warmly greet Cyan. There's no way I wouldn't know a son of Duke Vert. I was impressed by your duel, Pavian said. They saw this as a rare opportunity to recruit someone as talented as Cyan to their side. Shamelessly extending an invitation, Pavian said, I'll make sure to invite you if there's a party. Cyan, uninterested in these royals, glanced at Aaron and noticed her dejected and ignored demeanor. She was still bowing, not having moved or spoken since her initial greeting to her royal brothers. The two princes continued their haughty chatter. Let's talk more then. We should become friends, Nerovian said, patting Cyan on the shoulder arrogantly, adding, This is a rare opportunity, you know? Not wanting to waste words on these shallow royals, Cyan responded dismissively, Yes, thank you. Satisfied, Pavian said, Well, see you later then. Aaron remained silent. Suddenly, her brother's voice came from behind her. He placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered in her ear with a malicious, arrogant smile. Not you, though, Aaron. Her eyes widened in shock as he continued mockingly. Know your place, Aaron, and don't get too arrogant. The princess clenched her fists, trembling with anger at his contemptuous reminder. She realized he must have eavesdropped on her earlier conversation with Cyan. He didn't hesitate to humiliate her further, sneering disdainfully, You need to be more self-aware. Beside him, Pavian merely frowned at Aaron, looking at her as if she were something worthless. They turned their backs and walked away, leaving Aaron engulfed in terrible emotions. Lexus couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed as she watched the two princes leave. Are they the princes? What's wrong with them? Aaron, still with her head bowed, replied coldly, They're still family. The saying is that blood is thicker than water. Cyan suddenly interjected, I'm not sure about that. To me, it looks like you're worse off than strangers. Aaron jerked her head up to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion and sadness. He continued calmly, Be it blood or water, it's all meaningless in the face of power. Cyan knew well that in the royal family, everyone would eventually kill each other for the throne. He looked coldly at the backs of the arrogant princes and reminded her, Therefore, if they're treating you like that, it just means they're wary of you. The young princess was stunned, staring at him. Cyan paid no attention to this and continued calmly, They're just trying to keep you in check. Don't feel so down. Then see you, Cyan said. Hearing these words, the princess's cheeks flushed red, and her heart began to flutter. She couldn't focus on stopping Cyan from skipping class and felt like fainting from the heat on her face. Lexus saw Aaron's flushed face and foolish expression and worriedly shook her, asking, Miss Aaron, are you all right? Having lost interest in training, Cyan returned to his dormitory and called out loudly, I'm here. But he only saw Nana, the dragon girl, sleeping soundly. He looked around the room and muttered, What? No one's here. He then called out loudly again, Brian? Kiram? At the mention of his name, the lazy demon's sword floated over, grumbling, Yes, coming. I can't even get a break around here. Seeing Kiram now as a flickering flame, Cyan asked, Why are you in that form? The demon's sword lazily responded, Because it's more convenient when I need to hide my presence. Why did you call me? Not bothering to be polite, Cyan pointed at Kiram and ordered, Look for Brian. Stopping abruptly and frowning irritably, Kiram angrily shouted, Am I a damn dog? Why should I search for someone? That's not how you ask for favors. I'm sure he'll find his way back. Fine. Cyan silently endured Kiram's outburst without a word. Suddenly, Kiram sniffed the air and remarked, I smell blood. Cyan was startled and looked at Kiram in extreme confusion. At that moment, Brian was being shoved and jostled in a small alley by a group of thugs led by a smug nobleman from the academy. The noble sneered, This is why you should have listened to us while we were still being nice. The person in question was none other than Barrett, the arrogant noble who had bullied Lexus before being scared off by Cyan. Now, he was venting his anger on Brian to avenge that humiliation. He smirked and looked at Brian, who was coughing up blood on the ground, and mocked. I thought you were the only guardian knight, but you're just garbage. Barrett looked at Brian, helplessly lying motionless at his feet, and arrogantly declared, I'm going to cut you into pieces and send those pieces to your owner as a gift. Seething with anger, he snarled, This is all because your owner wanted to act up in my face. He then laughed maniacally. It makes me want to throw up just thinking about it. Brian struggled to cough and groaned. His small resistance infuriated Barrett, who snarled, What did you say? Brian bluntly retorted, As if you're going to do it. Haha, what a joke. Barrett frowned and glared at Brian. Despite being beaten and disfigured by Barrett's men, Brian, a knight who wouldn't surrender, mocked him with a half-smile. His attitude only made Barrett angrier. Grinding his teeth, Barrett grinned maliciously, his eyes glinting with a wild, vicious light. You insane bastard! Did you lose your mind from the beating? He leisurely directed his thugs to draw their swords and surround Brian. Indifferently, he replied, I only feel sorry for you guys. Finally, his shout echoed through the space. Kill him. Just as a mercenary was about to draw his sword, Cian appeared on the roof of a nearby house and coldly asked, What are you guys doing? Just hearing Cian's voice made Barrett's hair stand on end. He jumped, startled by Cian's sudden appearance, and cold sweat poured down his body. Cian stood clenching his fist, a faint dark mist appearing under his feet. He growled, So it was your doing, Barrett Luzamil? Brian recognized Cian and opened his eyes, groaning weakly, Young master? Cian looked at his subordinate, muttering, You're a mess. Sounds like your vocal cords are hurt too. Though initially startled upon seeing Cian, Barrett remained confident he could defeat him, relying solely on his hired mercenaries. He glanced up at Cian with a sneer, Haha, you came crawling to the tiger's den. Great. I'll first start with carving out your organs then. Cian smirked with excitement. That's exciting. Immediately, he gripped his demon sword Kirim tightly and descended into the thick fog. Using his 8th form assault, he aimed straight for the mercenaries' throats below. Kirim's blade flickered with a crimson glow, akin to the color of blood. The mercenaries didn't even see Cian's attacks coming. They fell in the blink of an eye, scattered in all directions. All that remained visible were Cian's brightly glowing swords. Barrett panicked and retreated to a corner, covering his face in horror and staring helplessly at the unbelievable scene before him. He thought to himself, He defeated my mercenaries in a flash. Can we not win against him? He remembered the day Cian had terrified him with a gigantic monosphere, causing Barrett to scream in fear deep inside. What the hell? How is he this strong? With the mercenaries dealt with, Cian raised his glowing red-eyed demon sword, pointing it directly at Barrett. Trembling, Barrett watched as Cian charged towards him. Despite his fear, Barrett desperately gathered mana, shouting madly, Damn it! I'll kill you, Cian Vert. Before he could finish the incantation, Cian rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Barrett's stomach. The force of the kick sent Barrett flying backward, tumbling several times before crashing at the end of the alley. He writhed in pain, unable to get up, groaning in agony. Approaching Barrett coldly, Cian passed his judgment. You really don't change, huh? He walked away calmly, then turned back to interrogate. Is it really that fun to harass people weaker than you? Despite being at a disadvantage, Barrett managed to sneer and scoff at Cian. What do my hobbies have to do with you? Are you going to kill me for it? Barrett Louis Mill, the oldest son of the Louis Mill household, which can be considered the real authority figure in the Garum Kingdom, was pretty well known for his problematic behaviors in my past life too. Physically assaulting others was the least of the terrible things he did. He also burned small animals alive for his entertainment. One day, he committed an act that really crossed the line. He murdered a fellow female classmate. His excuse was that she was practicing magic. In the end, there was an order from Mist to purify him. When I infiltrated the mansion where he was staying after his expulsion, I saw the countless corpses of the servants that had been stored in the basement. After torturing him, I was going to kill him in the most painful way I knew. Then he smiled at me, telling me to just kill him instead of dragging things out. That face is still vivid in my head. He said that he was fine dying because he had all the fun that he wanted to have. His smile at that moment was so terrifying that it made others' blood boil. His eyes showed nothing but a perverse indifference, devoid of any humanity. Only recalling that scene stirred up a rage within Cyan. He glanced at Barrett with disgust, thinking silently, now that I think about it, killing him like that probably wasn't the punishment he deserved. As he said, he already had all his fun before dying. He recalled the actions he had taken with Lexus. Just death is nowhere near enough to make up for the number of lives he had taken. Thinking about this was enough to stoke the fury within Cyan. The price he had to pay for completely ruining others' lives was still too little. Cyan suddenly grabbed Barrett's mouth and forced him to open it. He swung his arm, conjuring a small monosphere in his hand. Barrett immediately realized Cyan intended to force him to swallow the monosphere to deplete his mana completely. He was horrified but unable to move his soaked body, nor could he escape Cyan's grip. He screamed in fear, "Don't do that!" But Cyan coldly asked, "What did you say you were going to do to me?" As the monosphere was brought closer, Barrett only became more panicked. He wildly shouted, "You think you can avoid the consequences of doing something like this to me? I'm a Luis Mill, the most powerful family in the Garam Kingdom." Hearing this, Cyan sneered, "You sure talk a lot." He then forcefully shoved the monosphere into Barrett's throat, pressing it firmly to prevent him from spitting it out. He forced him to swallow it and said coldly, "It's fine if you don't like me. You can even detest me." Barrett thrashed wildly, trying to escape and resist swallowing the monosphere. But Cyan pressed harder on his mouth. He continued, "I don't give a shit what you say behind my back, but you shouldn't have put your dirty hands on my subordinate. You garbage excuse for a human being." Cyan smirked, a malicious glint in his eyes, as he forced Barrett to swallow the monosphere. Barrett writhed in agony from the excruciating pain tearing through his mouth due to the effects of the monosphere. He cried out in pain, the light of the gem seeming to engulf and burn him from within. Above, a figure concealed in a tattered cloak silently observed. Ascal's subordinate, now panic-stricken, watched from a distance, thinking anxiously, "I had no idea he was hiding such powers. I need to notify young Master Ascal right away." He also worriedly frowned, fearing this might interfere with his plans. Unexpectedly, an arm reached out from behind him. Cica, in the Assassin Guild's fog cloak, grabbed his mouth, pressed a dagger to his throat, and whispered, "So it was you, the little obsessive stalker who's been following my disciple everywhere recently." After dealing with Barrett, Cyan turned back and walked towards Brian. By now, Brian could sit up, leaning against a corner. He held his injuries, looking despondently at Cyan with a swollen face, unable to meet Cyan's gaze. He whispered, "I apologize, young master. I never thought they would attack me in such a large group." Cyan looked at him and realized he looked so ugly. He then bluntly asked, "Are you sure you're my subordinate? Why were you engaging in a fight where you were going to lose?" Brian bowed his head, murmuring, "Young master." Cyan looked coldly at his swollen and disfigured face, asking, "Is this the loyalty you swore to me?" Cyan then sat down in front of Brian, chin resting on his hand, teasingly asking, "Why didn't you just run away? I kind of get what you meant to do, but are you stupid?" He then looked seriously into his eyes, reminding him, "I don't need a loyal subordinate who dies. Don't do stupid things. It's annoying." Cyan stood up and sighed, "Anyway, you're in for a lecture when we get back." Brian was still bowing and whispering, "I'm sorry." Cyan had resolved all personal issues by now. He then raised his voice, "Why don't you come out now, Hallmaster Cica?" She chuckled in amazement, "Oh, you noticed." Cyan glanced at her and all the members of the Mist Assassins Guild hiding around, calmly responding, "How can I not tell when you brought all your hall members with you?" The other guild members silently withdrew at that moment. Cica appeared, leaping down and grabbing the person following Cyan by the collar. Cica amusedly said, "I brought a gift." She then tossed him to the ground, leaving him dazed. Cyan showed no surprise. He calmly stated, "He's the guy who's been following me lately." Cica exclaimed in surprise, "What? You already knew? Cyan nodded calmly. Sarika sighed and admitted, well, I do admit that you're talented. She then thought about how she had secretly observed Cyan all this time and praised him. Powers surpassing that of a mist assassin. Intellect that allows you to strike a fair negotiation with the Dean. A mental fortitude that allows you to handle the demonic sword perfectly. You're an ideal fit for a successor. She then frowned seriously and looked at Cyan as a reminder. But these kinds of things cannot continue to happen. There will be more people who find you suspicious. Cyan calmly looked at her and confirmed, I will be careful. Suddenly, Cyan narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, however, I don't intend on living like an idiot taking from others. If anyone puts a hand on my people like this, I will crush them no matter what. Sarika bowed her head and laughed, haha, I see. She then silently thought, so he will protect his own people. Deciding it was unnecessary to intervene further, she waved goodbye to Cyan and said, well, I'm sure you'll take care of it. I'm going now. Cyan was perplexed by her unexpectedly calm reaction, feeling suspicious inside. Just before leaving, she suddenly turned back, pointed at the person still lying on the ground, and added, don't forget about him. I'm going to take care of Barrett and his minions. Cyan accepted and confirmed this with Sarika. He then glanced at Ascal's subordinate, who was now squirming and crying out, what are you going to do to me? Cyan smirked slightly and asked, kill you? I think that's too easy. Despite sweating profusely, Ascal's subordinate refused to speak. Cyan sneered and pointed out, aren't you Ascal's #1 subordinate? I already knew. The subordinate was bewildered. How did you? Cyan silently thought, how could I forget? He never leaves Ascal's side. He used to be jealous of my relationship with Ascal in my past life. Cyan then smiled knowingly to himself. This guy might be dangerous in a different sense. He gradually gathered dark energy in his hand, watching the subordinate on the ground. He thought, it'd be fine to kill him right now, but he's Ascal's subordinate. Cyan grinned mischievously, realizing he should be pretty useful for my plans. The subordinate was terrified by Cyan's calculating and frightening expression, as well as the creeping violet-black mist surrounding him. He screamed in fear. Huh? What's that? Get away from me. Cyan chuckled, his eyes shining brightly. His body radiated mana, and he used creation. Shadow personality, which then flowed into the subordinate. The dense black mist surged into the subordinate's mouth and eyes. Within moments, the black smoke engulfed his entire body, causing him to convulse and scream in horror. The sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy that morning. Lexus gripped her wooden sword tightly and charged forward, resolutely swinging a strike straight at Princess Erin. The princess managed to parry it just in time, but the force of Lexus's attack still made her struggle and cry out. Princess Erin tried to shake off the sword and push Lexus back, shouting that it was no big deal. Yet, Lexus was one step ahead. She swiftly circled behind the princess. Before Erin could figure out where her opponent had gone, Lexus pointed her sword at the princess's back and gleefully declared, "It's my victory, Your Highness." Startled by her own carelessness, Erin gasped in surprise. She pouted and turned to look at Lexus, muttering in dissatisfaction, "I can't win against you, Lexus. Also, I told you to call me by my name when it's just the two of us." Lexus scratched her head awkwardly and replied, sorry, Your Highness." The princess glared at Lexus and sternly corrected her, "Miss Erin." This attitude made Lexus even more flustered as she hurriedly corrected herself, "Yes, Miss Erin." At that moment, a loud yelp echoed from the training ground next to them. Young Master Erin glanced over and remarked with some concern, "They're training really hard." In the adjacent training ground, Cyan was pushing Brian through an intense physical training session after the recent confrontation with young Master Barrett. Brian was no match for Cyan. He was beaten soundly, receiving another punch to the stomach that felt like a blow from the heavens. Cyan's relentless attacks gave Brian no time to recover before he took another kick to the knee. Cyan continued his furious assault while Brian could only cry out in agony, unable to defend himself or counterattack. After a barrage of blows, Brian hunched over, clutching himself in pain, trying to endure. Cyan, seeing that Brian might not hold out much longer, stepped back to give him a moment of respite. Yet, he also noted Brian's impressive endurance. Despite taking hits from all sides, Brian remained standing, albeit clearly in pain. Cyan thought to himself, Brian's got quite the endurance for someone who was more like an errand boy. He's pretty strong too. He observed Brian carefully, noting that although he had taken some damage, his body remained resilient. Brian only took a few heavy breaths before seeming to recover quickly. Cyan thought with satisfaction, he'll be useful later on. Then he asked sharply, "Are you tired?" Brian quickly replied, even as blood dripped from his mouth, "No, young master, I can keep going." Cyan was taken aback and muttered, "Goodness, blood?" He knew his training methods were harsh, but they seemed to suit Brian's physical capabilities. Cyan mused, "I would have kept going even if he was tired. There's no guarantee that an incident like with Barrett won't happen again. Brian needs to be able to defend himself." The incident with Brian had passed a few days ago, but Cyan was still troubled. He couldn't forget Barrett's malicious smile when he took out his anger on Cyan's subordinate. Now somewhat recovered, Brian hesitantly asked, "Is that Kellen guy really all right?" Cyan realized Brian was still concerned about the incident and reassured him seriously, "Don't worry about him. He's already on our side." He knew the spy was Kellen, a close subordinate of his brother Ascal, so he cast a spell on him. At that moment, Kellen, bound by Cyan, was thrown to the ground. He writhed and screamed as Cyan's spell gradually took over his body. Brian witnessed the entire scene despite being exhausted from Barrett's and his hired thug's torture. He was alert enough to see Cyan's magical prowess firsthand. Brian stared at Cyan, astonished. It was the first time he had seen his master use magic. Soon, Kellen lay motionless on the ground. To cast this spell, Cyan had to exert a considerable amount of effort. He wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself, that was really hard to do. It had been too long since I last used 9-star dark element magic. Shadow personality creates a personality from the shadows to manipulate the opponent, Cyan recalled. I used it just once in my past life. He stepped forward, took a knife, and cut the ropes binding Kellen. Kellen's demeanor had changed drastically from earlier. Now he appeared calm, and Cyan coldly asked him, "Now, who are you?" Kellen knelt at his feet, his body still enveloped in a faint purple mist. He responded, "Kellen Diego, a guardian knight of Velius. I was given the order to keep an eye on young Master Cyan and came to Lewin." Witnessing his previously defiant subordinate now obediently answering questions, Cyan smirked and thought, he's submissive now. Cyan then asked a confirming question, "And who's the owner you serve?" Kellen bowed his head, his face expressionless as if programmed to eliminate all emotions. He replied, "I have been serving young Master Ascal, but I wish to serve you now, young Master Cyan. Please take me in." Cyan calmly smiled and replied, "All right then, listen to what I have to say and relay it to Ascal back in Velius." Cyan's smile suddenly turned menacing. He glared at Kellen and hissed through clenched teeth, "Don't leave a single thing out, understand?" Immediately, Kellen decisively punched the ground, bowing his head and shouting, "Yes, I understand, young master." He looked up at Cyan with eyes full of determination and burning loyalty, all thanks to the control of the spell Cyan had cast on him. Reflecting on that gaze, Cyan shivered slightly and thought, his eyes are overwhelmingly brimming with loyalty. Something's dangerous about this guy. Seeing Cyan not respond and remain lost in thought for a long time, Brian nervously called out, "Young master?" Cyan, still deep in thought, reassured himself, "But I'm sure it'll be all right." At that moment, Princess Erin and Leximus arrived at the training ground. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the two and calling out, "Did you come here to train with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see him here." Brian, seeing the princess, quickly bowed and greeted, "Ah, your highness." Cyan turned to the girls and indifferently replied, "Yes. Did your highness come here to train as well?" The princess approached him, smiling enthusiastically, "Yeah, I come here to train every weekend with Leximus. I thought it'd be a good idea given that incident that happened recently. Hearing the princess mention the incident, Cyan glanced away and thought, is she referring to what happened a week ago? Barrett Louis Mill was found in front of the nurse's office, completely out of his mind. He was beaten to a pulp, but nobody could get him to say who had done that to him. Well, it's because he couldn't say who it was, not that he didn't want to. And the thing is, he won't be able to use magic ever again. But Leximus's reaction wasn't what he had anticipated. He had forced Barrett to swallow a mana stone, a trick Barrett had used to destroy all mana and push Leximus into a harsh fate in a past life. Cyan thought, surely she would be pleased to hear that news, but in reality, the opposite was true. He looked at Leximus and thought, but Leximus's reaction isn't what I had anticipated. I thought she would feel happy. Leximus didn't feel joy or satisfaction. She simply bowed her head in silence whenever someone mentioned Barrett's incident. Suddenly, the little girl Nana shouted loudly, "Papa!" All 4 people on the training ground were startled and looked up at the source of the call. Nana was floating in the air right above them. Brian exclaimed in panic, young master, over there." Even Cyan was startled and exclaimed, "Nana! I left her with Kiram." He didn't know that at this moment, the demon sword Kiram was still busy sleeping, snoring loudly with a toy in hand. Nana then let herself fall freely, landing straight into Princess Erin's arms. Confused, she held the little girl and asked, "Huh? Where did she come from?" The little girl paid no attention to anyone else but Cyan. She looked straight at him and joyfully shouted, "Papa!" Nana found Papa. The princess froze, looking up in the direction of the little girl's gaze, mumbling in disbelief, "Papa?" The little girl pointed at Cyan and shouted once more, affirming to the princess, "Papa?" Princess Erin stared at him in astonishment. She furrowed her brows, sweating in anger as she asked, "Papa?" Frustrated, she thought to herself, "When? With whom?" Caught off guard, Cyan had no choice but to sigh deeply and think to himself, how could this happen? Finally, he had to recount the story of how he had accidentally found the child to the princess, including that the girl was a dragonkin. However, he did not mention that he found her during an assassination mission. After listening attentively, the princess breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "So that's what happened." She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with relief, "Then it's not really your kid. I had all kinds of ideas about where she could be from." By this time, they had returned to the princess's dormitory room. Leximus was playing with the little girl, and the princess believed Cyan's story, cheerfully exclaiming, "I didn't know you could be so kind. That's unexpected." But Cyan didn't feel happy at all about being praised. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking gloomily, "This is bad. She might blackmail me for this." Brian, sitting next to Cyan, was just as worried, his face turning pale as he anxiously thought, "We'll get kicked out if the Academy finds out about this." She even knows that Nana is a draconic human. However, Princess Erin proactively reassured Cyan. She confidently smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, Cyan. I won't tell anyone." Both Brian and Cyan were stunned by the princess's firm declaration. Cyan asked in surprise, "Is your highness serious?" Erin turned to Leximus and replied firmly, "Yeah, right, Leximus?" She glanced at Leximus beside her. Leximus was still happily playing with Nana and immediately looked at the princess, smiling innocently, and replied, "Of course. I don't have anyone to tell anyway since I don't have friends." The princess froze, realizing her question had been a bit insensitive. But before she could react, Cyan bluntly asked her, "What's your reason?" The princess tilted her head lightly, frowning, and answered with a gentle smile, "Reason? I just feel bad for her." She turned to look at Nana, who was extremely happy in Leximus's arms, and continued with a smile, "She won't fit in with the dragons or humans. She won't be accepted by anyone." The princess then turned to Cyan and sincerely praised him. "But you want to take care of her. That's a good thing." Taking this opportunity, the princess mustered all her courage and asked directly, "But can I come over sometimes?" Cyan, confused, asked, "To my room?" The princess suddenly blushed, bowed her head, wiped her sweat, and awkwardly replied, "Don't be mistaken. I just want to see Nana sometimes." Realizing the princess had no ill intentions towards the girl, Cyan frankly accepted, "Well, it doesn't matter to me." With just his affirmation, the princess's cheeks turned rosy. He looked her in the eye and frankly suggested, "Then this is our secret, okay, princess?" Erin quickly nodded, "Yeah, I swear." She misunderstood Cyan's words and shyly thought to herself, "Our little secret?" Brian then picked up little Nana. Cyan stood up, ready to leave with them, and told the princess, "Then I'm going to get going." Lexus ran over, bowed politely, and said, "Take care, Mr. Cyan." After Cyan had left, Lexus noticed that the princess was still silently pondering. She turned to the princess and asked in confusion, "Miss Erin?" But the princess was still lost in her own fantasies. The smile froze on her lips, her cheeks still flushed, and her heart pounded as she happily thought, "That means I'm closer to Cyan, right?" Lexus, alarmed by the princess's strange demeanor, shouted, "Miss Erin, are you feeling unwell?" When Cyan returned to his dormitory and woke the demonic sword Kiram, he finally learned what had happened. Kiram merely smirked and raised an eyebrow, saying, "What? Something that fun happened while I was sleeping? Why don't you reveal that you're living with the sword too then?" Cyan was furious, pointing accusingly at Kiram, "Shut up. You need to reflect on your actions. You fell asleep while babysitting her." Kiram showed no remorse, casually sitting back and muttering, "She just does whatever she wants because she takes after her father." Brian held the little girl in his arms, but she kept wriggling to be held by Cyan. He suggested, "Why don't we take her on walks? I'm sure she's stressed from being here all the time." Cyan crossed his arms and pondered before agreeing, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Brian was relieved that his suggestion was accepted, saying, "Thank you. Then I'll get going." That evening, far in the distant mountain range, two dragon-like figures soared through the air together. Suddenly, one dragon halted, sensing something unsettling and stopping midair. It startled the other dragon, who asked, "What's wrong, sir?" He looked at her unhappily and told her, "I smell something sickening." "Where are we, Catalina?" she replied cautiously. "It's not that close, but we're in the vicinity of Luin, sir," she responded. He continued to feel uneasy, furrowing his brow. "Is this smell coming from the Luin Academy? It seems we need to pause our journey back." His eyes glowed ominously as he peered down and pointed towards the source of his discomfort. "I can feel an aura coming from there that I cannot permit as a dragon." After deciding to let Nana play outside that night, Cyan and Brian took her to an empty lot on the outskirts of Luin. Having been confined to Cyan's dorm room for a long time, Nana was thrilled to fly freely in the open sky. Flapping her small wings excitedly, she darted ahead, prompting Brian to hastily chase after her, shouting, "Wait, wait, Nana, that way's dangerous." Cyan followed calmly, watching Nana joyfully exclaim, "This place is so huge." Nana's so excited. Seeing Nana enjoy her newfound freedom, Cyan smiled to himself, thinking, "She looks like she's having fun." He looked at her radiant face and said, "This place is 10 kilometers from the center of Luin. It should be fine for her to play around here all she wants." Kiram overheard this and mocked, "Goodness, you're a real father now, huh? Why don't you get her a mom too, like that princess from earlier?" Cyan gritted his teeth, about to retort when Kiram suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. Kiram also sensed something, muttering, "Wait, something's coming." Just then, two dragons appeared right in front of them. One of the dragons sneered disdainfully, "Sickening." Brian recognized the danger immediately. He panicked and yelled to Nana, "It's dangerous, Nana." Rushing towards her, he grabbed Nana and held her tightly in his arms. In that instant, a tremendous force crashed down dangerously close to them. Cyan hurried over, anxiously asking Brian, "What about Nana?" He scanned them both quickly. Nana clung to Brian, visibly frightened but thankfully unharmed. Brian hugged her tightly, shielding her from the flying debris, and nervously replied, "She's okay." In the midst of this sudden appearance, Cyan stepped forward, sword drawn, calmly telling Brian, "Both of you stay behind me." In the open lot, the ground shattered into pieces as two shadowy figures of dragons emerged amidst blinding light and thunder. Cian stood protectively in front of Brian and Nana, looking at the high-ranking dragons that had arrived and wondering aloud, "Why are there high-ranking dragons here?" He quickly recognized their identities despite their human form, thinking to himself, and two of them too. The dragons glanced towards Brian and Nana with calculating eyes. Brian understood their malevolent intentions immediately. He held Nana close, his arms tightening protectively around her, and glared back at them with vigilance. High-ranking silver dragon Lucian narrowed his eyes, full of displeasure and disgust, sneering, "The source of this sickening stench? It's disgusting." His companion, high-ranking red dragon Catalina, also glared at them with contempt, exclaiming, "A mix? How can such a vile creature dwell here?" She glanced at Cian and his Kirim blade mockingly. "Are you the owner of that halfling human? You even have the demonic sword." Cian only looked at her with caution and defensiveness. Meanwhile, Kirim felt insulted and grumbled angrily. "What? Objectifying me?" Catalina immediately shouted irritably, "Shut it! You're an inferior thing that's degraded yourself to be a human slave." Her arrogant and contemptuous words infuriated Kirim. She glared at her angrily, snapping, "Do you want to die?" Kirim's attitude provoked Catalina. She snarled furiously, "How dare you?" She was about to rush forward, but Lucian quickly raised his hand to stop her. He stepped forward, looking at Cian and Kirim, his tone filled with disdain. "Fret not. I'm not interested in you guys. I do not wish to fight against inferior beings unnecessarily." He turned to look at the child in Brian's arms and growled, "However, hand over that halfling to me." Nana seemed to understand their malice towards her, clutching Brian's shirt tightly and trembling in his arms. Brian turned fully as if to use his body to shield her. He glared at the two dragons, even though he was somewhat frightened himself. Nana burst into tears, nestling in Brian's embrace. The dragons did not relent, uttering heartless words, "A half-human, half-dragon. It's worth experimenting on." Lucian stared coldly at Cian, declaring, "I will let you guys go if you hand it over." Cian remained unfazed by his threats. He grabbed Kirim, angrily snapping, "Shut up." His attitude enraged Lucian. He frowned, struggling to contain his anger. "What did you just say?" Cian glared at him, his eyes glowing red with fury. He coldly replied, "I said shut up, you lizard piece of shit." Lucian lowered his head, a smirk forming on his lips as he laughed. Suddenly, he swung his sword, slashing the ground next to Cian. He did not intend to attack directly, but wanted to intimidate him. Though it wasn't enough to make Cian flinch, Brian startled, hugged Nana and dodged, shouting worriedly, "Master Cian." Cian calmly ordered Brian, "It's fine. Just get far away from here." Seeing that Cian was still okay, Brian immediately carried the girl away, hastily responding, "Yes, sir." The dragon's power tore up the ground next to Cian, leaving sparks flying. Cian observed this and thought, "What a fancy technique." Lucian gripped his weapon tightly, lightning continuously flashing on his sword. He flew up, sneering, "This is why we call you inferior." Cian did not respond to him directly. Instead, he countered with a technique called Thick Fog Ninth Form, Demonic Sword Manifestation, to let the demonic sword Kirim use his body. Merging with Kirim, his skin darkened, and his hair turned into blazing red flames. The dragons immediately recognized Cian's new form. Catalina exclaimed in shock, "Sir, that power." Lucian, only slightly surprised, calmly replied, "It's the power of the exile." He frowned disdainfully, grumbling, "Today has been full of surprises." However, he's still just an inferior human. In an instant, Cian had already soared up beside him, ready to strike with his sword. Lucian was startled when his opponent disappeared from his sight. He glanced around in surprise. When did he? Cian remained silent, immediately launching a series of attacks that forced Lucian to hurriedly raise his sword to defend passively. This enraged Lucian greatly. He gritted his teeth. "You little." He swung his sword towards Cian, but Cyan quickly evaded backwards to dodge. Seeing his attack ineffective, Lucian thrust his hand forward, activating his shock wave technique. Flickering lightning sparked in his palm as a massive magic formation appeared in the sky above Cyan. Startled, Cyan looked up at the bright rays emanating from the magic formation, crashing straight towards him. In an instant, he was engulfed in a colossal pillar of light from the magic formation, blasting down to shatter the earth and rocks beneath his feet. Quickly utilizing thick fog third form, Fog Glide, Cyan escaped from the magic formation, appearing behind Lucian. Sensing his presence, Lucian was shocked as Cyan unleashed another technique, Fog Sword. Rushing Fog Storm, attacking continuously towards him. However, Catalina swiftly flew up to shield Lucian's back using Fire Barrier. She confidently laughed, "I'll block this one." But Lucian sensed something amiss and urgently shouted, "Back off, Catalina! You're no match for him." She stubbornly ignored him, arrogantly believing she could defeat Cyan. Smirking amidst sweating, she replied, "Don't worry, sir. I won't lose against him. I have put up a dragon's barrier made from 1,000 years worth of mana accumulation. A human who can't even live 100 years won't be able to." Before she could finish her thoughts, Cyan continued with his next move, Fog Sword. 8 fluttering petals. His eyes narrowed as he smiled, directing his attack straight at the fire barrier. Catalina's eyes widened in shock, her confident smile fading. Cyan's consecutive strikes, focused on the center of the fire barrier, caused a loud explosion with blinding light. Catalina's barrier shattered into countless pieces. In her utmost horror, she couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "There's no way he can pierce this?" Before Catalina could recover, Cyan swiftly used double serial slash, slashing dozens of times across her body. She could only scream in despair as Lucian helplessly watched his close subordinate torn into countless pieces. Her voice faintly echoed in his ears, "Master!" Seeing Catalina disintegrate into dust pushed Lucian's anger to its peak. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Just what are you? The god of fog has no authority at all. How is it that you can have this much power?" Ignoring his questioning, Cyan remained silent as Lucian deployed a new magic formation in the sky. His eyes glowed fiercely red as he coldly exclaimed, "I guess you don't want to answer. All right, I must admit that you're a worthy opponent." Cyan immediately understood his intentions. He silently observed, preparing for the confrontation. Lucian rushed into the magic formation, his body glowing amidst a swirling vortex of lightning. Quietly witnessing the transformation, Cyan thought to himself, "A spell that makes a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original one." Lucian's body gradually transformed. His jaws extended to reveal sharp dragon teeth. His hands turned into clawed talons, and dragon wings spread behind his back. He transformed into a white dragon, roaring fiercely and shaking the heavens and earth. Calmly facing him, Cyan leapt off the ground, rushing towards Lucian's head, surprising him with his actions. Lucian gritted his teeth. What are you trying to do?" Cyan was now right above his nose, staring down at the large horn on his head. Lucian realized in shock, "No. Does he know the weakness of polymorph? An inferior species like him?" Without hesitation, Cyan swiftly dove down in front of him, firmly planting his demonic sword into the dragon horn. The dragon cried out in pain, Lucian's eyes glowing red from agony and disbelief. Then Cyan used another technique, Fog Sword. Unshakable roots of a great tree. The black fog around the dragon turned into sharp blades, slashing all over its body. Lucian struggled, paralyzed, roaring in immense pain. Within moments, his body disintegrated under the terrifying fog's continuous stabs. Lucian collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust over the area. Brian worriedly ran towards his master, hugging little Nana in shock and calling out anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" He froze as he clearly saw the scene ahead, gaping speechlessly. Immediately, he shielded Nana's eyes. The bewildered girl exclaimed, "I can't see." In front of them, Cyan calmly butchered Lucian's corpse, enjoying a sizable piece of meat. He casually held out a piece to Brian, cheerfully saying, "Eat it, Brian. It's precious meat." Brian stood stunned, unsure how to react. Nana, curious, exclaimed, "Nana wants some too." Cyan sternly warned, "Children shouldn't eat this. For a great dragon like this, it's just nourishment." After being exposed by Cyan and placed under a spell, Kellen, one of Ascal's subordinates, has now switched allegiance to Cyan. Following Cyan's orders, Kellen returns to report everything he knows about the recent tailing mission. Upon hearing the report, Ascal contemplatively asks, "So, you think some unknown force is supporting my brother?" Kellen bows his head and calmly replies, "That's right. I believe the informants we sent were eliminated by them too." Ascal looks up at him, frowning slightly, and asks, "Is that all?" Kellen calmly replies, "Yes, I apologize for the lack of information." Despite Cyan's order for him to reveal everything, Kellen genuinely doesn't know much more. However, it is Kellen's unusually calm demeanor that captures Ascal's attention. Ascal thinks, strange. This guy usually loses his composure and gets anxious easily, but the person standing before me now is very composed and quite different from usual. He wonders, I don't see the sense of desperation that Kellen had before leaving. It's as if he's a completely different person. Maintaining his calm exterior and concealing any suspicion, Ascal bows his head and says, "I see." Then Kellen, "I would like to ask you a question." Hearing this, Kellen starts and freezes. He looks up immediately, meeting Ascal's cold, scrutinizing gaze. Without a word, Kellen realizes the situation instantly. He frowns slightly, revealing a hint of worry, and thinks, this is a test. He's starting to doubt me. Kellen immediately punches his chest and bows deeply before Ascal, solemnly reciting his usual slogan, "Let the blessing of Luminal be with you." Ascal leisurely smirks and replies calmly, "I appreciate that response, Sir Kellen." He only wanted to check if the Kellen before him was genuine. Seeing Kellen's nervousness and cold sweat, Ascal says slowly, "Don't take this the wrong way. It's just a kind of regular ritual. You're excused." Kellen turns to leave, still in a state of alertness. He is lost in confused thoughts. I better be careful. Once his doubts fully bloom, I won't be able to get out of this. As he opens the door, deep in thought, he is startled to find someone standing right behind it. Shocked, he thinks, this woman. She's young Master Cyan's maid, Emily. Emily, who was about to knock, smiles awkwardly upon seeing Kellen and says, "Hello?" Kellen frowns suspiciously and asks her, "What brings you here?" At that moment, Ascal steps up, pats his shoulder, and says, "I called her." He smiles at Cyan's maid and asks, "Did you say your name is Emily?" She hurriedly stammers, "Why yes, young master." Ascal smiles, though his smile appears forced, and asks kindly, "Could you do me a favor?" Seeing his smile, Emily blushes shyly and asks, "A favor?" Meanwhile, at the dragon lair, high-ranking dragons gather for an urgent meeting. Upon realizing that two of their own, both high-ranking dragons, have gone missing, the head dragon exclaims in shock, "Mr. Lucian and Miss Catalina are missing." The other dragons huddle behind the small Mona stones, gathering around the massive Mona stone of the leader dragon. They explain, they manifested divine powers at the outskirts of Luwin, but that's the last trace we have of them. The thing is, they were both above 8-star level. As you can see, their Mona stones have shattered. These destructive traces are all that remain from the battle. The dragons look at the two shattered Mona stones of Lucian and Catalina, which indicate that the dragons within them are dead. One dragon questions, "So, you mean the one who killed them erased all other evidence with magic?" Another dragon adds, "For that to be possible." The high-ranking dragon interrupts solemnly, "It would most likely need to be someone with dark elemental powers. The only one capable of killing those two is Kundal Quazel." However, the dragon hesitates. He does not possess dark elemental powers. In other words, there is some unknown fourth individual. Another dragon suddenly speaks up, "We are aware of a boy named Cyanvert, the only dark element user in the Royal Academy." A dragon recalls an earlier event. When Cyan faced a dark dragon on the battlefield, he nearly killed it, though it managed to escape. There are also rumors that he survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines. Perhaps he has something to do with the deaths of Renaud Crimson and Zitterman Albus. They both worked with us to bring testing subjects and materials. The leader dragon listens silently, then skeptically says, "Is there some kind of connection between these events? I will need to keep an eye on this." Then, the leader dragon remembers its granddaughter, who is around Cyan's age, and immediately suggests, "Luna of Rainreaver, have my granddaughter get acquainted with Cyan Vert." A new day dawned with sunlight streaming into the Royal Academy and the royal dorms. Princess Erin joyfully ran to Cyan's dorm room, carrying a delicious cake. She excitedly exclaimed, "Ta-da! A special cake made by the palace chefs." She had the cake made for little Nana and affectionately asked, "Enjoy it, Nana." Seeing the fragrant cake, Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she drooled, eagerly praising, "Whoa, I like you." The princess not only brought a cake, but also pulled a cart loaded with boxes of cakes. She gently said to Nana, "Have as much as you want. There's still a lot more." Nana stared wide-eyed at the cart full of delicious food. Cyan sat silently in a corner, watching the scene. Contentedly, he thought, "They're having fun. We need to stay on the down low for a while. If the dragons were to sense Nana's presence, they might ambush us again. I will make sure that no one can put a hand on the people I care about. After all, I've decided to live purely for my own sake in this life." The sinister face and evil smile of Ascal appeared in his mind. Cyan had a goal for this life. "I'm going to completely ruin that bastard's plans." The princess suddenly turned to look at Cyan, surprised to see his expression. He was smiling delightfully, lost in thought, seemingly imagining something interesting. She curiously asked, "Cyan, did something good happen? You look happy." Cyan leisurely replied, I just had a nice thought." At the Vert residence garden, Ascal was welcoming an esteemed guest. He warmly said, "It's been a while since I last saw you." His guest was Lionel Severus, the first prince. The prince slightly smirked and politely remarked, "You look like you're doing well, Ascal." Ascal politely smiled and flattered, "It's all thanks to you, your majesty." However, the first prince seemed preoccupied with something else. He glanced down and muttered, "More importantly, how long do you intend on rotting in this estate in the middle of nowhere? I heard that Alice has left on a journey." Ascal didn't seem concerned about his sister. He calmly responded, "I'm actually worried about her. I don't know what she's doing or where she is." The first prince interrupted, "Worried about her?" He leaned on his hand, looked at Ascal with a smirk, and said, "Aren't you actually worried that she might threaten your position of power?" Ascal squinted at the prince, feigning innocence. "That's not something we should speak of." Prince then said, "We're friends, though. What can we say to each other?" A subordinate approached to pour wine for the prince. Ignoring the question, the prince slowly asked again, "Also, was your younger brother's name Cyan?" He looked at the glass of wine in his hand, gradually being filled, and calmly announced, "My father is interested in him, to the point that he seems to be considering an engagement between him and Erin." Mentioning his sister, the first prince suddenly felt a discomfort in his heart. He grimaced and resentfully exclaimed, "I don't know why he's so adamant about protecting his useless little garbage daughter." Ascal leisurely smiled and glanced at the first prince with a calculating look, confidently affirming, "Don't feel rushed. The more attention she receives and the more power she gains, the more useful she will be to us." The first prince seemed satisfied with his answer and smirked appreciatively. "I like that you get how I feel." The prince's subordinate suddenly pointed the wine bottle towards Ascal and asked, "Will you have some, sir?" Ascal looked up at the subordinate and unexpectedly exclaimed, "I haven't seen this guardian knight before." The prince realized Ascal was curious about his subordinate and turned to look at the knight beside him. He proudly introduced, Right? He's a jewel that I found while scouting the slums." This seemed to pique Ascal's curiosity and interest. He glanced at the subordinate eagerly and asked, "Oh, you found the most exquisite of jewels?" The subordinate smiled at the compliment and introduced himself. "My name is Borislelm. Nice to meet you, sir." Boris's smile carried a sinister, dark aura. Fate had repeated itself. He had been Ascal's most capable assistant in a previous life. 2 years passed, and at the academy, students turned their heads to look at the person striding across the yard. Over time, Cyan had somewhat concealed himself and gradually adapted to life at the academy. By now, his sister Alice had returned, and her presence caused all the male students at the academy to turn their heads in admiration. Alice glanced at a boy who had just been tapped on the head by his girlfriend for daring to glance at another girl. She smiled awkwardly and headed straight to the principal's office. The academy remained peaceful and calm that day. Alice knocked on the principal's door and naturally walked in. Principal Kundal seemed relieved to see her and greeted her politely. "It's been a while." Alice laughed, and he asked with concern, "So, did you enjoy your travels?" Alice nodded and replied, "Yes, I visited Frunia." Principal Kundal seemed surprised by her answer. He exclaimed, "Frunia? That's not a place where a human would have been welcomed." Alice set down her backpack, approached him, and replied, "You're right. It took me a year to adjust, but I really wanted to find the meaning of harmony you mentioned. Since you said that place would hold me back from growing, I needed to think of where I belong." Hearing her affirmation, Principal Kundal became contemplative. He frowned slightly and asked, "You seem to have made up your mind." Alice looked at him resolutely and declared, "Yes, I'm going to join the Knights of Light." Kundal hesitantly asked, "You're going to continue on with the will of your family?" Alice confidently looked at the principal, her eyes full of determination, and replied, "Well, someone had to take on the duty. I'm worried about my younger siblings too, especially Cyan. He's so shy." Hearing this, Principal Kundal suddenly burst out laughing. Alice was stunned by his reaction and asked in confusion, "Why are you laughing?" He looked at Alice, slowly stroking his beard, raised an eyebrow slightly, and asked, "Cyan? Shy? How amusing." At that moment, Cyan unexpectedly walked into the room, half-jokingly saying, "Amusing? You're being too harsh, sir." Hearing her brother's voice, Alice turned around, startled. She was extremely surprised when she saw him and exclaimed, "Cyan?" Right in front of her, Cyan had grown to the point of being almost unrecognizable. He looked stronger and taller than the last time she remembered, making her pause for a moment and look at him skeptically. He calmly smiled, looked at his sister gently, and softly said, "I missed you, sister." After reuniting with Alice at the academy after many years apart, Cyan and his sister strolled together under the academy's courtyard, chatting merrily. Alice exclaimed in surprise, "You've changed quite a bit, Cyan." The boy who had been small and frail before she left now stood as tall as Alice. His body had grown more robust and mature. She raised her hand to compare their heights, murmuring, "You're the same height as me now. You're going to be taller than me soon?" Cyan glanced at his sister and laughed teasingly. "Do you think that maybe it's you that shrank and not me?" Alice, pouting, pinched Cyan's cheek and replied with a wry smile, "All right, stop right there." This joyful moment made him nostalgically recall the 2nd of July, year 988. "I remember this day in my past life too," he thought. He looked at his sister's radiant smile and thought uneasily, "It was the last day I saw my sister alive." Alice, showing concern, asked, "Aren't you going to go home? It's summer break." Cyan smiled sadly and answered, "No one other than you would welcome me there." Alice, visibly surprised by his response, widened her eyes and asked worriedly, "No one? Is that why you haven't gone home for 2 years?" Cyan lowered his head, not answering, as thoughts of his older brother surfaced. "There are more than a couple of reasons why I'm not going back," he thought. "Ascal is there, plus the Duke's wife is trying to kill me any chance she gets. Father doesn't do anything about that." As he walked quietly toward the academy gates, he thought to himself, "Going back to that place would be an act of suicide. I probably won't return until I graduate." While he was still lost in thought, Alice suddenly asked, "Are you good friends with Krantz?" Cyan immediately replied in a cold and displeased tone, "That can never be possible." Alice was utterly shocked. She didn't know the relationship between the two brothers, as she had been away from home for a long time. Confused, she exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Cyan turned to look directly into his sister's eyes, glaring as he answered coldly, "You know very well how he treated me. He's even tried to kill me once." Alice was stunned speechless. Brian, who had been silently walking behind them, finally spoke up. I can testify to that. Alice turned to him, puzzled, and asked, Who are you? Cian introduced, My guardian knight, Brian Kendrick. Alice covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Oh, a guardian knight. I was wondering why he was following us. Brian didn't know what to say and just gave an awkward smile. Alice had been briefed by Cian about all the things Krantz and his mother had done behind everyone's backs. She was utterly shocked now that she had learned about these events. She exclaimed, That happened? She was extremely confused and muttered, I was in Frunia, totally unaware of all of it. Cian glanced at his sister and calmly replied, The bad guys are the Duke's wife and Krantz. It's not your fault. He suddenly noticed that Alice was seething with anger, her eyes glowing with fury. Even in silence, she emitted a murderous aura. She seemed to be contemplating something and did not respond to his words. Cian gently called, Alice? She snapped out of her thoughts, realizing she had been silent for a bit too long. She sighed and then looked at Cian, asking firmly, Have you talked to anyone else about this? He nonchalantly replied, What's the point in talking about it? It's all in the past. As if it were a given, Krantz doesn't seem to be reflecting on his actions at all, Cian began. But before he could finish speaking, Alice suddenly lunged and hugged him, catching him off guard. She was tearing up out of sympathy for her brother and whispered sadly, You don't need to keep it in, Cian. You can depend on me sometimes. She assured him, I'll protect you from now on. Cian only lowered his head without responding. Knowing his sister's future made her words feel heavy. Brian, who was also tearing up, was moved by the siblings' bond. Alice quickly stood up, patted her brother's shoulder, and advised, I would like to stay with you longer, but I have to go somewhere. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Brian was startled as Alice suddenly hugged him. His face turned red immediately, and he stammered, Miss. But Alice, unfazed, smiled and said, Take good care of little Cian, okay? Brian glanced at Cian, who glared back at him with a murderous look, making a threatening gesture of running a finger across his throat. Brian, terrified, cried inwardly, I didn't do anything, though. The sunset gradually descended, and it was time for Cian to bid farewell to Alice. He watched his sister's departing figure and smiled, thinking, It's been a while since I saw her look so angry. He still remembered Alice's face filled with extreme anger because of him. Her appearance reminded Cian of an incident from his past life, when he was young, back at the Vert estate. His older brother, Krantz, forced him to practice sword fighting, which was just an excuse for Krantz to bully him. At that time, Cian was still a weak and timid child with no combat skills, so he was completely overwhelmed by Krantz. Krantz struck him down and arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder, mockingly laughing, What, are you already done? He was incredibly arrogant and delighted in Cian's miserable state, taunting him further, Get up, you orphan. Back then, Cian was terrified by Krantz's threats and pleaded, I asked you to stop. You won, so. But before Cian could finish his sentence, Krantz lunged forward and struck him across the face, snarling, Good God, you sure blabber a lot. Seeing that Cian was completely unable to resist, Krantz continued to beat him mercilessly, feeling immensely thrilled as he did so. However, his actions were halted by Alice. She appeared just in time and shouted, Stop, Krantz. He was utterly shocked to see his sister and anxiously called out, Sister Alice. She furiously demanded, What are you doing? At that moment, she displayed the same anger she showed now. She sternly ordered, Apologize right now, Krantz. Cian was pleased as he recalled that moment. He returned to his dorm room, resting his chin in his hand, reminiscing with amusement. I saw that face just once in my past life too. The Duke's household is going to be in an uproar pretty soon. She needs to know the truth about her family so that I can protect her from the miserable future. Cian remembered Alice's fate in his past life. After she joined the Order of the White Knights, his sister had died on the battlefield, surrounded by a horde of monsters, her body left mangled. Just then, Brian entered with 2 letters in hand, announcing, For you, young master. Cyan turned to look at the letters in Brian's hand and asked, "Where did you get these from?" Brian replied, "One's from the academy, and the other I got from some janitor." From the color of the envelopes alone, Cyan could guess who they were from. He ignored the letter from the janitor, taking the dull black envelope instead, responding, "Is that so? All right." Brian seemed surprised that Cyan didn't read the red envelope. He asked, confused, "Aren't you going to take this one?" Cyan replied indifferently, "It's probably from the palace." At this, Brian looked closely at the envelope and realized the seal on it, exclaiming, "You're right. It's got the imperial family seal on it." Kiram peeked out curiously, asking, "What is it?" Even Brian was very curious. "I wonder what they sent." Cyan, seemingly already knowing the contents, casually responded, "They hold a banquet around this time of the year." He opened the black envelope, which contained a mission card from the Mist Guild. Reading the request on the card quickly, he thought, the other one is an assassination order, to assassinate Drini and Nephilis. It was a pretty big incident that happened during the palace's banquet. He pondered, since he's the younger brother of the current empress, it came as quite a shocker too. Kiram, seeing his master deep in thought, asked directly, "Will you be going?" Cyan looked up at Kiram and replied, "Yeah, I have some business there." Receiving this mission made him immediately think of Cica, grumbling to himself, "Now that I think about it, someone else was put on the mission in my past life. I guess our hall master likes me." It's annoying, though. Kiram looked through the red royal envelope and announced, "Oh, this is from Princess Erin." But Cyan seemed uninterested and responded indifferently, "Really?" Kiram seized the opportunity to tease, "I thought you were just a little kid, but I guess not. Oh my, you've got a love letter." He didn't bother arguing. Instead, he glanced at Kiram and recited, "Demonic sword restriction." Kiram was immediately pressed to the floor, groaning in frustration. Cyan turned to Brian and commanded, "Make preparations to go to the palace." Brian, startled, bowed in panic and responded, "Understood." At that moment, the door to the room opened, and little Nana emerged, sweetly calling out, "Papa, I'm hungry." Brian, shocked by her appearance, exclaimed, "Young master." Cyan irritably looked up and mumbled, "What's the matter?" He was taken aback to see Nana. The girl had grown significantly. She now looked almost like a young woman of Cyan's age. Seeing him turn to look, she rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. Cyan, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "She's grown even more." The very next day, Alice returned to the Vert family mansion. She stormed in, each step filled with anger. She pushed open the main door without any announcement, leaving the entire household taken aback by her sudden and unannounced return. The butler, startled, exclaimed, "Miss Alice, you're back?" Alice didn't bother responding to him. Her anger was palpable as she marched towards him and demanded, "Mother, where's the Duchess?" The lady of the house was leisurely reading a book in her room at the time. Startled by the commotion outside, she turned her head in worry. Alice barged into her room, causing her shock and confusion. The lady asked in a flustered tone, "Alice?" Sensing Alice's hostile attitude, she immediately felt a wave of panic. She forced a worried smile and asked, "It's been so long. How have you been, daughter?" Alice didn't reply. Instead, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the lady, channeling all her pent-up resentment into that single blow. Thank you all for watching our video today. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing to our channel and turning on notifications so you won't miss any future uploads.